Bringing home the collegiate championship, it would be a huge boost to the Maryville Esports Club.
University of Toronto is the last Canadian team to be present at the college championship, and we think we can bring home the championship.
We are the Dynasty Killers and the new Dynasty.
It would also mean a lot for our school. We don't have that much support.
I feel like we have a small advantage because we have like the coaching staff, we have structure, whereas they depend on coming together and really working well together.
The universities are supporting them, paying for their education almost.
It has only helped us improve as a team and as a cohesive unit.
But it's absolutely amazing that you can get a team like Toronto.
We have almost no support from the infrastructure at Toronto.
That just somehow they had players there that are all really good and they can just make the finals. I think that's actually incredible.
So hopefully a win will open their eyes, let them acknowledge us a little bit more.
And it just feels so good to just beat those scholarship students.
Prototype, he's like the big brother of the team.
I play really, really well under pressure. I just know that I'm easily a better player than each individual on their team.
If he gets hyper carries and gets fed early, then he can carry the game. But if not, he's just gonna get destroyed.
While they try and pull off man advantage strategies because they know they just can't take me in an even fight.
It's always nice when someone's cocky, and then having a chance to beat them would be really funny.
Feels very exciting right now. I have no words to say, just crazy gameplay, fun series.
We're expecting to win the whole thing.
I'm pretty sure that we are the best team in the tournament.
It feels insane. I just really want to win.
If we win, we're definitely the best in the collegiate scene. To be a champion, you just need a lot of effort and motivation.
It takes a lot of time management skills, hard work, and a lot of reflection on yourself and on your team.
You gotta be confident and you gotta be willing to roll with the punches.
What you can do with that limited practice time is what makes you a champion.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the League of Legends College Championship Finals. 3 days of competition have led us to this afternoon where only 2 teams remain, and we'll leave everything on Summoner's Rift to determine who will claim the title of College Champion. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. I'm Clayton Captain Flowers Reigns, joined on the desk once again by special guest Will Medios Hartman and Aiden Zyrene Moon. Gentlemen, what's going on? Are we ready?
I was waiting for you to answer first.
Oh, sorry.
I'm ready.
all right. We got the desk synergy down now.
Ready.
We just had to get that out of the way at the beginning. But before we start the day, let's go ahead and get a refresher on how this tournament unfolded. On Thursday, the top 8 collegiate teams from around North America met for their first series of the week. The University of Toronto was the first team to advance, defeating fellow Canadians Simon Fraser University before facing off against Carnegie Mellon in the semis. In a repeat of the Eastern Region Finals, Toronto achieved victory to earn their spot in today's match. Now, on the other side of the bracket, we saw Maryville University take down defending champs UBC and then swept last year's other finalist, Robert Morris University, to move ahead to today's grand final. Tom and Mark will introduce us to those teams in just a few moments, but first, let's take a look at what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday was a rematch of the Northern Region Finals, but Maryville once again came out victorious on top. Not a 3-2, but a 3-0 this time, and a lot of that was the top laner Saskio and the jungler Walrus, who had big synergy, and they were huge factors in that game. I really think that Walrus's pathing was quite good. He played things that were tanky and a little bit on the engaged side of things, but then Saskio's carries in the top lane were something that gave them advantages even when behind.
Now, the influence of the jungle is something we can expect in today's match from both sides because Susache and Walrus both walked away with Player of the Series in their respective semifinal matches. Medios, as a jungler, as somebody who's played at the top competitive stages of League of Legends, what are you hoping to see from these guys?
Right, so in the U of T's most recent match, Susache had a very good performance, but I thought that his opponent was not having his best series. So I'm really curious to see how he does against Walrus, because I think Walrus plays a lot more aggressive junglers. He was playing stuff like Nunu, Gragas, who can really counter jungle and punish a non-efficient clearer. So I think that if he's able to punish Susache, you know, if they're able to avoid this early ganks, if they're able to take the fight to his jungle, he might have trouble. We'll have to see.
Yeah, because the big thing that when we were both talking about the U of T match on the desk 2 days ago, it was that Sasuke goes for these really good plays at the right time, but he's leaving like a quadrant of his jungle uncleared when he goes for it. So it's not completely efficient, and he could be behind because if somebody's counter jungling him and actually taking those camps away, if that gank doesn't work top, then he slowly gets behind, and those plays that he tries to make later in the game are less likely to work because he's behind.
All right, we know the teams rely heavily on the junglers. We've talked a little bit about them now, so I'm going to go ahead and put you guys on the spot. What are your predictions for how this one's going to play out?
I'm going to have to go with U of T for my prediction. I thought they played really well when I watched the last game, and I'm a big fan of Sasuke. He's from my hometown, and I can empathize with the whole sub-jungler coming in and pounding everybody, so...
Just happen to live that life.
I'm actually going to go with Maryville University. I said on day one that I believe they're the favorites for the entire tournament. I still stand by that. I think they're incredibly strong, and I also think that they're not playing with a substitute or anything like that. They're actually playing with the full squad. They had the support staff. They've had the time to gel, and they do have individually really good players. So I think when you get to that top level, you can have that individual skill, and the execution becomes, not, I guess the mechanics, I want to say, aren't too different. It's more the macro game and how you understand it. And I think they have a slightly better understanding overall.
There you go. One prediction one way, one prediction the other. The desk is split. We'll have to see how it all plays out, but that's enough from us here at the analyst desk. Let's send things over to the casters to introduce the teams.
Thanks a lot, guys. Hello, everyone, and welcome. I'm Optimus Tom, joined once more by Mark Zimmerman to bring you the finals of the League of Legends College Championship.
Yeah, once more. It's the last time we'll be able to do that this year, Tom. It's going to be a little bittersweet for me.
Well, that's all right. I'm ready for all the Rift Heralds to be taken just because of that. But in the past, Collegiate has been dominated by UBC and RMU. But this year, we've got a changing of the guard with University of Toronto facing off against Maryville University, who are both appearing for the first time in the championship match. But before we get into their stories, let's head down to the stage and meet the teams. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our first finalist, the University of Toronto. In the top lane, Gaogai. In the jungle, Sasuke. Their mid laner, Jish. Bot laner, Eri. Their support, JJ. And their coach, Invert.
And their opponents today, the finalists from St. Louis, Maryville University. The top laner, Saskio. Playing jungle, Walrus. Mid laner, CKG. But in the bot lane, it's Prototype. Supported by Papa Chow. And the coach of the team, X-Sojin.
Once again, let's hear it for your League of Legends College Championship finalists. And while we have two new teams in the College Championship Finals, the stories for these two teams are heading into this match are surprisingly similar to the teams that have come before them.
Right. I mean, once again, we have a Canadian school that is going to make its way into the finals match with University of Toronto. And despite that, they still have no formal administrative support from the university, kind of similar to UBC. This is a student-run organization that have collected the best players, not only from their campus, but in this tournament as a whole.
Yeah, and we've been saying this entire tournament long that Toronto's roster is full of raw solo queue talent with Masters or Challenger tier players in every single role. But what really blew us away was the team synergy they showcased throughout their games.
Yeah, and what we've seen out of this team is amazing because they have a surplus of talent around the map, and they're able to play through whichever lane happens to get the lead. Sisuke has received a lot of praise this tournament for his control of the early game, which has allowed the teammates all over the map to excel in one game or another. We'll have to play close attention, of course, if whether the Toronto jungler is applying pressure on the map because Gaogai, Jish, and Eri could all be put in a position to take over the game.
Yeah, but on the other side of the rift is Maryville University. They are a varsity scholarship team who are looking to be the first team outside of the West Coast to win the title and the first collegiate championship for a school-sanctioned esports program and one from the United States.
Right, and that support shows on the rift. This past week, Maryville has won matches through decisive and coordinated team play that hasn't been as strong on the other rosters that have been here. Where you really see the shine, though, is in the top and jungle synergy. Walrus was awarded the Player of the Series yesterday in many ways just for being instrumental in getting Saskia those big leads. It's a good team balance overall because Prototype can be a volatile player in the bot lane. He's a very exciting player to watch because he's always trying to make the big play, and if it succeeds early, you'll see Maryville jump out to these massive leads. But if it fails, Saskia is a great insurance plan in the top side of the map.
Yeah, this is kind of a cross-map rivalry over here. We saw a lot of focus from Maryville on the top side of the jungle, whereas University of Toronto can adapt and play around multiple different lanes, although Eri was really a force to be reckoned with in the bottom lane in their semifinal matchup against Carnegie Mellon University. That's where they got a lot of advantages over Coggles in the early game, no matter what the matchup was, even if it was a losing matchup like the Kog'Maw.
Right, and the big thing, too, was the fact that Saskia is playing also these more kind of aggressive skirmish-style junglers. We see more Kha'Zix, we see more Lee Sin. He did have the Ivern game as well, but on the other hand, Walrus playing for his team a little bit more with the Nunu and Gragas being that kind of tanky initiator, freeing up the top side of the map with Saskia to take these more bruiser-style counter picks.
Yeah, and while University of Toronto has definitely been more about protecting their carries with picks like the Ivern, Maryville's not afraid to take some later game hyperscaling carries themselves with more aggressive lanes across the map. We saw Prototype playing the Jinx yesterday in game number 3, couldn't really get online until those last game-deciding and game-turning team fights.
Yeah, that was the big thing. Here, though, into the pick ban phase of Game 1, University of Toronto already targeting a little bit the champion pool of Walrus. They take out that Gragas that was super instrumental early on. Also can go topside. It's still a flex pick. Doesn't just play in the jungle. So that's a good ban right there. You also see the Nunu taken away now, really hitting down on what they saw yesterday.
Yeah, and this means that, well, for us specifically, this will be the first time we see Walrus on a different style of jungler. No more Nunu, no more Gragas. Those are the two we've seen him on most recently. But all the shielding and a lot of the protection's been taken away, save for that Ivern. So Toronto going to first pick that one away.
Right, you see the Lulu, Kha'Zix, Galio bans on the side of Maryville. Does leave up that Ivern. And in response, Maryville going to take the Caitlyn away, making sure they don't get what is considered the best champion for that kind of protect style comp, as well as the Olaf. So a very strong early game jungler who is also a tank.
Now, this will be very interesting because we haven't seen Prototype play the Caitlyn in this tournament as of yet, and Prototype is known to like taking that Exhaust Summoner spell on his AD carries. Caitlyn's so far away from everybody, the Exhaust is actually difficult to utilize, so we'll see if he changes things up. He's been very adept at laning the hyper carries into the Caitlyn. This is the first time we'll see him taking that early game lane advantage AD carry on the bottom side.
Right, and I was talking to Meteos a little bit backstage about the usage of that Exhaust. We're both agreeing that there's situations where it's good. Sometimes Prototype feels like he just defaults into it a little too often, so this is definitely a matchup where you're going to keep your eye on to see if he's taking that Exhaust once again. University of Toronto, though, they are fully already showing they are going for the protect the AD carry, hyper-scaling shield comp.
Yeah, so the Kog'Maw, the quintessential protect the carry, has already been picked up, as well as the Orianna taken extremely early on. We normally saw the Kog'Maw being paired with Tahm Kench, but because the Orianna could be heavily targeted down in the next ban phase, they decided to grab that. Where on the flip side, Maryville takes one of the last remaining shield champions in the Janna to deny that support pick.
Right, you're able to deny one pick here, and then with their bans in this phase, you'll probably see them targeting the rest of some of the common supportive style supports.
You got like Tahm Kench, you have the Braum.
Maybe those are more tank. You see them going for that one. Sometimes we saw some Sona play yesterday out of other teams, as well as the Nami being two other ones. So if they're trying to limit the tank options from coming out of the support position, that works as well, because currently, I mean, yes, you have Daisy, but that's still not the strongest front line. That is something that the shielding comps can run into a little bit of an issue with, is if you don't get any tank in the top lane, well, you're going to be pretty easy to get engaged on.
Yeah, so it looks like they are going to wind up taking the Braum away, but they also decide to go for the Kennen, so a ban against Gaogai in that top side of the map. Giving Saskia potentially something that he can work with on that side of the matchup is going to be beneficial for Maryville, as he was one of the big driving factors into them making it to this finals, but he is going to get that Fiora banned away. Haven't got a chance to see him play that one yet.
Nope, always seemingly banned away. But there are still a lot of options available. We saw him on the Renekton, saw him on the Kled. Did great on both of those. Both of those are, for the most part, fine blind picks here. So you'll probably see him take one of those two top laners and then be able to save their counter pick for the mid lane.
Yeah, so Maryville then will have to see if they wind up wanting to get that counter pick for the mid lane matchup or if they're going to wind up giving it to Sasuke. They are going to go back to the Twisted Fate, which they did utilize in their semifinal matchup yesterday.
Right, and this is a little different because they are saving that top lane counter pick, like you said. By showing the TF early, you are kind of giving away that game plan even more, that we want to get a heavy counter pick on the top side and probably play around that. The Janna Caitlyn lane is very self-sufficient. You can leave it down there on its own. They'll just be pushing in 24/7 ideally against the Kog'Maw, and then you free up your top side of the map to get really heavily focused down.
Well, looks like it will be the Shen being taken by Toronto. So shielding, and a Kog'Maw. We'll have to see what the last pick is going to be. It's going to wind up being a support anyway, so my bet is on either shielding or healing.
That would be a reasonably safe assumption. There is always the ability for Tahm Kench, like we said, to be able to eat you out of a gold card. That stun being extremely telegraphed, something that can be reacted to. Toronto do have that option. We've seen JJ play it. This was something in the quarterfinals match that we were covering. They showed extreme proficiency on not only being able to use that Devour to save their teammates, but also move around the map. That was one of the things that we pointed out for why Toronto was one of the favorites here, was they do have that team play ability to set up big coordinated plays. So obviously the Tahm Kench and Shen are great for that.
Yep. One of the things they can do, like you said, is utilize those kind of double globals that they have, triple globals almost. You can have the teleport that Shen's most likely going to be running on the top side of the map. One of the things they do, however, lack is a lot of damage. You have the Orianna for wave clear. She is your AP threat. Then the Kog'Maw needs a little bit of time to kind of scale up to a point in time where he has itemization to deal that damage. So bottom lane focus should be something that Toronto is heavily prioritizing. Whereas on the flip side for Maryville, they have a lot of things to chase down that Kog'Maw. It's almost impossible to stop an ultimated Olaf, as well as the charge coming out from Kled, just jumping on that one carry.
Yeah, a lot more damage there on the side of Maryville. The Kled, Olaf, TF, and Caitlyn all being pretty high damage. TF not the best for team fighting, but of course has that huge pick-off potential.
Yeah, so both of these compositions kind of know what they want to be going for. University of Toronto sticking to the protection composition. Maryville going with what they know, their tried and true style of prototyping the bottom lane on something strong, but a lot of mobility and damage coming out from other places on the map. We have a full best of 5 of games here. This is the College Championship Finals, by the way, so if you want to get on Twitter and tweet at ULOL, use the hashtag NACC. Our analyst desk was split. You guys in the crowd are definitely split. You can see hashtag UOT win, hashtag MU win. Let your school spirit and your pride be heard. We're about to jump on the riff for game number 1 of the Collegiate Finals.
I'm not quite sure the crowd is split. They seem very heavily in favor of Maryville during those player introductions, even throwing some boos the side of University of Toronto. Not necessarily the most sportsman.
Well, I mean, you said that the crowd was in favor of Maryville, so now I have to see if the crowd is in favor of the University of Toronto to keep things balanced.
There's still some support there, of course.
See, I told you, they were split. Just like us. We can't decide who's better.
Oh, I think I'm much better than you.
See? That's what I said.
Anyway, so the big thing that you were kind of hitting on is University of Toronto have 2 obvious power points in the Orianna and Kog'Maw. And the big risk with a comp like this is if one of those 2 gets shut down, your team fighting potential gets hit substantially. The interesting part is that the way Maryville has kind of positioned their draft, it seems like they want to target the top side of the map a lot more, which isn't as important if it gets shut down. Sure, you don't want a weak Shen who's going to be teleporting in, but at the very least, you'll still have the damage from the Kog'Maw Orianna if, as we are expecting, a lot of this pressure does end up going to the top side of the map.
And Sasuke has definitely shown to be kind of the backbone for the side of Maryville University. So if Walrus on this Olaf, who is very powerful in the early stages of the game, able to chain undertows up topside, is able to give him an advantage. That does set the global ability of Shen behind. And we've seen a lot of teams attack the global, specifically post level 6, in order to reduce that. And if you have an AD carry like Prototype on the bottom, who basically said, I mean, you heard in the introduction, I'm better than their players, just hands down. If he's going to be in this Caitlyn bully lane against the Kog'Maw, he should be coming out ahead.
Yeah, definitely some confident words out of Prototype, thinking he's the best. He's going to have a chance to prove it here. A pretty good lane matchup overall. And we talk about, obviously, having the ability to snowball the top side. Well, you can always go bottom as well, assuming that you're always pushed up, have the Kog'Maw pinned under turret, hopefully harassed a little bit. You can make a play down there and dive him under the turret.
Yeah, we saw University of Toronto doing that to Carnegie Mellon, and Toggles on the Twitch was dove multiple times in that entire series. This time around, though, we'll have to see how they wind up playing this lane matchup. University of Toronto, with the Ivern pickup, has been known to play more cohesive, more as a unit, move around the map extremely well, as we do see Sasuke early on getting that blue steal away, one of the more annoying things about Ivern.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised to see the fact that University of Toronto went for that Raptor start. I mean, it is well known to be a great clearing pattern, but it was warded. You're against an Ivern that's a pretty clear guy who wants to go for an invade. And then instead of trying to split the map like Walrus potentially could have done there and go for his own blue buff invade, he instead tries to get over to the blue buff in time to stop the Ivern from taking it, but he wasn't even close. Sasuke was way out of there by the time he got in position to actually get to the blue buff. The other thing is Olaf is a champion who loves starting blue buff, so if you wanted to protect your own side of the map more so, then you could try to make sure that you start on that blue buff and get that, because without blue, Olaf has a pretty difficult clear.
It was also interesting that he started Raptors and then immediately went over to his blue buff to try to counteract what the Ivern was doing, but Sasuke just a couple of steps ahead of him was able to steal that away, but that does mean that Olaf still has his red buff left on the map, so he's going to be pounding towards that top side where we did say that Maryville University may want to put a lot of their focus.
Right, so he wanted to go for a little trickier clear that still ends up with him finishing on the top side. That's why you don't see the Raptors to red start. Having your Raptors taken first as well gives you other little benefits with it respawning as your first camp so that you get to get your second Raptor camp even faster, which is nice, but I'm not sure it's worth the trade-off of losing your blue buff and some of your bot side jungle.
We'll keep our eyes peeled on this jungle matchup, as it was our feature matchup coming into this matchup. Bottom side of the map, though, University of Toronto has shown prowess that despite being or picking into these losing lane matches and picking for their team composition, they are still able to grind out advantages in these deficit matchups for themselves. We saw the Kog'Maw versus Caitlyn lane, although it was a Caitlyn Karma lane, which is even more punishing to the Kog'Maw pickup. University of Toronto came out ahead in that lane, even picking up kills on the bottom side of the map.
Right, I mean, this looks bad. You see both your bot laners below half health, but if you've been following University of Toronto, this is something you tend to see. They'll get their first reset off, he'll pick up some sustain, and then they'll be fine from there, maybe at a small CS deficit. But here we see first gank coming up on the top side.
It's actually Sasuke that decides to visit top side first. Galgai's going to flash in front of Sasuke, and Sasuke not even going to wind up using his summoner spells. Cannot remount. First blood to Galgai.
And the substitute jungler starts off the first game of the championship. Huge grabbing first blood. Really stepping up over the course of this tournament. Able to influence the top side of the map that we were saying was going to be so important for Maryville here.
Yeah, and Walrus unable to respond by going into that top side gank, had actually gone back just after clearing his top side of the jungle, now pathing down towards his bottom side. This is what Zyroom was talking about in the analyst desk, trying to move where Sasuke was not and seeing if Walrus was going to be able to capitalize on that. But Jish, with an extremely early flash, knew that something was up as soon as CKG got aggressive.
Jish, you see taking the barrier there instead of the cleanse. One of the things we talk about often when you're going up against the TF is that his gank assist is extremely strong. So you often see to negate that guaranteed stun, a cleanse. Walrus doing some counter jungling right now. Might be caught out of position.
Yeah, he does wind up using the smite to heal off of that Raptor. Sasuke's root crawl is going to land on a small Raptor instead, but he puts the brush down, so some ranged auto attacks are going to land on the Walrus. It's a red buff versus a blue buff, but it looks like Walrus is just going to be A-OK to run out of there and fight another day. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Prototype and Papa Chow continuing to push up aggressively. Aery winds up biting down onto a cupcake trap. Kog'Maw wants to eat a lot of things, but not those cupcake traps. Prototype and Papa Chow getting the best of them in this matchup.
Starting to get a little risky here with how low he's getting. He's been doing fine the CS so far. If he can grab most of this wave, he'll be pretty much even. But you see the turret already getting extremely low.
Yeah, and meanwhile, it looks like Walrus has made his way down here after that. So after that fight up top, so Aery already having to blow the heal.
Maybe getting a little overconfident in their ability to handle these early harass lanes. We talked about how there were some champions available that can make your lane matchup a little bit better. We talked about the Nami or Sona being potential options there. They elect for the Tahm Kench, which we know they use well, but it looks like going up against Prototype, a little bit stronger of a laning opponent, they might have overestimated their ability to withstand that.
Top side of the map, Galgai hits level 6, teleports back up, as Sasuke did earlier. Ooh, whoa. Prototype's gonna snipe him out with the Piltover Peacemaker, got him in the animation of the Devour.
Just before he's actually able to get picked up there, we saw Aery blow the heal early on when the Walrus came down to the lane through an axe at him. He wanted to make sure he wasn't in a position to get dove and used it for a little bit higher health. Now he goes down for a response kill of Maryville, and they're going to grab first turret just 6.5 minutes in the game off the back of 2v2 laning.
Yeah, Prototype and Papa Chow coming in hot on this one. We can see in this replay, Aery getting a little bit aggressive. The Zephyr Slow comes out from the Janna, and well, we saw the end of that play.
Yeah, and that's the thing about Janna, you know, you don't really respect her auto attacks, but when she gets that shield on, it starts hurting pretty bad, and at the last possible second, that Piltover Peacemaker connects.
some uncharacteristic mistakes by the bottom lane of the University of Toronto. And we say uncharacteristic because they have come out the better of this bottom lane Kog'Maw versus Caitlyn matchup before. But now, first tower has gone down. Prototype basically got that gold pretty much all to himself. Has already picked up a BF sword and a pickaxe, whereas now Kog'Maw, struggling with his income a little bit, has gone for an early Vampiric Scepter, but has picked up a Cull as well. So he's kind of even more behind now, the fact that he's invested in that item for CS.
Right, and we talked about Prototype often picking these weak, late, early game hyper-scaling champions. Well, he's finally on the lane dominant one and showing that he can play this style too. Papa Chow now with that turret down, playing a little bit more aggressive, trying to get some deep vision down. Prototype has returned to the bot lane. Going to try and push this one out. Looks like they don't want to give up the bot side of the map quite yet, moving the bot lane around. They still want to contest this dragon.
Right, I was going to say it's going to be interesting to see how the lane assignments go for Maryville University this time around. They have the Twisted Fate in the mid lane, so by keeping him in the mid lane, that means he can attack both sides of the map. But on the bottom side, the thing they really need to worry about is going for that elemental Drake. Maryville University yesterday, up against Robert Morris, was definitely in control of their objectives. University of Toronto was fully in control against Carnegie Mellon in their previous semifinals, but it looks like Maryville, with their advantage as bot lane, with a ton of gold going over to Prototype early on, are going to be the first ones to jump on this objective. But Sasache is in the area, but the brush is down, and Daisy's out as well. He has it level 6. Looks like this will be contested here by UOT. JJ's going to bring Aery right into the thick of things, but everybody from Maryville has to back away. They are going to wind up landing a little bit of damage on the Prototype. Daisy's going to go for the knockup, but will not wind up landing on the Prototype. Looks like that UOT is going to be content just forcing away Maryville from this dragon.
Close contest there on the side of Toronto. A lot of the damage went on to JJ. The first stun coming out of CKG went there, and did not feel confident turning around and going for the fight. Saskio going for his famous emote spam. Saw a lot of that yesterday.
Oh, man. That's actually super exciting. I really hope that he has a rebound, though, and doesn't accidentally use an ability. But Galguy goes in, and immediately after the taunt, CKG is here to turn the fray in his favor. Galguy's going to get locked up. He's going to get shut down. Baited in by Saskio.
Saskio with the emote spam. Mocking Galguy, saying, come fight me, and then Galguy takes the bait. CKG moves up into the top side. Kind of hard to cover that if you're on the side of University of Toronto. You just pulled everyone down to the bot side of the map, you know, kind of baiting around that dragon. Once you know where everyone is, guess what? They can't defend your top side play. You go ult up there. Unfortunate for Galguy, and a good play by Maryville, waiting out on that dodge zone. A lot of Shens, you want to hold that until you see the car coming in. You still take the stun, I believe, but you negate a lot of the damage, so a little bit of a misplay there. But
it looks like that Maryville going to get the second tower of the game topside as well, giving the solo gold over to Saskio. So advantages on the bottom side, advantages on the top side, and advantage gained in the mid lane by this Twisted Fate pickup. And we mentioned already that, you know, University of Toronto with the Tom Kents, with the Shen, they've been known for their cross-map plays. They've been known for these global objective plays. But when faced against a Twisted Fate, who is kind of the quintessential global champion, he just teleports in and shows up anywhere out of the mid lane. They seem to be struggling a little bit, specifically topside, where Galguy thought he had a 1v1. Suddenly, he was dead.
Right now, Maryville, with those two side lane turrets down, it's going to open up the map even more for TF to keep making plays. TF's one of those champions where kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. Galguy getting opened up a little bit here. The fight over the Scuttle Crab.
Ooh, early swipe by Walrus.
Galguy gets his revenge.
If his revenge is just a Scuttle Crab, he's got a long way to go to get his lane phase back into this one for Toronto.
All right, so what I was saying with TF is when you're stuck in standard laning phase, you feel like, okay, at any moment here, he can jump on me, dive me under my turret. But then when you get in longer lanes, you're still kind of exposed to the TF because there's no longer a turret behind you to protect you. So you're a little bit more obvious where you're going to be when you're still with your turret up, but then with your turret down, there's nowhere to run to.
Well, CKG's Twisted Fate was one of the reasons why Maryville was able to come back into the games against Robert Morris University with his backdoor of the bottom lane inhibitor and using that Destiny Gate combination for some quite effective split push in the later stages of the game. But both CKG and Jish, when we were kind of going over the VODs and talking about this matchup, we were saying both of these guys are definitely rocks for their team. They don't necessarily make a huge play for each other's side. With JJ actually getting caught out here by a little bit of chain CC from the Twisted Fate and the Caitlyn traps. But those two mid laners are definitely rocks for their team. If their teams need them to do something, they do have the tools to do so if they help them out. But this time around, CKG being the one to help his side lanes, help Saskio when Walrus could not, and get the kills for his team and be the one that is helping them out.
Right, that's kind of the case where neither jungler plays a ton around mid lane. Walrus did have that one gank attempt, able to force the flash with the help of CKG, but that's about the extent that we saw. Usually it's in response to being forced to go there. His top side had already gone down, so Walrus wants to make a play somewhere else. Bot lane's obviously shoving in nonstop, can't go there, so he swings mid for that one flash, but for the most part, not really the game plan for either team.
And the game plan for Toronto had been picking this late game scaling Kog'Maw on the bottom side of the map, but that game plan has already been set behind by the double kill, or the duo kill, the 2v2 kill from Prototype and Papa Chow. Maryville University, though, after getting that top lane tower, are going once again towards this Mountain Drake. But University of Toronto, at least keeping one of those objectives in check, continuously warding up, continuously contesting, not letting them take this one for free, while giving Kog'Maw and Shen a little bit more time to farm up.
That's the thing, is if you look at the Kog'Maw farm, it's not great. It's still down a little bit. JJ going for one of those Tahm Kench plays.
Gobbles up the Ivern, throws him in with Daisy. They want to go in for a dive onto the Twisted Fate, gets rooted up by the Root Crawler, but decides just to step away as they wind up going in underneath tower. That is going to open up a little bit of response time from Maryville here. They are going for that Elemental Drake. The rest of Toronto looks like they might not even be contesting this one. Ivern used the Root Crawler over the wall to secure the red buff, so they do wind up giving up that Drake after establishing vision around it before.
Maybe felt like they didn't have the opportunity to really fight there. They are down, decent chunk of gold. Kog'Maw not really an item power spike yet. Can understand not really wanting to fight it. And they instead go for the mid lane, get the flash out of CKG, limiting his playmaking just a little bit now. And like we were saying, the Kog'Maw, even though he is definitely behind, lost his turret early on, it's only a 10 CS differential. There's the turret gold that is very heavily in favor of Maryville right now, but the Kog'Maw has not been shut down quite as hard as you sometimes see, and that's why we were saying Uri, he's used to playing these kind of losing matchups, being under his turret and farming up, just not used to losing his turret quite that quickly.
Exactly, and so the Kog'Maw needing to move around the map and definitely get farm where he feels safe and is not going to be left susceptible to these Twisted Fate ganks is going to be crucial. And you can see that so far University of Toronto are doing a pretty decent job keeping him within like that 10 to 15 CS deficit against Prototype's Caitlyn, who is split pushing away on the bottom side of the map. Both of these supports have been quite mobile, so those AD carries have been a little left alone. But interestingly enough, normally what you wind up seeing is a Caitlyn pickup moving around the map as soon as the tower goes down, prioritizing that mid lane, maybe even going for the Rift Herald to help break that mid lane tier 1 tower. But Prototype has been known for his split push tendencies, been known to kind of sit back and farm up himself and try to make an outplay with that exhaust. Now moving towards the mid lane after realizing that University of Toronto is the ones pressuring. They actually blow the Ragnarok from Walrus as well. They need to get that Olaf out of there.
Some good harass out of University of Toronto, showing that they're not going to be completely bullied around, especially not around that mid lane, where Orianna is still a strong defender. And very importantly, it stops Maryville from being able to snowball with the objectives. You see, they themselves are now starting off on that Rift Herald.
Yeah, and as soon as they force back Maryville University, they think they have an opportunity to try to go for this, and they're pulling down multiple members while Kog'Maw is all the way down in the bottom side of the map. So there's no possibility of going for this, but there is a scrying or picked up by Saskio. So they do see this one. Command Shock is used on Papa Chow, and he's going to flash out from this one. Twisted Fate's going to wind up coming into Jish, who winds up being gobbled up by JJ. The Stand United was used as well. I hear a Kled charge coming in from the bottom side of the map, but they are going to be able to get the Rift Herald, and they steal the buff away. So now University of Toronto have to turn tail and run, but Sasuke is going to fall. Maryville's able to capitalize with a kill.
Big punish out of Maryville there. You saw University of Toronto was just lacking a little bit too much damage to finish off the Rift Herald before they could get responded to. And I think you got to look at Jish sitting over that wall there. Not only is he not damaging the Rift Herald, he uses his ultimate trying to pick off the Janna. Nice flash by Papa Chow. And now he's the one out of position getting collapsed on by CKG with that TF ultimate coming in. And the rest of the team has to peel off to protect him. And it's a situation where they started off the objective. It was a good call, but they were a little split in what they were looking for.
Well, JJ is going to use the Abyssal Voyage to come back in. Has wound up bringing in Jish with him, but immediately has to gobble him up because he gets put right immediately onto a Caitlyn trap. Lots of mid lane tower damage has been put down by Maryville. It's the last remaining outer tower on the side of University of Toronto, and they want to defend this one. They've caught Walrus out in his jungle, though. Ragnarok gets popped just to get out of the Root Crawler, and he's going to throw a couple axes and then run out of there. Ooh, but Sasuke.
Might not be done yet. Sasuke still in pursuit. Has another Root Caller coming up in just a second here.
Ooh, dodged out there by Walrus. The rest of Maryville was recalling in the mid lane, so he was unable to help him out. So very key dodge coming out from Walrus.
So taking a look at this play here, Jish, nice chunk, blows the ultimate, a nice reaction flash, and now he's kind of running for his life. JJ has to peel off, Gao Guy peels off. That stops the damage on the Rift Herald, and it gives time for Maryville to get in range. They get the smite off of it. Barely is able to pick that up in time, but he's going to get chased down and lose his life for it.
And they blow the flash from the Iron as well as the Tahm Kench. Meanwhile, mid lane, the Rift Herald has been utilized, and it looks like Toronto has gotten their first tower of the game in the mid lane, compared to Maryville, who has the 2 side lanes down.
They are able to use that Rift Herald, pick that one up, turn it instantly into a turret. And if you're going to say at the end of the day, you lost 1 for a turret, that's still a good trade overall. That's kind of the net of what was happening when they went for that Rift Herald.
So University of Toronto on the board with their own first objective of the game. Kog'Maw, in the meantime, with that turret gold in his pocket, has gone back, picked up a pair of Ninja Tabi for very AD-centric composition with the Caitlyn, a little bit of the Olaf, but mainly the Kled in the top lane. Has finished his Blade of the Rune King, but still 10 charges left on his call. Has not popped that investment quite yet. We do see, Command Shockwave being used on Papa Chow. There's still no flash roll from that last fight. Has to use his own heal to get the heck out of dodge. JJ, in the meantime, will eat up Jish as Walrus comes around the side. Maryville University look to respond in kind in the mid lane. Lots of damage coming up from Prototype with his Infinity Edge and Zeal already finished. JJ taken down extremely low. Has to pop the thick skin. The rest of Toronto has shown up, but Prototype channels the ace in the hole, blocked out by Airy. Good boy.
Prototype has had some pretty slick different combos, showing he has a mastery on Caitlyn. And he's going to keep the pressure up around this mid lane. Airy taking the 1v1 now that he has that
Going
Blade
down
of
on
the
the
Rune King.
Prototype with the Blade of the Rune King. He has Susache to help him out with some of those Trigger Sheet shields. However, Papa Chow popped the Monsoon to heal his entire team back up. They chunk down onto the Ivern, and now it's just pretty much a Kog'Maw and an Orianna trying to defend. Gaogai trying to rotate up from the bottom side, runs into an Olaf and a Twisted Fate. They might try to turn this one around. Twisted Fate has to pop the flash, but he goes immediately into JJ. Didn't bring anyone, but on the backside, Aries taking down Papa Chow. Now they're turning it down onto Walrus, and Prototype cannot get over that wall. 2 kills picked up for Toronto.
We talked about how University of Toronto probably had the map advantage with the Tahm Kench and the Shen.
Oh, Shen teleports in with no HP. Saskia is going to charge after him. Is the Joust available? Looks like the dodge field will come out. Sasuke trying to keep his top laner alive. Gaogai has to burn the flash, and Saskia forces him away.
Getting a little overconfident there, thinking that he can teleport up to that turret. Saskia showing why he's kind of the carry for Maryville here.
Saskia, though, going to get rooted up. JJ's on the opposite side. Oh, Command Shockwave used up to Devour as well, and JJ gobbles up Saskia.
Got a little greedy there, could have flashed the Orianna Shockwave, instead goes to use his Q to get over the wall. It's a little bit too slow in the animation, gets pulled back into the Tahm Kench, who's able to chain CC him so he can't get that flash out.
Well, a lot of things just kind of went the way of University of Toronto. They defend that mid lane tower, they defend the top lane tower, and they're able to pick up a bunch of kills without losing anybody. Maryville University, though, do want to keep up some sort of pressure on the map. Prototype starts this one up while the rest of his team was across the map, either respawning or dying in the top side, and secures themselves the Mountain Drake.
So here we say Gaogai should be caught out of position. Instead turns onto CKG. Both teams scrambling to get over here, but JJ being able to get there, get the exhausts off, means they can't lose this 2v2, and they are also able to pick off Papa Chow, who was a little out of position trying to get over there in time to help out his team.
Even though Caitlyn is an extremely long-range marksman herself, they were unable to fight over the side of that red buff wall, so maybe a little bit of mispositioning from Maryville as they were trying to not only take the red buff away, but siege down on the mid lane tower, and had used a lot of abilities in the mid lane to keep themselves alive, including that Janna Monsoon was not available for that fight to keep them alive over the wall.
And the big thing is, as bad as the early game looked for University of Toronto, losing all those objectives early on, they're actually not in that terrible a position. We talk about how Mountain Dragon, as super strong as it is from ahead, at this point, it's a 2,500, about 2,000 gold lead for Maryville, but they don't have a ton of pressure anymore on the map. Their split push will be turned online pretty heavily by it, but their ability to force other objectives, not quite there. And the Kog'Maw has started hitting those item breakpoints. Same with the Orianna, and the 4-5-man comp of University of Toronto is not really shut down at all.
No, it's going to be interesting to see how Maryville winds up transitioning. This double Mountain Drake can lend itself extremely well to a 1-3-1 setup with the Twisted Fate and the Kled with the teleport available. We've seen Saskia kind of be the quintessential split-pushing top laner, and now with CKG having that Destiny Gate ultimate available means that they can set up a decent 1-3-1 split push as soon as he finishes that Lich Bane he's building. Already has basically a fully stacked Rod of Ages in inventory as well. So if they get that online and have a core group of 3 in the mid lane, it's going to be hard pressed for Toronto, who wants to go for these pickoffs and wants to go for these disjointed 4 or 5-man fights to kind of respond across the map, because they only have one of those ultimates themselves to match a split push in the ship.
It's actually really cool to look at the difference between Uri and Prototype. Even coming into the series, talking about what they're like as players, Prototype always aggressive, always wants to make the play, and he gets to Caitlyn, starts getting that early game lead, like you would kind of expect out of an aggressive player. On the flip side, we talk about how Uri kind of understated over the course of this tournament. Always performing his holdout.
Oh, maybe a little too aggressive there from Prototype. He gets locked up, he gets Shockwave, and Airy picks up a kill. But bottom side of the map, the double solo laners are going down on the Cow Guy again, trying to keep himself alive, but he will wind up falling.
Well, it looks like University of Toronto is not done yet. They instead start moving up to the Baron buff, trying to force Maryville to respond, who are just using that double Earth Dragon to go down that split push.
Yeah, but both of those globals are available. A teleport and the Destiny Gate combination are still up, so the double globals on the bottom side of the map can just rejoin this fight. The Destiny has the pop, the gate does not look like it's going to come through. They're trying to trade an inhibitor for this one in Toronto. They're not doing this extremely fast, and Walrus has no flash available. There's no blast cone over the wall. They are going to wind up getting this one for Toronto, but can they get out in time? The inhibitor's going down on the bottom side of the map, so a trade of objectives, and Maryville are still chasing them down.
Really intelligent usage out of a lot of abilities there from both teams. Maryville using the TF ultimate to get vision to know where the Baron is, to potentially go for a smite contest, and in response, Airy actually autos the blast cone over the wall, making sure that the Olaf has no way into the pit to even contest the Baron. So both teams playing pretty intelligently with their champions, as well as with their comps, using that split push with the double Mountain Dragon to take down an inhibitor in response.
And this all started off the back of JJ coming in with Slicerche's Iburn and catching off onto Prototype. This is a really good catch out here by the side of University of Toronto, but the same thing happened on the bottom side for Maryville.
Right, so you see, we talk about JJ having great usage of that Tahm Kench ult. Sure, he kind of got destroyed in lane early on, but there you see getting a huge pick off for his team, forcing a lot of action there, and gets his team the Baron buff. There's still a lot of turrets for them to pick up, so while they're down 3,000 goldish right now, they can start getting really quickly back into the lead.
One of the things I have to keep in mind, though, is this bottom lane that they're currently pushing up will have super minion pressure on the map, although with an Ocean Drake spawning in about 2 minutes, it's about the same amount of time the Baron buff is going to last. The inhibitor will be down just a couple minutes longer than that. So University of Toronto, as you mentioned, they're down in gold right now, but they have a Baron buff, they have a power play. Let's see how they wind up utilizing it, because there's still a lot of investment role on
Definitely a strange position to have Baron buff in. Your bot inhibitor down just 23 minutes in the game. All the side lane turrets up. Only one taken in the mid lane. Usually not the situation that you have it. And here you see struggling a little bit to find a way to use it. Walrus is going to walk into the mid lane, tank up the turret for his team to take their own and trade out that bot lane turret.
Yeah, Maryville showing that, like, hey, you guys may have gotten the Baron, but we're still ahead in this game. We have the gold lead. We have the pressure on the bottom side of the map. You have to respond to us, and they're going to try to go in over here. Their core group is now catching out on the Cow Guy once again. 5 members strong, chasing down onto the shed. He gets locked up. He's getting trapped up. He gets some fancy footwork to walk between the Caitlyn traps, though, and will somehow survive through that one. Now the Stand United is coming in because JJ has come into the middle of the fight with Airy. There's a Kog'Maw in the middle of the fray, but doesn't look like he even cares. Command Shockwave gets used. They trade solo laners for it. Caitlyn, the Kog'Maw now picks up a kill. Tahm Kench gets another one, and Toronto collapse on Maryville.
A little bit of a crazy re-engage there on the side of University of Toronto. JJ using Tahm Kench to support and bring Kog'Maw into the back line. A little risky, but there were so many resources already blown trying to finish off the Shen that the Kog'Maw is relatively healthy. They throw the Shen ultimate on top of him, and they're able to take down Prototype on the backside after what looked like a decent opportunity to pick off Gao Guy.
Yeah, the fact of the matter is Gao Guy just stays alive for so long, and a little bit of split decision with the Abyssal Voyage coming in from the backside. They decide to try to turn away and go down onto Airy. A lot of cooldowns being used to stun up the Kog'Maw, but the Tahm Kench Devourer keeps him alive.
Right, and that's the thing, is the Tahm Kench Devourer comes in, they have the Shen ultimate come on over the top, he gets a huge taunt onto Prototype, setting him up to get finished down, and then they don't know who to focus. Do you kill the low health Shen? Do you want to go into the Kog'Maw? No matter which one you focus down on, the Ivern and the Orianna, who are split a little bit further away, are able to get in range after that and start providing those shields that make this comp so difficult to deal with.
It's kind of like, I believe it was Worlds 2015 with the Rocks Tigers when they first started utilizing Tahm Kench, and you saw Gorilla just kind of Tahm Kench ultimating an Ashe into the middle of the team, and everybody all of a sudden goes, wait, let's just kill the Ashe, and then he devours him, flashes away, gets back to the team, and suddenly they Ashe arrow in and re-engage.
I mean, if you're getting compared to Rocks Tigers as a collegiate team, you're doing something right, Tom.
I don't know. That's also the experimental phases of Tahm Kench, and that's just my anecdotal evidence. I'm not the analyst. That's your job.
Yeah, so I think they've actually been playing really well. They had that deficit that we said. It was a larger deficit than they've had to really deal with before, just off standard 2v2 laning. But you get to see, like we said, Airy and JJ kind of being the unsung heroes of this team. Slicerche is able to get the early first blood. That's what we talk about being so important for. But as the game gets later and later, Airy kind of comes online, and they're trying their best to abuse the fact that they have that Baron buff for a little longer. But Maryville, showing they have that good macro play like we were saying, are able to start trading out in the bot and top lane. setting up that 1-3-1, which is so hard for a shield comp to deal with.
Yeah, well, the 1-3-1 maybe stop right now as Twistify trying to Destiny Gate himself out of there, and will. The Abyssal Voyage will not wind up landing. Meanwhile, Sasuke going to wind up using the charge towards the mid lane here. They're trying to catch down to Jeesh, but he's still stuck between two towers. Galgai, in the meantime, looks to have been dueling with Sasuke ever so slightly. Maryville University does have to back away.
It's like a Dragon Ball Z fight. People just teleporting all over the place, trying to track them. You teleport onto the TF, he teleports away to his teammates.
Then eventually it looks like they're not doing anything, but there's a million punches getting done. It's just that Shen is dodging them all inside of his dodge field.
Gold lead evened up now. It's going to be a little bit hard for Maryville. At this point, to win team fights, they're going to have to start trying to focus more on these map plays that we're talking about. And the difficulty is, you're against a team that, while they do want a 5v5, you also have that global mobility. So it is very hard to start trading out objectives here. University of Toronto, the Baron's going to be coming up in a minute and a half. They're going to start forcing around that one again. And Maryville, despite a very strong early game, gave up a couple too many kills. And it looks like they're in a little bit on the back foot, despite the fact that they still have the map pressure right now, just because they're able to split push a little bit better. It's still a difficult position to be in.
So University of Toronto have utilized their Baron buff quite well. Ivern, of course, with the Runic Affinity to extend the Baron buff in that mid lane, was able to just make it last a couple seconds longer to take down that mid lane tier 2 tower. So while they are still down 2 towers on the map, as you mentioned before, Mark, gold pretty much even, just a couple hundred in favor of Maryville University. Prototype, though, has kind of gotten over a little bit of that hump in the mid game that Caitlyn usually runs into. Has completed his Lord Dominic's regard, so he's a 3-item Caitlyn at this point. Has a Vampiric Scepter to keep himself sustained up ever so slightly. Kog'Maw, in the meantime, though, has really kind of come into his own. After being shut down during the lane phase, basically caught up in CS, cashed in that Cull, has his Runaan's Hurricane, has the Blade of the Rune King, and now has also gone for the really expensive part of the build, the Ginsu's Rage Blade, which if he's left uncontested in these fights or just able to be saved by his team, can just start melting through Maryville.
Maryville looking for the map play, though, trying to get onto the Shen. JJ coming in, trying to save him.
Comes in, though, he brings in Sasuke instead, so this is going to wind up being Daisy in the fray. The tanks in the front line are taking a lot of damage from UT, but now the damage is here, and Galgai gets the first kills. They locked up onto Prototype, staying a little too far forward.
And this is what we're talking about, the ability to match the map movements on the map out of Maryville University. And yeah, I thought they were going to bring Uri in. It's a little scary when you bring in the Ivern. You're lacking a lot of damage, but Uri's able to run down there in time, bring that very critical DPS to take down Prototype in that situation. And you see it's getting very, very difficult for Maryville. They're trying, they're doing a good job looking for these openings. They're staying aggressive, but they're just not actually able to start converting on these plays.
You see Galgai going aggressive on the CKG with the teleports being channeled in by Sasuke, so the duo solo laners once again going to try to jump down onto Galgai, attacking the global. Galgai taunts away, but they're just going to wind up running for that inhibitor. Cross map, though, Toronto's gone for the Baron. This is deja vu, Mark. We saw this happen 5-6 minutes ago.
Right, it's the exact same situation. They know they don't really have the ability to contest the 5v5 at Baron, so they instead try to go for that bot inhibitor. They're able to grab it, but Galgai doing good enough to defend, and they're going to have those Baron-empowered recalls to push them out.
Sasuke and CKG might be getting a little bit too aggressive here. Galgai's going to chase with a Twisted Fate. Meanwhile, the Kled's going to get jumped on by the rest of the team who's gotten back, so Aries on a rampage. CKG has to try to flash away. Galgai flashes after. 2 more auto attacks, takes down CKG.
They lose their inhibitor once again, but just like the last time they got Baron, they were able to grab a bunch of the side lane turrets. They went from 1 turret to 4. If they can grab 3 more here, that means one of those that drop will have to be an inhibitor turret.
And now Maryville University they're kind of left scratching your head a little bit. They used to be, or at least in the semifinals and quarterfinals matchup, Sasuke with a split push threat was massive. He hasn't gotten the same huge advantages that he was able to get in some of those games, but now that he's being grouped up with CKG, it seems that things are being a little bit more detrimental for the side of Maryville on the split push, because even though Caitlyn was ahead early on, their Cold Cooper 3 just can't hold down the 4 or the Tom Kench making it 5 that University of Toronto have thrown at them, and now it's going to be a response inhibitor in the mid lane here from the Canadian school.
University of Toronto answering back big time in game 1. They fell behind early on, but they showed the composure. They know that they're going to be fine. Uri farmed up, and now they're in these situations that Maryville just feel like they can't win with their team comp. Sasuke basically suicide split pushing at this stage of the game. That's something that he did a fair amount throughout the tournament, always kind of being left alone to try and end the game by himself. A little bit difficult now that the rest of the team has Baron and powered recalls.
The thing is with Sasuke, the suicide split pushes wind up being him trading in 1v2 and 1v3 situations, but he doesn't have the same sort of advantage in this game. Now even looking at across the map at his lane opponent, Shen, 4, 3, and 5 compared to his 2, 3, and 1. So Sasuke, while he has been utilizing that teleport a little bit more, while he has been being a bit more of a team-centric player in this game, hasn't gotten the same sorts of advantages. And CKG, who was able to get things going early game with Twisted Fate once again, hasn't necessarily been utilizing the Destiny Gate combination to catch people out of position from University of Toronto or to force cross-map plays, but instead is grouping up with Sasuke. And UOT, instead of being dragged across the map, are just going to where both the globals are.
Right, well, to be fair, Maryville is trying to force these global plays. They have their 3-man core in the mid lane. TF teleports down or the Sasuke teleports in, but it's always getting matched. Here, once again, trying to find Gaogai. His team is very far away this time around. Gaogai is going to taunt over the wall, though, showing he doesn't even need his team support to get out.
Yeah, well, Gaogai is the global on the side for Maryville University, so they for University of Toronto. So Maryville is attacking the global advantage that University of Toronto would have, but the Tahm Kench Abyssal Voyages have been very clutch. Meanwhile, the bottom side of the map is being pushed in by University of Toronto. They committed way too many people to try to chase down Gaogai, and this is where their super minion advantage was on the bottom side. University of Toronto are matching that with Baron buff minions.
That slower recall out of Maryville, not able to get down in time to protect the inner turret. Now, Eri working away on the inhibitor turret. They really don't have a great way to try and contest him. You see him just sit in that brush from the extra range and take it down.
Yeah, and the global they attacked just previously is still split pushing down on the top side. So Toronto, they're the ones pushing and pulling Maryville apart right now. Eri completely online on this call. Even has a quick silver stash. So if you lock him down with a gold card, Tahm Kench doesn't even need to use the Devour right away to just save him. And now Gaogai fighting under tower against Sasuke has drawn up the attention of CKG. Wants to dismounting the Kled to begin with. Maryville's all rotating up here. They're trying to take the Shen down. He stays alive. The shields come in, and now the cavalry has arrived. Command Shockwave whiffs on the prototype as he just 90 caliber nets away from that one, but the rest of Maryville is limping away. Daisy's trying to take down Sasuke. Redemption goes out to try to heal up CKG, but Papa Chow puts the shield in on him, but Toronto are slowly but surely churning away. Gaogai has recalled and rejoined the fight. Prototype gets locked down, and Toronto are cracking open the base. Kogball gets another, Orianna takes a kill, and it's just a party of kills for Toronto. A taunt lands onto CKG, and he goes down. Toronto are, after a struggling early game, going to push down into the base and take the game against Maryville.
It really was a team effort too. Uri and Gaogai taking a lot of attention from the side of Maryville early on. They withstand it. Gaogai absorbs all this pressure throughout the late game. He has his team coming in support him, and Toronto takes game 1.
And they did it in a fashion we haven't necessarily seen them do before. There hasn't been a huge deficit for Toronto in the early game throughout this entire series. They're used to winning those losing lane matchups, specifically on the bottom side. We get behind in the early game. We ask the question of, are they going to be able to do the same kind of thing they've done so far this tournament with a disadvantage? And they answer the resounding yes in the game 1 win.
Right, there were definitely times where University of Toronto fell behind early on in the bot lane. It just was not usually so fast. We'd seen them losing lanes, down a little bit CS, not the end of the world, because their turret was always up. They were usually not losing their turret. This time around, they did lose their turret very early on, and that was kind of the question was, well, can they stabilize still? They were able to, and that's what we were saying about it being such a team performance where Jish didn't really get shut down in the mid lane, was able to farm up, protect his mid turret for a fairly long amount of time. That bought time for Uri to keep farming up, and even though they were losing the objectives, they never actually fell completely out of the game. And then as they got into the mid game, they start hitting those one-item power spikes. They actually start winning a couple fights.
Yeah, but on the side of Maryville University, they had a dominating lane phase. Even though Sasuke wound up giving up first blood on the top side of the map, he got some help from his mid laner, CKG, turned that matchup around in the Kled's favor. Bottom side of the map wound up winning out extremely early. They took down all the outer towers before 20 minutes, but then it kind of seemed like with the 1-3-1 setup, with the way the Tahm Kench Abyssal Voyage was being utilized, they couldn't crack that inner ring of towers.
I mean, you have to look at the draft a little bit. While it did seem like a nice draft out of Maryville, at the end of the day, you're clearly targeting the top side where you have a Kog'Maw to worry about on the other side, and then the other team still has all the globals to match you, so even though you might be able to get it a little bit ahead, if they can actually react to you, you don't actually have as many advantages as you think you do.
Well, to look at that overall game and that Toronto win, let's check in with Captain Flowers and the analysts.
Thank you very much, Tom. Let's go ahead and start this discussion off with something that I know you guys were talking a lot about during the game. Talk to me about the draft. Talk to me about the compositions. What happened here?
I think both teams had really, really weird drafts to me because looking at it, I think Toronto's draft was actually pretty weak because they had a magic-heavy comp with low damage. They had Kog'Maw pretty much their only damage, and then generally you don't want to have your entire team be magic damage. They did that, but I actually think Maryville made a massive error with their item builds. They didn't build a single MR item, like the entire game pretty much. So instead of capitalizing on Toronto's weak draft, they kind of let them get away with it, and they just kept like throwing bodies at Kog'Maw and killing themselves. So kind of weak draft by Toronto, didn't get punished, but I also think Maryville's draft was almost equally as weird because they took a Janna Kate bot lane, which is kind of like a similar comp, you know, a protect the Kate comp, but then the rest of their comp was all dive. So taking full dive with a backline, and then Caitlyn was kind of playing frontline. I don't know, it was a very weird game, but I think both teams have a lot to be desired in the draft.
Yeah, just kind of like summing that up, University of Toronto, for Kog'Maw, you kind of want to see something more like a Twitch, possibly, to actually have some physical damage in that comp to round it out alongside the Orianna. And then Maryville, they had like the bottom lane, a completely different composition. It felt like two different halves of compositions. They want a 1-3-1, but you also had this disengaged bottom lane that doesn't make a whole lot of sense with it. And like you talked about the itemization, wasn't really any magic resist in sight. We saw Kled and Olaf go for Frozen Mallet, Ravenous Hydra, the Black Cleaver, and Ninja Tabi. And then Olaf went for Warmogs, Tabi, and then finally Gargoyle Stoneplate. So there's one magic resist item there, but it's a team fight magic resist item, and you don't want to be team fighting this protect the Kog'Maw composition. You want to split them across the map. So there are itemization failures, a little bit of a pick ban failure, and then there's also some macro failures later on too that we saw from Maryville.
Okay, so we've seen a little bit into the compositions, how things were a little bit off the mark compared to what we may have been expecting to see. But now we've got a little bit of footage of what it looked like when the teams were trading inhibitors for Baron. Walk us through this.
Yeah, looking at this right here, this was kind of like the gank mid that led to this because Prototype gets picked off, and then the sequence of events is bottom side has Twisted Fate and Kled. So this is your three-man unit here in the mid, and then you have two people going after the split pusher of Shen. They'll start pushing, and they'll play to their composition's strength, and I think both comps play to their strengths here in terms of you want to split, you want to get turrets, but there's some really clever things that happen here for U of T in the Baron pit because this Olaf can't actually find a good way into the pit.
Right, I think this is extremely smart play by Toronto here. Olaf is a champion that can't jump over walls, so his only way of getting in is by the blast cone. They saw he was positioning by it, kind of relying on that to get into the pit, so they waited a long time and then killed the blast cone before Olaf would have time to get into the pit, so it was a very free Baron for them. So just super good capitalization of knowing that Maryville wants to pick on the Shen. You know, you got a TF Kled. It's really hard for Shen to survive that. So instead of trying to help him survive, you can just take Baron in exchange for his death.
Yeah, and they did that twice. And you can see they ward over, used the Kog'Maw's range to kill it. So the purple side Olaf can't get there. Maybe if it was a red side one or so blue side one, it's a little bit better for them and he can walk up. But still, it's really well played. And the fact that you look at the composition from University of Toronto, it's a 5v5 comp, not much engaged. They kind of had to, you know, get Tahm Kench in there with an ulti, maybe Shen or something like that to really start a fight. Or you go to a priority objective and then you make the fight come to you. And both times that they went to the Baron was right after they picked off Prototype, who has protection with the Janna. And if the Janna and him, you know, isn't keeping him safe, then what's the point of having that bottom lane if he's still getting picked up?
Now, I like the fact that you mentioned the Tahm Kench ultimate because we actually have a clip of a very good usage of the Tahm Kench ultimate, what some might consider unorthodox, where he comes in with the flank with Kog'Maw.
I thought this was an incredibly smart usage of Tahm Kench ult. So Maryville commits pretty hard on Shen here, all funneling in, and then they actually flank with Tahm Kench and Kog'Maw. So Kog'Maw's not a champion you would usually flank with. So you see all of Maryville goes, oh, Kog'Maw's behind us, let's rush him. But Tahm Kench eats him, and then they're able to bait Maryville into just a really terrible fight where Caitlyn gets picked off first again. So any fight where you've got a Caitlyn Janna and your Caitlyn's dying as the first person in the team fight, you're probably not going to win that fight. So just really good usage of Tahm Kench ult and some misplay on Maryville getting baited in by it.
Yeah, and I want to talk about those two bottom lanes because we saw Prototype and Papa Chow get second blood, get the kill in the 2v2, and they got the turret at about 6 minutes, 40 seconds. So they dominated the bottom lane. But then when it moved to the team fighting phase, they definitely looked out of sorts. It was much better played from Aerie and JJ. We saw them do flanks like that. The Tahm Kench Devour came in as the exhaust came in on the Kog'Maw, one thing that would shut down his damage. And then I definitely think that those team fights from that entire, like the entirety of the game, I would say, were much better played by the bottom lane from University of Toronto.
University of Toronto did manage to come back after a little bit of a shaky-looking early game. They found themselves the win here in game number 1. They've got to be feeling good about that. We're headed for a break right now, but there's more League of Legends coming right up with game 2 of Toronto versus Maryville. Keep it right here. We'll be right back.
But here we see first game coming up on the top side.
It's actually Susache that decides to visit top side first. Galgai's going to flash in front of Sasuke, and Sasuke not even going to wind up using his summoner spells. Cannot remount. First blood to Galgai.
Here you guys, we're gonna get TF. Here you got TF. We're on Olaf. I'm slow. I hit him. Finish him. I'll keep getting top. Oh wait, I'm low. Go, K. I got two. Nice, finish. Go. Hard.
Olaf.
Okay, we're good.
Push up. Prototype gets locked down, and Toronto are cracking open the base. Kothball gets another. Orianna takes a kill, and it's just a party of kills for Toronto. After a struggling early game, going to push down into the base and take the game against Maryville.
University of Toronto is the last Canadian team to be present at the College Championship. We're looking to represent Canada, and we have some of the strongest talent here in Canada. SFU, Toronto, us, and UBC. We think we were one of the 3 best teams coming into the tournament. And, you know, all of them kind of fell down pretty early. and we think we can bring home the championship for Canada.
Welcome back, everyone, to Game 2 of the College Championship Finals between Toronto and Maryville. And Sachuche and Toronto did demonstrate that they had the power to bounce back from early game deficits and show what some of these Canadian players have by taking the Game 1 win.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good showing out of them that they can take this late game versus Maryville. I think one thing that was different, though, was the fact that Maryville did not go for what we had seen them play a lot of over the course of this tournament so far, where they have some hyper-scaling AD carry that will kind of ramp up as the game goes on. We saw a lot of Jinx out of Prototype so far, and he did not go for it at all this game, as well as the fact that they had this TF pick, which we saw a little bit before, but it hasn't been the exact like team fight that we usually see out of them, where they have a Vladimir and all this stuff going crazy together. They clearly went for a different style. I wouldn't mind seeing them go back to what we saw them be successful on.
All right, and we also saw a little bit of a different style of jungler out of Walrus. While it was still an influential pick for the early game, the Olaf pick with the early pathing and having his blue buff stolen away by Ivern may not have been as influential as Maryville would have wanted, and they did not have the same early lane advantages, specifically on the top side of the map.
And the other thing, too, is Maryville kind of gave away what many consider some of the strongest picks right now with Ivern and Orianna going over. And while, you know, what Meteos was saying about how they're very magic damage heavy was true, they still have a great 5v5 comp. And a mistake by the other team not realizing that even though they're playing these health stacking champions, like the common build paths of Olaf and Kled see them building a lot of health, they needed to adapt to what they were playing against. They failed to do so, and the heavy magic damage comp was unpunished.
Well, we'll see if anything changes up in this pick and ban phase, as Toronto is once again on the blue side for game number 2. Very similar bans to game number 1, only it's going to be the Ivern that gets taken away as the last ban by Maryville. So now we're going to have to see Sachuche playing something a little bit different, most likely something that cannot be one of those protect the carry style junglers, as, well, the Nunu and the Ivern are both taken away.
Right, so Toronto, in some regards, going to be forced onto a different comp here. The Tahm Kench does get through, something Toronto does love. Obviously, you're not going to prioritize that highly. Instead, they are going to go for that Orianna pick. Like we were saying, one of the strongest mid laners in the meta. It's always a strong mid laner. It's kind of the staple control mage. But as shields become stronger, she also has one as well. Can play to those comps, can play team fight comps, basically anything you need.
Let's see the responses from Maryville. Last time around, they insta-locked the Caitlyn, but there seems to be a little bit more discussion on their side as to what their priority pick will be. Of course, the Caitlyn being hovered over now, it's locked in. They want to take that one away from the University of Toronto. Although Ari and JJ, while they have been very bottom lane dominant in the way that Toronto has played, the one time they lost the game was when they had the Caitlyn. They were dominant, but they still lost.
Right, and I think if you're on the side of Maryville, you look at that early game and you say, that was a great early game. I wouldn't mind doing that again. So you can understand them wanting to run the Caitlyn again. Sure, she has that small dip in the mid game, but assuming you're ahead, it's hardly even a dip anymore with some of the changes that came through onto the Caitlyn, being able to get a lot more headshot procs off. So obviously they want to run that back a little bit, and Toronto seems like they're saying, that's fine, we'll do that again. They take the Tahm Kench, a bad laning champion against a lot of the range mages at support, but once you get out of that laning phase, you get to see the power of it, and that was how they actually won a lot of those team fights, was critical engages with the Tahm Kench, either transporting someone to find a pick on the Prototype or just repositioning around the map, reacting to the globals that were available for Maryville.
Well, University of Toronto looks like they want to respond by doing something a little bit different. So they picked the Ashe into the Caitlyn matchup. Not the worst lane phase matchup for the Ashe, but also when Toronto was taken off of things like the Twitch and like the Kog'Maw, they did wind up utilizing the Ashe to great success in their quarterfinals matchup.
Right, I mean, it's not the hyper-scaling kind of team-centric champions that you usually see Toronto wanting to play, but Ashe has a much sturdier laning phase. Hopefully they don't get pushed in and have their turret taken at 6.5 minutes again. They seem to have agreed that, yeah, that wasn't great, we don't want that one. And the Ashe pick, like we said, Toronto having great team play, Ashe still works with that extremely well, able to start off all these fights.
And we'll see what the response from Maryville will be. They do want it going for the Janna again, and the Cinder have been picked up for CKG, which is something that, as a very solid player that, you know, Maryville will not necessarily play around, but needs to be somewhat successful even in the mid lane. The Cinder pickup is a great one. It provides wave clear, decent matchup into the Orianna, but of course can just delete one of those targets. But against the Tahm Kench, it becomes a little bit more difficult.
All right, and we see now a lot of these top lane bans coming in. The Kled, Fiora, Shen, and Kennen all targeted away. This was something we saw a lot in yesterday's drafts out of Maryville, where in the second ban phase, they heavily targeted the top laner and took things like the Renekton, still finding bully matchups and forcing the enemy team to always kind of be on the back foot in the top half of the map.
And we'll see what Toronto's going to wind up picking into this one, because we have seen Galguy play a couple of different styles. He has played things like the Kled and carry style junglers, which are banned away. He has played tanks like the Shen, which is also banned away. So you still have things like the Nautilus on the table, but you also have things like the Rumble that have been left open throughout a lot of these games, seeing a little less priority, but being picked here into the Renekton matchup.
A Renekton favored matchup, but the Rumble will start outperforming in team fights for the most part, able to have that huge AoE burn. And Maryville has some immobile carries or champions. You have the Syndra, something that struggles when an equalizer gets just dropped on top of her. Janna the same way. She wants to sit still and heal her team up while you put an equalizer on top of her, kind of negate what she's trying to do. So good stuff for Toronto in terms of comp. Will be a tough lane for them. And they're trying to supplement that early game, this time around taking the Olaf for themselves. A little bit more of an aggressive playmaking champion than the Ivern, who for the most part goes in, steals camps away, and then can turn some ganks, but not really fighting quite as much as the Ivern does.
And also forces Walrus onto another new jungler by taking that one away. They last picked the Lee Sin for him, so a different look at jungler for Walrus, different look of jungler for Sasuke as well, as I don't think he's played the Olaf quite yet in this tournament. It'll definitely be a bit more of a backline threat, as you mentioned now. A lot more team fight centric style, a lot more team cohesion from Toronto. They don't have the late game scaling hyper carry, but they still have a lot of the same stuff from before.
Yeah, Maryville instead doubling down on that kind of early game plan. You have basically the 3 strongest laners you could ever hope for in Renekton, Syndra, and Caitlyn, with one of the strongest playmaking junglers in the early game in Lee Sin. So Maryville seemingly saying, all right, Toronto, you might have better map play than us. We're going to just kill you before you get to that chance.
Well, we'll see if it winds up working out for Maryville. Their early game was extremely powerful in game number 1, but they weren't able to transition it into the later stages of the game to seal the deal in victory. Toronto, on the other hand, changed up a couple of things, specifically in the AD carry position, have brought in a little bit more engage into their composition and definitely want to straight up run at Maryville in the later stages of the game.
Right, Toronto gonna have that huge team fight comp with the Ashe, Orianna, and Rumble all being monsters in that phase of the game. Maryville gotta hold them down, make sure they're behind, so when you get to that part, it's much harder to execute those team fights. You have less gold to work with.
Well, Maryville is down 1 game to the University of Toronto, but they're trying to look for aggression to bring themselves back into it and tie the series up at 1 game apiece. Toronto, on the other hand, showed that they were able to navigate from a deficit, but we'll see what winds up happening if Maryville's 3 winning lane matchups get to go all across the map and dominate. This time around, it's a little bit of a different look, but the same teams jumping onto the Rift for game number 2.
A big thing for me in the first game was the relative lack of effectiveness of Walrus early on. He did force that 1 flash in the mid lane, but it felt like the Ivern pick gave him a lot of troubles. We saw the early invade stealing away that blue buff, hurting his clear, and then he was put a little bit behind on the back foot, which gave Sasuke time to get up to that top lane and influence the part of the map that really you saw that it was Maryville who wanted to influence. So it just slowed that game plan down a little bit. They did bounce back fine with the TF starting to be able to influence that stuff, but we said Walrus was kind of the big early game playmaker, as well as Prototype playing aggressive.
We'll see if Walrus is going to be able to make some early game plays on this Lee Sin pickup, or if it's going to be Sasuke on an Olaf pick for I believe it's the first time we've seen him play this in the tournament so far. We'll see if his early game play style is going to be any sort of advantages for the side of Maryville, but it looks like everybody from the University of Toronto, at least 3 members strong from the top side, have grouped up to go for a little bit of a invade early on and put down some vision control. But Maryville University had already put down a ward of their own and will respond in kind with Saskia warding up the blue buff area.
Nice counter invade a little bit there on Saskia. We talk about how Olaf is one of those champions who doesn't mind starting blue buff quite as much. And so he is a champion that you want to know where he's starting. And of course, University of Toronto seemingly liking to go for that early ward every time. They've done that in a number of games. Trying to get that early vision for the Lee Sin.
Yeah, Maryville had put a ward down. Toronto sees it expire in the brush they are standing in, so they know that Prototype and Papa Chow know where they're at. Prototype and Papa Chow, in the meantime, we're standing on the opponent's side of the lane, trying to get a little bit of a cheeky level 1 going off, but instead, both of them decide to just head into lane phase relatively safely. And Prototype in this matchup is built over Peacemakers for almost perfect aim. Papa Chow, though, is going to walk a little bit forward, though. Gets stunned up there by the tongue lash from Tahm Kench. Has to shield himself. The auto attack's coming in from Ares, slowing him down. Now Prototype is the one they focus down on. Almost gets the stun down. The volley follows as well. And I was going to say, will the regression pay off in this matchup? So far, level 1, it did not.
No, that was a horrible trade for Maryville, and University of Toronto able to punish some slight mispositioning out of Papa Chow there, taking way too many tongue lashes, letting that stack up to the point where he's actually able to get stunned. That should just not happen early on with Janet Caitlin versus Tom Kench.
Top side of the map, Sasuke and Galgai just trading auto attacks back and forth. Galgai overheats and packs a bit of a punch against Sasuke as well, so already very early lane phases going slightly in favor of Toronto, at least these trades. We see Walrus back on the top side of his map. Hawkshot is actually not going to see where he's at, but it will see the red buff is gone.
Right, it will see that, but that's actually not that big of a deal because of, if I'm correct here, the plan from Maryville University. They did not start Raptors and instead started on the blue buff, but they didn't have their bot lane leashing. So you don't know if Walrus is just starting on red or blue, and that Hawkshot really not going to reveal that much information because you would expect the red and blue to both be down already.
Well, that ward will slice a dice, and a quick little Ruthless Predator stun will force the flash out of Galgai, but he's going to try to duck and dodge because Walrus is coming in here for first blood.
Excellent gank there out of Walrus, and I really do think that comes off the back of that level 1 play that we're talking about. They don't really know where the Lee Sin started, and because the Hawkshot did not actually see the Lee, it just saw the empty red camp, that doesn't actually confirm where he started. That red could still be down from the level 1.
So already, Walrus having a much better game number 2 in the early lane phase compared to his game number 1, securing first blood for himself. He was a bit of a catalyst for Maryville University in their semifinal victory yesterday against RMU. And now that he's got the first blood advantage on him, off the back of this play, let's see what he can do.
Yeah, you see he gets the angle kind of on Galgai. Galgai not really respecting the fact that Lee Sin could be up there even though he has the ward. The angle is too bad at this point. Curious flash to the left. He's most likely dead either way, but you would want to see him trying to get close to that turret. Instead, kind of puts him out on the flank there, still in a bad position. Gets killed for first blood. Now Walrus kind of going with that game plan that we said we expected out of Maryville here, camping for that top side, but a lot more successful this time around, not falling prone to that early game counter jungling of an Ivern.
And Galgai has already blown his teleport and has his flash blown as well, so if Walrus sticks around here for quite some time, Sasuke and he can potentially get up a larger advantage and really get this Renekton snowball lane. Well, pretty much that, just snowballing. And you see that Sasuke, no presence on the top side of the map, instead ghosting in towards the mid lane for CKG Syndra. Syndra a little low on mana, will get tagged with a bunch of damage, but just A-okay to ghost the way back into the top.
And there you see that, once again, Maryville looking for this topside gank. Galgai trying to use the minion wave to avoid the Lee Sin Q.
Yeah, meanwhile, Walrus is going to wind up missing the Sonic Wave and a couple Flame Spitter shots there. Actually going to turn back around on Sasuke. One more tower shot drops him down pretty low, and Maryville got to be a little careful.
Dangerous dive there, but they're still able to push the wave in and deny this whole minion wave away from Galgai, who is also down his teleport, going to have to walk all the way back up to this top side. And Maryville kind of putting a beat down on this turret, not wanting to wait any longer. They're going to try and take this thing down as low as they can right now.
Yeah, and there's still a decent chunk of minions, and they are killing the wave off top side, so that might be first tower going across the map. But bottom side of the map, Ari and JJ trading back and forth with Prototype and Papa Chow. Both of them have a decently low health bars. Ari with the Doran shield start will sustain himself up a little bit better, still has one of those biscuits, but Sasuke getting the solo gold advantage on the top side of the map. Tried and true game plan there from Maryville.
Right, just 5.5 minutes into the game, taking down that top turret with the help of the jungler. Maryville striking very early on once again. And this is kind of one of those changes where you see there's no bonus armor and MR on that top side turret, able to take that one down right away. It would have been fading out pretty soon anyways, but there you see Maryville jumping out to another 1,500 gold lead just 6 minutes into the game.
More importantly, it's on Sasuke, so he didn't have those same early advantages in game number 1, wasn't able to completely run away with his lead like he has from previously, as the Hawkshot does scout out Walrus on the bottom side of the map over by his Wolf Camp. But now Sasuke, level 5 to Galgai's level 5, still has his teleport available, and actually a play going to be made on the bottom side of the map. Flash Zephyr Slow from Papa Chow.
Stun miss.
Yeah, the stun coming out from CKG will not wind up landing on anybody, and JJ and Ari are going to back away just the heal, flash, and exhaust. 3 summoner spells used.
Yeah, you take that trade any day of the week. 2 for 3, both on the support. You're a little scared a little later in the game if Sasuke makes his way down there. Sasuke instead staying more around the top and mid side of the map, trying to help the Rumble, who is probably feeling pretty exposed with the wave pushing into the top side turret.
Meanwhile, ping's going down as Walrus walks over a ward, going up towards that top side of the map, but it looks like he doesn't really even care. He's just going to wind up going straight forward towards Galgai, just zoning him away from all that CS. Galgai on the Rumble with the Flame Spitter available is going to naturally push up into that wave, and Sasuke can then just freeze in front of his tower.
Good job tracking Walrus for the most part, though. The Hawkshot finds him on the Wolves. lets Gaogai know he's free to push that top wave turret a little bit. Sasuke potentially looking for a dive, doesn't find it, instead turns around and uses all that vision that they have on the top side to try and make sure that Gaogai will be safe moving forward.
Meanwhile, bottom side of the map, Papa Chow. We saw him make a level 2 Janna roam early on in a game and wound up picking up a kill. This time around, just makes a ward gank into the mid lane, placing one over the wall.
Ward gank.
Ward gank. Vision
Throw wards at them and hope they like trip over or something like that?
No, it's, see, there's like heal ganks when you used to have like Kale jungle and stuff, and just walks into the lane and heals you. Ward ganks save lives instead of kill your opponent.
Some may call that vision control.
Yeah, okay. I call it a ward gank. But anyway, CKG blows his ghost, trying to chase down on Jeesh and just keep him out of lane for as long as possible. And instead, winds up following up with a stun here. Jeesh gets Thunderlords procced upon. Got to be a little bit careful though. CKG is level 7, has a lot of those orbs down on the field, and can potentially wind up going for one quick ultimate kill. Meanwhile, Sasuke on the top side of the map, continuing to spread his pressure on the map ever so slightly, goes in, contests the blue buff area vision control, gets the blast gun, and then decides to walk right back in. He does have Walrus right behind him. So Sasuke and Gaogai have to be a little bit careful, but Rumble has hit level 6. Equalizer is available. Looks like they're just going to try to steal this blue buff away, and it will wind up going over to Walrus. Gaogai actually overheats here, so he cannot use the Equalizer. CKG blast cones over the wall, and they've taken down Sasuke. Now Gaogai has Jeesh behind him. Equalizer's up. The Ash Arrow is not going to land on anybody. Maryville University with a successful invade.
University of Toronto showing a little bit of miscoordination there, something we're not used to seeing out of this team. Gaogai blowing his ultimate before the Ash Arrow comes in, as well as overheating right when the fight was really starting to heat up a little bit, as well as the fact that CKG has the inside track on that rotation for the blue buff steal.
Without the Ash Arrow available, Prototype and Papa Chow think they get a little bit aggressive on the bottom side, but University of Toronto content to try to trade this one out. JJ, though, now caught a little bit ahead of himself. Is going to have a little bit of the thick skin there. The exhaust goes down in the area, though, has to try to flash away. The ace in the hole comes out, but he's going to be gobbled up just in time. That's on cooldown. Ooh, spits him back out into the face of Papa Chow. Has to burn the Monsoon, but now Walrus has shown up. It's going to be a little bit dicey, but it looks like Maryville instead are going to be pushing for the tower.
Maryville University going for some aggressive trades in the bot side once they see Airy fire that arrow on the top side, knowing that the ability to trade is lower on the side of University of Toronto there. Getting the nice trade, but both junglers make their way down there. Not much is going to come from it. Maryville trying to use the dragon, or grab the dragon with the health advantage, though.
Yeah, looks like that maybe Walrus just trying to get over the wall. He did have Jeesh and Sasuke kind of collapsing on him from the bottom side of the map. And now University of Toronto not content to just force them away, instead want to try to force him back as far as possible. But Sasuke may have bitten off more than he can chew. Ooh, a flash kick from Walrus is going to lock up JJ and Sasuke. Walrus gets 1, gets 2. Double kill for Maryville.
We talk about how the Tahm Kench Devour can be great. It's basically 2 flashes for the price of 1, but if the enemy is displacing you, that's 2 Lee Sin kicks for the price of 1.
Walrus having a heck of a game here. 3-0-1 on the God Fist Lee Sin. Jeesh over the wall. The arrow gets used. The command shockwave will not steal it up, and Walrus smite is true. Gets an Infernal Drake too.
A cute little try out of University of Toronto there. Well coordinated, but not actually able to steal it away. And now Sasuke, knowing that everyone's kind of focused down on the bot side, trying to open up onto Gaogai.
Dominus gets popped as Gaogai overheats. He does have CKG coming around the backside as well, but Sasuke just bullying this Rumble matchup here. We said it was Renekton favored. This time around, it's Renekton dominant. Is now they're going to have Sasuke trying to come in. The slice and dice is there. The dominance is gone, but Sasuke not getting cut off by JJ. Takes the Abyssal Voyage in, and Gaogai gets a much-needed kill top side.
On the bot side, though, that does leave Area alone to try and defend himself. Did not back off the turret in time. Going to get dove here, 2v2 by Papa Chow and Prototype.
Steps on a trap, burns the heal as well, and that's a kill picked up. Goes over to the Janna, but the bottom lane duel for Maryville, and that's also going to result in this outer bottom lane tower falling down.
You have to play further back if you're area there. You know your support has moved up to the top side of the map to make a play. There's no reason to think you can defend that turret. And here we'll see that kind of a 2-for-1 Lee Sin kick here. Normally, Tahm Kench is happy taking people away, but this time he just delivers the Olaf and himself right back. Gotta say, Sasuke probably should not have gone for that invade, baited his team there to try and help him. Whoa! I don't think you need to be a lip reader to know what he's thinking.
He said, I'm really good at this game.
Yeah, I think that's something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
I have outplayed you, enemy.
Walrus definitely has a little bit of room to talk in this game, though. 3-0-1 on this Lee Sin pickup. Has completed his Warrior Enchantment upgrade on his Tracker's Knife. And Sasuke, with this Olaf takeaway coming in from the pick and ban phase, has not necessarily been as proactive as he was on the Ivern, on the Kha'Zix, and some of the other pickups. Now Maryville are going to be looking to take not only this top lane advantage, but their jungler advantage up towards the Rift Herald area of the map. University of Toronto, though, they're looking for this one. They know that Maryville fought them on it last time. The Ash Enchanter Crystal Arrow is actually not going to be utilized to go for the Rift Herald this time around. So that engage tool won't be available. Sasuke's on the bottom side, but does it as teleport. Meanwhile, Jeesh takes a big shot from Prototype's Caitlyn. But Maryville University, they backed away, and now Toronto are taking up the Rift Herald. Jono Tornado's been channeled on the opposite side. Toronto, they're going to see Maryville coming in, and Walrus Smite steals away the Rift Herald. I don't think they're going to be able to take the buff. But they do they deny it from University of Toronto regardless.
Something that you kind of have to be happy with. If,
Prototype
going
he's going to take it. Oh, but it despawns! Prototype, no! Has his flash available, but he is going to net himself back over the wall.
He actually was able to grab it. He does.
Oh, he does grab it.
Yeah, you don't have to get quite on top of it as you used to. Now CKG a little bit out of position. Maryville getting a little loose here with their lead once again.
Yeah, Papa Chow has to flash away from the Rumble Equalizer, and because of this, Toronto are going to be looking to try to pressure down in the mid lane, but Sasuke, he's taking a bottom lane tier 2 tower while all this is going on. He's still that split push menace. Monsoon gets popped, but Papa Chow dropping extremely low. Airy trying to finish him off, but can't seal the deal. Sasuke takes an ace in the hole, and now the Dominus Renekton has teleported in. JJ's going to try to spit out his jungler, but he gets sliced. There's a dice onto Airy, and a double kill's been picked up for Sasuke. There's going to be a Sonic Wave, a resonating strike on the Gao guy. The flash has been burned away from Jeesh. The kick comes back in. Triple kill for Renekton.
University of Toronto overstepped their bounds there.
Oh, Jeesh, you're not safe there. That's going to be a quadra kill for Sasuke.
Sasuke's going off this game, able to get huge advantages for his team. University of Toronto forced Maryville off that Rift Herald, and then they get a little too greedy after they kill Walrus, thinking that they can continue to push up. Maryville collapsed down, finished them off. Now with the Rift Herald, after so many kills, they're going to use that right away and start taking down some more turrets in the mid lane.
Yeah, and suddenly this has ballooned into a massive advantage. 6,500 gold and not even the 15-minute mark. University of Toronto were able to come back from a deficit last game, but this is huge.
A couple things at play here. One, Maryville forcing that Rift Herald. I was a little surprised to see Sasuke not looking for a teleport to engage just on that Rift Herald here. Instead, they wait until this situation to teleport in after University of Toronto goes for this kind of over-aggressive dive. Sasuke is almost dead already before Sasuke even shows up, and now it's just too easy of a chase down. Nice flash in. Gao guy trying to get in range to help his team, but no Rumble Equalizer available to really deter this chase down. And then a nice two-man slow out of CKG allows the rest of the team to get on the Gao guy, and then Jeesh just not really respecting the fact that Sasuke can move down here. He wants to recall in a horrible position, gets spotted out, and taken down to give up just one more kill, because why not?
4 kills picked up there for Sasuke. All 4 of his kills in the game at this point in time. Has now finished his Black Cleaver as well.
And that was such a weird situation to me because University of Toronto keeps firing out these kind of like take the wheel Jesus arrows where they just hope they connect, and they're not working. And once that happened, it's a pretty easy fight for Maryville to take. Instead, Sasuke doesn't teleport in right away. You get this kind of scrappy Rift Herald situation. And then the only reason that worked out well for Maryville was because University of Toronto tried to dive a turret.
Is that the technical term for it? The TWJ
yeah,
arrow?
It's a pretty clunky acronym when you're in your spreadsheets.
All right, well, don't bring that into the stats realm. I don't want to have to deal with those acronyms. I don't want to have to deal with counting Ash arrows again. But Prototype here, ooh, flashes that one. That was a good one by Airy. But Prototype ready for the response. The rest of Maryville University, they've caught out on Jeesh, and he's going to get chunked out by the CKG ultimate. The command shockwave's there to turn around, though, after Papa Chow uses the Monsoon. The heal speed up is there, but Sasuke picks up a much-needed kill for Toronto.
On the flip side of the map, though, Walrus is trying to punish, gets the Flash Dragon's Rage, knocks Gao guy close to Sasuke, but they do get the follow-up kill.
That's what happens when you got very fed jungle top synergy across the map, but University of Toronto going to respond with an Infernal Drake. The rest of Maryville are rotating up. The mid lane inhibitor tower is being pressured. The top lane inner tower is being pressured. They got to recall back, but Caitlyn's joined up now. This is going to be a dead top lane tower.
A little bit of objective trading here as University of Toronto is able to grab the dragon, but the gold lead is ballooning out of control now. Almost at 10,000, just 17 minutes into the game.
Yeah, Toronto were able to buy a lot of time by kind of, stalling out the game in the middle area of the map and letting the side of Maryville dance around the dragon for a little bit too long. But at 10 kills to 3 with 6 towers to 0 down, Toronto are going to be hard-pressed to find the same kind of time-killing power to get their carries in a position to, well, do that, just carry.
Yeah, we talked about the comp of Maryville University being completely built around the fact that they want to destroy you in the early game. Well, they executed on that game plan completely here. And you saw University of Toronto finally use the Asho on more of a set play, get some small advantage, but just a little bit too far behind at this point. As Jish was able to get protected by the rest of his team, but it just opened up the top side of the map completely for Maryville to make a play. And here, they're once again trying to pick on Galguy.
Yeah, continuing to attack the top laner from Toronto. Saskio slices, dices, the Ruthless Predator, and an ace in a hole will seal the deal. Another kill picked up for Maryville, the first for Prototype.
So much mobility on the side of Maryville, as well as the fact that they're super far ahead. Hard for University of Toronto to get enough vision out there to know what angles Lee Sin can come from, one of the most creative gankers in the game. And with all your turrets down as well, it's a long walk back before you find some security.
And this is University of Toronto, the team that we said came in with all Master Tier, Challenger Tier players. From solo queue records alone, we're dominant as far as comparing them directly against their lane opponents for most of the tournament. Maryville are no slouches in this one, but we heard from Prototype beforehand in the intro saying that he was just a hands-down better player. They play this aggressive style. They like getting advantages. You would expect that University of Toronto, with their solo queue prowess would be ones to kind of go toe-to-toe, but at this point, with this much of a lead, Maryville University are attacking Toronto where we thought one of their strong points was, individually.
And now University of Toronto want to find a pick onto Saskio here. Doesn't have any friends around, but still might be able to trade.
Ooh, he might actually be able to take down Galguy. He does want to get devoured up by the Tom Kench. A flash away with a flash after from Area will get a shutdown gold spree at the same time. Well, Maryville actually not making any movements across the side of the map because, well, Baron's not spawned yet.
They didn't realize just how early in the game it was. They knew they're massively ahead, and they're like, all right, go split push Saskio. We'll punish on the other side of the map if they come after you. And they're like, wait, all the turrets are already down and Baron's not up. What do we do?
Yeah, so they got to wait another minute before they make that rinse and repeat kind of play, but Saskio does wind up going down, so much needed gold going over to the side of Toronto, but Maryville still has about a 9,000 to 8,000 gold advantage to spare.
It's a nice pick-off to get, a nice shutdown on Saskio. It's the beginning of a long journey to getting back into this game. We talked about last game, Maryville University's comp not really having a chance of 5v5ing straight up from an even position just because TF was not a great team fighter. They didn't have a great way to get onto the Kog'Maw. They had a lot of dive, but it was going to have a hard time really finishing off the Kog'Maw. This time around, Maryville University is though much more early game focused. They have the gold lead to not need to worry about getting outscaled for quite a while.
One of the things that we were asking for the side of University of Toronto is how are they going to stall out this game and get some much-needed farm on their carries. The question posed for Maryville now is all the outer towers are down. Baron buff has just spawned on the map. How are they going to keep this tempo advantage up and not let Toronto sit on their laurels and farm?
Well, like you said, Baron coming up, huge advantage now. They don't have the fastest team comp for taking it, but they do have an Infernal Dragon. They are very far ahead. Caitlyn had 2 items already. And then the teleport is available for Saskio. So even though you don't do it super quickly, move into that topside jungle, get vision control, set up these teleport flanks, and hopefully Saskio continues to join in on these fights because sometimes we see him a little reluctant to teleport in, but if you can ace them and grab a Baron, usually a little bit better than getting forced off the Baron and hopefully trying to take an inhibitor.
Well, we'll see if Saskio can create the map pressure that Maryville needs to go for this Baron. Vision control is going to be super, super crucial because looking at the side of Toronto, while they are still behind, they still have a very deadly Baron pit fighting team. Equalizer, Command Shockwave, and the Ash Arrow. Meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map, Galguy's getting jumped on by Saskio. Sasuke getting jumped on by Walrus. On the bottom side of the map, the response is there with the Tom Kench coming in. They've used the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. They've devoured out the Renekton. They saved their top laner. But at the same time, now it's time for that Baron cross map play. 21 minutes in, that is on the map. Let's just see Asterix Gage picked up by Walrus, who took a bit too much damage from the Baron. They decided to back away.
Big mistake there on the side of Maryville University. Saskio not showing enough patience. His team was not quite in position to open up with that Baron. You kind of want the Baron to be started while that all-in's going on, so you're forcing that split decision right then. The fact also that JJ did not need to use his Tom Kench ultimate to make that collapse onto Saskio means that he can use it then to get back in the range to contest the Baron. Good decision by Maryville to peel off the Baron once they realized that they were not going to be able to force that one without getting contested. So a little bit of over-aggression the second time in a row here by Saskio.
The almost 10,000 gold lead is slightly shriveled up to only a 7,000 gold lead at 21.5 minutes into the game. Still ridiculous amounts of gold lead for Maryville, and they are trying to be proactive with this one. Toronto, however, they do have the ability to still take down a ring of outer towers, which will grant them about 3,000 to 4,000 gold back in their pockets for that one. So you have to be careful if you're Maryville not to see these objectives while you're still trying to go for your own.
And we talk about University of Toronto having some of the best team play of any of the competitors here, and you get to see that coming into effect a little bit here. Saskio is used to being able to run wild once he gets an advantage like this against some of the weak competition. This time around, Galguy, yeah, he's very far behind, but University of Toronto is not leaving him out to dry. They're finding opportunities to get these pickoffs onto an over-aggressive Saskio. He's got to rein it back in a little bit and start respecting the fact that University of Toronto knows how to play from behind a little bit.
The Enchanted Crystal Arrow will land onto Janna, but it doesn't look like that Toronto's going to be getting the engage that they wanted to have happen. Instead, Prototype not afraid to kind of step forward. But the Abyssal Void is being channeled by Tahm Kench. He winds up going down to the bottom side just to cut off Sasuke, and they have to respect the fact that somebody could have been with that Tahm Kench. They decide to back away, and they are going to want to go for the Infernal Drake. This one has spawned on the map. Third Infernal Drake of the match, so even the RNG wants these teams to fight. CKG, in the meantime, going to dodge out on that Command Shockwave, and it gives the Dragon over to Maryville.
Good idea out of University of Toronto there. You don't want to fight a set 5v5 at the Dragon, so you try and find a pickoff before it. Big stun out of CKG deters that follow-up from the Ash Arrow. And then University of Toronto hopes for maybe a little play if they can shift that attention down onto the Rectum. But he already backed off. Saskio, learning from his mistakes, knows that that Dragon is free as long as they play it a little bit slower.
Now 2 Infernal Drakes compared to 1 for Maryville University compared to the 1 of Toronto. Saskio has gone back down into that bottom lane, and Maryville feel a little bit braver to try to establish some deep vision control, knowing the Orianna Shockwave was down and the Ashes Enchanted Crystal Arrow, well, on top of the Tahm Kench. Basically, all the ultimates on the side of Toronto are unavailable. So this is prime time for them to move in, establish vision control around this Baron Pit play, and continue to try to make that bait on the bottom side work.
Looks like Maryville's going to go for a little bit of a reset first, refreshing those wards. They had no control wards in their inventory, I believe, before that one, so going to need a couple of those in that top river. They have a couple positioned around there, but University of Toronto is moving around, clearing those out slowly, getting into that Baron Dance territory now, 24 minutes into the game.
Yeah, so UOT moving up and trying to contest vision in and of themselves. They have bought themselves a little bit of time. It's been about 8 or so minutes since the last tower was taken by Maryville University, but they have gotten themselves their second Infernal Dragon. So they're still continuing to take objectives on the map, where Toronto is still struggling to try to push for their own. But they have actually crested to the point where Ash now has completed 2 items, Runon's Hurricane in addition to the Blade of the Rune King. Morello Namakan and the Banshees are completed on the Orianna, and also their Olaf has gotten a little bit tankier by completing his Cinderhulk and is about to finish another item on his side. The Rumble also has a Leandri's Torment picked up, so that equalizer damage will burn through a little bit more. And on the side of Maryville University, very early game focused champions, they can build tanky like the Lee Sin and the Renekton are starting to build for, but they don't necessarily have the dedicated big beefy frontline like an Olaf, like a Tahm Kench.
But with the gold lead, still in a pretty good spot. Saskio doesn't quite need to worry about starting to build resist yet. Still going for the kind of aggressive build that still gives himself a good chunk of health. Walrus much the same way. And we talk about damage types a little bit. Maryville University's comp is nice because it's a ton of physical damage from the front line and the Caitlyn, so you want to itemize against that right away. But then that opens you up to get burst out by a Syndra, having one of the strongest combos in the game. And you kind of end up in a situation where if you build MR to deal with the Syndra who might blow you up, you leave yourself exposed to the DPS and the dive that comes in from the rest of the comp of Maryville.
Maryville has set themselves up once again into their split push Saskio style, with the rest of the team continuing to dance around this Baron buff area. They do have a little bit of priority in the mid lane though, so it looks like they may try to collapse on this one. But Jish, as well as, Galguy actually winds up going down to Saskio just under the tower. The equalizer is used, and JJ came in with the Abyssal Voyage, so that's not going to be available. And there's no Rumble equalizer or teleport available, so they may wind up moving up towards this Baron.
Saskio gets tired of waiting, decides it's time to make a play, finds that 1v1. University of Toronto a little slow that time.
The Enchanter Crystal Arrow and the Command Shockwave wind up hitting down onto Walrus, but Sasuke kind of caught out in the middle of nowhere. He goes down to CKG. The ultimate's still available for Syndra, and now Walrus has jumped down onto Jish. So this is Maryville trying to find the fight they want. Saskio, though, chasing down onto Jish underneath the tower, but a little undeterred. Has to be careful. Area, in the meantime, getting chunked out by Prototype, whereas now Renekton is the one being chunked out by the Orianna, but Lee Sin's there. Sonic Wave, Resonating Strike. Barrier. The shield is there. The barrier is there. Walrus now has to turn tail and run. And Maryville, 2 of them are starting off on the Baron. The rest of the team is fairly low, and Rumble's going to be back up. No Equalizer available. The teleport is there. They do have the Janna Monsoon to keep them alive through this, though. This could be Baron for Maryville.
It seems like Gaogai's a little bit too far away to be able to get in range for the Equalizer. CKG is going to run a bit of zoning duty here. Able to grab that Baron buff. Finishes off Saskio, though, as a parting kind of battle shot.
I didn't even notice that. Saskio goes down to the Baron.
Yep. A little scrappy by University of Toronto there. They lost their top laner and then picked a 4v4 that was pretty brute force. Aries kind of shooting that arrow out to start things out. And it was a situation that's going to be very hard for them to win. Well played by Jeesh, kind of baiting things around, but we'll look at how this started on the top side. Saskio, I mean, that's just Rumble when, or Renekton, excuse me, when he has a huge lead. Use the Tiamat, or excuse me, Titanic Hydra to finish off Gaogai there. There's not much you can do. No Zhonya's completed yet. So far behind on the side of Gaogai, and it's just tough to even hold onto that turret.
Yeah, so we see the Rumble going down, and then Baron going over to the side of Maryville after a bit of a scrappy fight, but they still got 4 buffs on their side, despite Saskio getting a parting shot from the Baron. Now it's up to the University of Toronto to be on defensive duties, because this Baron buff up Maryville is going to be looking to snowball their advantage that they have at about 9,000 gold in this lead and crack open the inhibitor towers and crack open the base of Toronto with this.
They do have an Orianna, they do have a Rumble, they have good wave clear. The problem is that Baron buff providing extra resistances against magic damage will hurt their wave clear. And Maryville also has a ton of dive if they really want to go hard and force them under this turret. Saskio can come flying in. If you look, can kind of just fish for stuns with Syndra. If any of those connect, you decide to go. But Maryville has been playing a little bit slower. If there wasn't that open up by Saskio getting that solo kill on Gaogai, they might not have the Baron buff yet, and that kind of baited University of Toronto into that fight. So Maryville need to find a way to crack the base with this Baron buff.
Well, those Saskio advantages are the thing that Maryville was doing in their semifinals against Robert Morris University, and why they were able to kind of move around the map and make better rotations than RMU in that series. The fact that Saskio was ahead, he was a force to be reckoned with. Game number 1, Toronto was able to kind of keep him relatively even with Gaogai, despite some attention being up there. This time around, we see what happens when Saskio gets a lead. He doesn't have the Baron buff on the bot side, so the push there isn't going to be as strong as the core 4-man group top side, but all they got to do is make sure that these teamfight ultimates from the University of Toronto just don't group up.
You get to see the damage that CKG can throw down onto Sasuke there. No MR completed yet. We're talking about the builds that he needs to go for to be able to withstand the front line. Airy getting poked out as well. Jeesh getting low. They have that trap line. Prototype putting that one a little bit more defensive than you usually see as a Caitlyn. When you go for these side lane pushes as a Caitlyn, usually the trap line goes off to section out the left side to force people around to the right, and then Caitlyn positions close to the wall. Here, a much more defensive trap placement, wanting to stop them from engaging instead.
Yeah, so a little bit more concerned about the team fight power coming out from University of Toronto, even using the 90 caliber net early to go backwards. The Equalizer actually being used just to kind of clear up minions. As Saskio trying to dive Gaogai into the tower. The Abyssal Voids are going to come in from Tahm Kench as well. Saskio going to bite off more than he can chew as he winds up going down. Across the map, though, Orianna and Ashe are keeping the minions at bay, so Maryville cannot even collapse on this top lane tower.
Saskio getting a little too aggressive there. Gaogai has his flash available this time. Saskio does not, cannot follow him as he comes out of that Zhonya's. JJ has time to port over using his Tahm Kench ultimate. Saskio goes down. They give up their split pressure. Now they have to back off with their 4-man group as well. It wasn't a bad idea to go onto him here and force him out, but he could have just backed off the turret a little bit and decided to wait out the re-engage. Instead, walks on top of the Equalizer, tanks the turret the whole time, and then the flash after Saskio can't follow.
Almost rinse and repeat there for Saskio.
Almost, but you can play that a little bit slower. You know, don't sit on top of the Equalizer. You don't need to sit there autoing the turret. Just back off when he's in the Zhonya state, and then you can walk forward and take the turret again.
And while Maryville University is still significantly in the lead in this game, it's got to be a little bit concerning that with Saskio not having the Baron buff, with the rest of the team having it and pushing on that top side of the map, they weren't able to crack an inhibitor tower as long as they had that buff. So the side of University of Toronto have weathered the Baron buff storm, but more importantly, have farmed themselves up just a bit more. Phantom Dancer now completed for Ashe. She's gone for the double Zeal build, but more importantly, is going to be reducing some damage from the Renekton and Lee Sin if they try to jump on her. She just auto-attacks them. Tahm Kench has completed an entire locket. You see previously in that engagement bottom side of the map, the Zhonya's Hourglass picked up by Rumble. So some key itemization coming in for Toronto as they've now weathered the storm for Maryville, trying to crack their base with Baron.
Right, and that's the big thing is every time you fail to take the inhibitors, with a Baron buff, you basically are put on a 3-minute downtimer, assuming University of Toronto doesn't make a mistake here without the Baron buff on the map. There's no reason they need to leave their base very far anymore. There's no neutral objectives to really contest, just a Cloud Drake going over to Maryville. And so they're going to be on wave clear duty, and that's going to buy them some time to get a couple more items before they finally need to leave their base again in 2 minutes.
And that's the thing from the side of Maryville University. While their team was extremely focused in the early game and they had huge advantages pre-15 minutes in this matchup, they do wind up falling off a little bit in the later stages of the game. But now Sasuke has to pop the Ragnarok and try to run away. One of the things Maryville does have is still a pretty strong AD carry in Prototype. Syndra, of course, still has the delete button in her ultimate, but you're going to have an Orianna who scales up extremely strong. The Ashe, who may not be the late game hyper carry, but can still dish out a bunch of damage. And then you have a Rumble who can provide so much more for these team fights. So once this early game composition of Maryville University struggles to close out and struggles to break these inhibitor towers, things will just get more and more even until it almost becomes a coin flip.
I'm very surprised to see Prototype going for the early Bloodthirster there. He's not the focus of too many dives. It's nice to have some sustain when you're going for these kind of longer pushes, but you could probably leave it at a Vamp Scepter alone and then go on to a different itemization route, just because he's not the focus of a lot of these fights. A lot of the time, they are trying to deal with the dive coming in from Saskio or Walrus first, or maybe going after CKG so he can't insta-gib one of your teammates. So Prototype, for the most part, is getting left alone. And these team fights in particular, last game got a lot of focus, but it feels potentially like a little bit too defensive of an itemization choice.
There's another BF sort item. There's not a lot of resistances on the side of University of Toronto quite yet. So provide some damage, but as you did mention, he could have gone for something potentially a little more aggressive, could have itemized for when the armor comes in, could have gone for a Giant Slayer against the beefy Olaf, the Rumble with more HP than him, the Tom Kench as well. But
or the second Zeal. That's usually the third itemization choice if you don't need to get armor pen early on, is you get something with a little bit more crit, ups your DPS significantly, you get the attack speed increase. That was what you would expect him to go, potentially the rapid fire cannon. You see some people still starting to go Phantom Dancer a little bit more. Bloodthirster, like we said, it has some nice qualities to it, of course, having that extra sustain, a little bit higher health pool, but not sure it's 100% the optimal choice.
It's going to be super difficult to lock him down. There's also Mikhail's Crucible picked up on Papa Chow, plus he's still Janna, so he has multiple ways to protect on top of the Bloodthirster coming out from Prototype. So Prototype will be the carry in the later stages of the game for Maryville University. He's definitely, set up for success in this matchup. The Ashe, however, has surpassed him in farm, but still, the global gold and the advantages gained by Maryville University still not seeding a tower.
Well, they're going to lose 2 turrets here because Saskio is going to open up on the Gao guy by himself, and they also got out-rotated in the mid lane. Saskio looking for that solo kill again.
Ooh, looks like Gao guy might wind up going down. Flashes forward, but Walrus has joined the fray as well. Flash kick on the Tom Kench, knocks out the Rumble. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow wind up landing. They're going to flash forward and devour Saskio as JJ is able to pick up that kill. So they lost 1 tower on the bot side. Prototype trying to chunk down that 2nd tower in the mid lane, and they will get it. The volley slow lands from Ashe, but where is the follow-up from Toronto? It looks like they cannot find it right now. A good stun from Syndra dissuades the chase coming out from Toronto.
A 1-for-1 in the bot lane, forced out by Saskio, but they are able to grab the objectives afterwards. They get 2 turrets. The mid and bot inhibitor turrets are taken, and now Maryville will have a much easier time ending the game from here. They no longer need to force necessarily around the Baron buff. Saskio can now just walk down that bot lane and take that inhibitor for free. Gao guy will probably be unable to hold him by himself, and then from there, you can also just be forcing around the Baron at the same time, run the situation back again, but you no longer have turrets to worry about.
Yeah, so the question for Maryville was how do they break the base without that Baron buff? The first one was unsuccessful. This time around, you just out-rotate your opponents. So Maryville University being able to capitalize and break those inhibitor towers. 2 exposed inhibitors you mentioned are going to be a field day for Saskio. Has the teleport advantage up still. Gao guy, as you mentioned, will not be able to go toe-to-toe without that tower. CKG got a couple of love taps from the Baron there, as Toronto are trying to group up in what areas of the map they still have vision control and try to deny Maryville University from establishing that control and potentially take a Baron away from themselves.
Cute little bait attempt there by University of Toronto. Does not seem like Maryville will walk into it, playing a little bit slower this time around, realizing that they have the gold lead. They don't need to be quite so risky as they had been in the mid-game.
Well, Tom Kench actually utilizing the Abyssal Voyage right there. I didn't actually see if he took anybody with him, but that cooldown now unavailable as Maryville University trying to push up onto these 2 exposed inhibitors. Like we mentioned, significant gold lead, still 10,000 in the lead for them. They have yet to give up a tower. They've only given up 1 dragon and no Barons have been taking. JJ and Sasuke, though, caught out in their own jungle here. This is a very interesting position for them to be in. JJ's going to get stunned up. The exhaust comes out. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow lands. There is a Mikhail's on the side of Maryville, so they get that out and take their Syndra alive. Meanwhile, Command Shockwave come down on top of the Equalizer. They're able to take down Walrus. They flash over the wall. Are they going to get the prototype kill? No, he stays alive because of Papa Chow. And they've taken down Aerie. Saskia, in the meantime, is pushing away on the base on the bottom side of the map. So Maryville University just have to give chase, just have to stop them from getting back, and Saskia will try to end the game. Galguy has grouped up there, but CKG takes low, but takes Orianna even lower as she winds up going down.
Typical Maryville University there. Saskia split pushing down the bot side while the top side has to deal with a 4v5 situation. Aerie felt like they were on the edge of winning that team fight, flashes in to finish off Prototype, but comes up just short. And now here's the situation where you get to see the benefit of that Bloodthirster. Already back at full health, pushing down this top turret.
The slice, the dice, and the damage is there. Sasuke and Galguy are both going to fall, and that means that Maryville only have JJ to take down and the Nexus before they tie up this series at 1 game apiece.
Maryville University showing the strong early game the second time in a row, but this time don't lose control in the mid game. Also, their comp very focused on snowballing, and in that mid game won a couple decisive fights. Ended up with a 10,000 gold lead just 16 minutes into the game, and they're able to finish that game out.
Yeah, so Maryville University definitely showing that their early game-centric composition was what they needed. They still struggled a little bit with some decision making, but because they had such an insurmountable advantage on Toronto this game, Toronto was not able to stall out and hold out for as long as they needed to for a later game carry like the Kog'Maw they had in game 1 to come online. The Ashe, not as successful this time around. We saw them utilizing it great against Simon Fraser University, but here the Ashe arrows from Aerie were just not on target.
Yeah, it did feel like in the early game, they were getting a little desperate with those, just kind of firing them out whenever there was a small skirmish or group up going on. Let them lose a little bit of pressure in the bot lane. And then the big problem became, even though Saskia started kind of getting a little loose with his lead, it was still massive. So once he slowed down, started playing a little bit more with his team, he started getting those solo kills, forcing a lot of attention down to him. And that's ultimately what won this team the game.
Yeah, we said Maryville picked basically 3 winning lane matchups, and they won every single one of them. So Toronto was on the back foot all across the map in that one. So now let's check back with the analysts to see what they make of that Maryville victory.
Thank you very much, Tom. Now, guys, in this game, we saw some compositions that you both said you liked better than what we saw in game number 1. Talk to me a little bit about it and what made it better.
So I think that the drafts were a lot better for both teams. They had a more well-rounded team comp, and it wasn't easily exploitable. They didn't have any clear weaknesses in the draft, so I thought that was a lot better.
Yeah, I like that Maryville also banned Ivern this time. I think like having red side and not banning Ivern is kind of a death sentence right now. They're definitely going to play something to protect. The other thing I liked from Maryville was that they played a composition that's actually really fast-paced. They were talking about it on the desk where you want to win all of your lanes and you'll win them. But that's not as simple as it is. You actually have to do that and keep doing that. As soon as you take your foot off the gas, it could actually rubber band back on you.
One thing that I thought was really good about this game is I have to give Walrus a lot of credit because as a jungler, he had 3 winning lanes. He had Renekton, Syndra, and then Caitlyn Janna. So all these lanes will win, but what makes it hard is the fact that he's against an Olaf, who's pretty much just the strongest early game jungler. So he had to counter Olaf's pressure, and he just did an amazing job at it.
Yeah, the first gank that he had go up to the top side, we talked about his synergy with Saskia. Absolutely great. He actually repeat ganked that top lane, and then they got a 5-minute turret out of that, and that opened up the game, and his job was done in the top lane, so he starts moving his pressure all across the map.
I do give Walrus credit for a great early game, but I also have to fault Galguy a little bit because he's against a Renekton Lee Sin. That comp had to snowball to win. They picked for lane, and Galguy just disrespected it. That first flash he did during that gank was really troll. So he
put it lightly.
I don't think he respected Renekton Lee Sin enough.
Yeah, and I think that's actually something we're seeing a little bit more and more is that Saskia is kind of an overlooked top laner. He's pulling constant bans. He's pulling Kled, Fiora bans, still has the Renekton that he'll be able to pull out. And this guy is really showing that in that top lane. He's like averaging up almost 2 levels every single game in a split push, that this could be a winning strategy for Maryville where they played that top half of the map with their jungler Walrus.
And we did actually get to see Saskia, after getting that initial help and that setup from Walrus, go absolutely crazy in some of these other fights. A quadra kill in the mid game this time.
Yeah, this was the fight that kind of put the nail in the coffin because this team wants to win the early game. They won the early game. This is like 15 minutes into the game when this happens. Baron's not even on the table. They use a Rift Herald to push after this. This is such an early quadra kill and almost ace of the team that we talked about you win the early game. This is how you win the whole rest of the game in mid-game, late game.
To me, this definitely looked like Toronto just kind of went for a Hail Mary. They said, we're getting snowballed on, let's try to bring it back. And I'm not actually sure they had to do that because they do have the scaling comp, so I think they were feeling a little bit desperate. As you saw at the end there, Jish's recall was, you know, I don't think any player would think recalling right next to Renekton's a good idea. He could have walked a little bit farther to the turret, so maybe they're not thinking too clearly in that kind of situation.
Yeah, and it's even one that started off by Sasuke by actually walking around the mid tier 1 turret to go for a dive. So it was definitely a very forced play from University of Toronto where, like you said, they could have waited out until they had 3 items, Void Staffs, Wombo combo, going for an Orianna ultimate on top of a Rumble ultimate. But really, they're kind of panicking at that point because the Renekton was getting so big.
So in this next game, obviously we saw a way different game here in game number 2 compared to game number 1. University of Toronto just seemed like they didn't have any way back into the game after Maryville University snowballed everything so hard. What do you guys in particular want to see, especially from University of Toronto going into game number 3, if they want to bring things back, find their second win?
For me, I would like to see probably both junglers stay away from Olaf. I'm a pretty big Olaf player myself, and it doesn't really look like either of them are sort of playing him to his full potential. They're doing stuff like early trackers, not really getting Hunter Potion, not pressuring as hard as Olaf needs to. So I don't think they're really making that great use of the pick. So I'd like to see them probably on their comfort. You know, Walrus had a great Lee Sin. Sasuke's showed he can play Ivern really well. He's played a lot of Kha'Zix. So if the junglers probably stay away from Olaf, I think they'll do better.
I'm not 100% sure exactly what I want to see moving into the next one. I kind of want to see University of Toronto actually pick red side just to change things up and make sure they have a winning matchup in the top side because I think Sasuke is going pretty crazy. Your bottom lane, you know, people are picking it early. It might be a wash, but I really think that top side of the map is what they're losing, and I definitely think that having a counter pick would help you out a whole bunch.
Well, we're tied up 1-1 after just 2 games, so stick around to see if Toronto or Maryville jump out to a lead in game number 3. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Well, that ward will slice a dice, and a quick little Ruthless Predator stun will force the flash out of Galguy, but he's going to try to duck and dodge because Walrus is coming in here for first blood. Sasuke may have bitten off more than he can chew. Ooh, a flash kick from Walrus is going to lock up JJ and Sasuke. Walrus gets 1, gets 2. There's a dice on the Airy, and a double kill's been picked up for Sasuke. There's going to be a Sonic Wave, a resonating strike on the Galguy. The flash has been burned away from Jeesh. The kick comes back in. Oh, Jeesh, you're not safe there. That's gonna be a quadra kill for Sasuke. So they get that out and take their Cinder alive. Meanwhile, Command Shockwave comes down on top of the Equalizer. They're able to take down Walrus. They flash over the wall. Are they gonna get the prototype kill? No, he stays alive because of Papa Chow.
in the top lane, we have Sasuke, which is Tony Chow. He's like a really big troll. So generally, we end up trolling each other often and whatnot. And for jungle, Shody Walrus. I personally think that he's like a very caring person in general, and he's generally really nice to us. He always, I feel like he generally has our back. And then for the mid lane, Cat God, I feel like he's the captain of our team, essentially, where he just helps like bring everyone together, whether or not we're like fighting or whatnot during like a middle of practice or something. But yeah, he's like the big brother of the team. For Prototype, just because he's my AD carry, I just love flaming him.
Papa Chow with some choice words about his teammates, specifically his top lane troll Sasuke, who's been split pushing away the entire collegiate championship.
Yeah, you can kind of see that personality type playing a role a little bit in his gameplay, being like, you guys got this on the bot side. I'm gonna work on this turret.
All right, well, we are back, everybody, for Game 3 between University of Toronto and Maryville University. Maryville firing on all cylinders there in that game number 2, early and aggressive, and they were able to convert it into a win.
I think that's the big thing, is that the conversion part. They obviously are capable of getting leads. We know Walrus is that's his role in the team. He's gonna go there and make a play or two, and then once they have those leads, what can they do with them? Because the first game, and even a little bit in this game, they get a little sloppy. And if they didn't have such a monster lead when Sasuke started getting caught out in those side lanes, and Rumble gets an item just a little bit earlier so that dive can't happen, that opens up the entire game. If those things stop going right for them, they could be in a lot of trouble.
One of the things they did do was they got those early game advantages, and they did it in lane matchups for the side of University of Toronto that weren't necessarily all losing lane matchups. We talked about in the bot lane, you have the Kog'Maw versus the Caitlyn, that Toronto's usually A-okay to go against those kinds of competitions and those lane matchups and come out slightly ahead or behind. This time, Maryville took matchups that were able to dominate all 3 of the lanes, and the side of Toronto with some not necessarily complete late game scaling picks like in number 1, just were struggling to deal with the aggression.
Right, I think that's the thing you can say for Toronto, is that they might need to focus a little bit more on the early game now. We've seen them be willing to take bad matchups. They took the Rumble into the Renekton. They've taken the Kog'Maw and Tahm Kench into the Caitlyn. And they need to start reevaluating if that plan's really working out for them, because there are other options. Renekton will win a lot of matchups, but you can take a more stable one with a tank top. They wanted a little bit more damage. They wanted the Rumble potentially to be able to snipe out that Syndra pick, but it gave up so much pressure in the lane.
And we'll see what the response is going to be in the pick and ban phase here, as everything seems pretty much straightforward compared to
That's why I rambled through it. I was like, this is the same.
Everything's all the same, even Toronto being on the blue side for the 3rd game in a row. So it looks like they will potentially wind up getting Sasuke something more aggressive out of the jungle. The Kha'Zix has been something he's been quite successful on so far.
Yeah, first series that they played here at the live finals, they played 3 games of Kha'Zix in a row. Won 2 of them, and Sasuke was going off every single time. So he's going to return to what seems to be one of his comfort picks. Maryville, on the other hand, taking that Caitlyn 3rd game in a row so far, but adapting a little bit and taking the Orianna, which priority has dropped a little bit, given that it seemed like Maryville had some counters to it.
Yeah, and so Jish not going to be going on that shielding-centric mid-lane pickup here. The Caitlyn, once again, being the first priority pick for Maryland, means that Prototype's going to get his 3rd game in a row on this one, but this time it's going to be Toronto going for that kind of counter lane matchup. They picked the Syndra into the Orianna, and they still gobble up the Tahm Kench.
I think you can say that the Tahm Kench, for the most part, has been a very effective champion for them. That 2nd game, they kept the Tahm Kench, swap out the Kog'Maw, put an Ashe in there with a little bit stronger laning phase, and they actually dominate Maryville level 1. And they were winning that laning phase for a large portion until they start firing off the arrows randomly. So as long as they can find another good matchup, I'm fine with the Tahm Kench sticking around.
Walrus is going to get a return roll on the Lee Sin this time around, as that will be the jungle choice there for Maryville. And they're going to start banning away some of the later game scaling carries. Now that the Tahm Kench has been picked up by Toronto, they first ban the Twitch in the 2nd phase.
Twitch was one of those champions Toronto used extremely well. Maryville not taking their support yet. Could see that pinched a little bit by Toronto here. Might see a lot of bot lane bans, but instead focusing once again up on that top side. Fiora banned away once again.
Yeah, Saskia is never going to get a chance to play that one, whereas the Kog'Maw has been banned away by Maryville. So 2 of the kind of quintessential late game scaling champions have been taken off the table by Maryville.
We'll see what Toronto's last ban is here. It feels a little wasteful to throw another one at both top and support because there are still options available in both of those. If they want to go with a Janna ban, maybe they take the Nami and continue trying to pressure. If you want to ban the Renekton, well, he'll just play Kled. So they're a little bit of a position here where it's unsure of which of those bans are worth really going for. It looks like they want the Renekton, stop him from being able to have such early game pressure.
No, last time around they picked the Shen into the Kled and they're able to get away with that matchup. So we'll see if that's something that they try to prioritize once again on the side of University of Toronto. Maybe with a little bit of discussion though, they still potentially have, like you mentioned, a support pickup here and they can counter pick that top lane.
Yeah, and that's kind of the difference between last game was they took that Kled, or game 1, excuse me, took the Kled blind. There were a lot of top lane bans. Game 2, also a lot of top lane bans. This time around, they pinched the 80 carry pool instead of seeing that Kennen ban that you had seen previously. So they're saving that counter pick for their top laner. No surprise there. They take that Janna since the support pool was not pinched at all. And now Toronto are going to have to find something to play at both the top and 80 carry positions. Looking like the Shen.
Yep, Shen is the hover currently for Toronto. They played it in game number 1 to some great effect. So they have the double protection style here from the Tahm Kench and the Shen, but also they have the ability to use the Shen offensively and dive in with a Stand United on whoever Tahm Kench just gobbled up or Tahm himself, and then of course protecting the Kha'Zix in these fights as well. So the last remaining puzzle piece is going to be the 80 carry. Do they go back to the Ashe, or do we see Ahri playing something we haven't seen him play before?
You could go full prototype mode, lock in the Jinx, instead going for the Varus. So a little bit stronger even of a laning phase than the Ashe, and having more wave clear in the mid lane if they choose to put him there. With a Syndra though, not the most common lane assignment, and I'm a little surprised to see them change it up from the Ashe pick, given that I thought the Ashe was fine. It was just their usage of the ultimate could be improved.
Well, Varus fulfills a very similar role to the Ashe. His Chain of Corruption can be used to initiate fights, although it's a little bit of a shorter range, a little bit more telegraphed at that. So if they're University of Toronto are going to be grouping up a little bit more, utilizing the Varus in a similar fashion, might just be a bit more of a lane-dominant Ashe pickup. But we'll see how they wind up utilizing this one. I believe Ahri has only played the Varus once so far in the Collegiate Championships, and it wound up being a victory for them. So we'll see how he plays this time around against Prototype's Caitlyn, which has been pretty good so far for these past 2 games after specifically not playing it in the semifinals against RMU.
Right, totally different game plan this time around at Maryville, not taking the late game scaling bot laners, going for that aggressive pressure around there, and like we said, kind of doubling down on that top side play. They want Walrus up there trying to make the plays. They don't want to have to worry about babysitting on the bot side, so they take a very self-sufficient lane with that Janna Caitlyn every game so far.
And this is going to be, as the coaches come in and shake hands, the beginning of game number 3. Both of these teams are tied up at 1 apiece, and things in the champion select so far have gone a little bit differently for University of Toronto. No longer are they going for the later scaling and potentially losing lane matchups, this time getting a bit aggressive themselves, specifically in the bottom and the mid side of the map here. Chief's going to be playing that Syndra into the Orianna. He's on the reverse side of this matchup compared to CKG.
The thing is, the top side staying similar to game 1, Kled versus Shen. Sasuke was able to get a decent advantage against him, and he's been playing this matchup throughout the tournament, getting solo kills even when not super far ahead. So very comfortable champion for Sasuke here in game 3. Huge factor in game 2. And kind of the star playmaker a little bit in the late game for the side of Maryville University. Yesterday finding a lot of openings onto the back line, while his Jinx was kind of left alone to fend for herself sometimes.
Well, this could be a pivotal match, or a pivotal game in this match here, Mark. We talked about yesterday during the semifinals, or even this entire weekend, in a best-of-5 series when you are tied 1-1 apiece just like this. This kind of momentum game 3 is one that neither team really wants to lose, because then you lose this one, you have to win the next 2 in a row, or you're out. You win this one, you're feeling pretty good, you got the momentum, and a lot of these, specifically lane matchups, can kind of feel that way as well. Once you get the advantage, you kind of had that momentum, you don't want to fall behind. I mean, you touched upon that too, with Prototype now taking the Caitlyn. Their composition was a little disjointed when you had the Jinx in there, where he was kind of left to himself and fend for his own devices. This time around, going to try to get the ball rolling early and aggressive. This time he's got the Varus and the Tahm Kench on the opposite side. Then they took a detrimental trade at level 1, which did set them behind a little bit, but Maryville across the map was able to come out with advantages.
Like you're touching on the kind of psychological factor of a game 3. If you lose this one, the big thing is next time something goes wrong in, say, the game 4 or game 5, all of a sudden you feel like it's over. That's your last chance, and it's hard to avoid that kind of mentality, especially for these collegiate players. I mean, we talk about the fact that some of them have experience playing on the big stage. Some of these guys have played in Challenger before, but having to do it in front of a live crowd is different. And they aren't full-time players. You know, these guys have to go to school. They have other responsibilities that you don't see out of Challenger and pro-level players. And it makes it even harder to really stay composed when this isn't a situation where you've been in, you know, thousands of times.
And we heard from Papa Chow saying that Walrus, for the side of Maryville University, is definitely a very caring individual, has a very loud voice, or so we've seen from his player cam as well. Definitely extremely passionate, and when you have those motions running extremely high, a pivotal game 3 could be a make or break point here. Toronto, they have a sub-jungler as well, so how will they deal with the pressure if they fall behind in the best-of-5 series? Bottom side of the map, once again, early and aggressive trades at level 1, slightly favoring Maryville.
Big difference this time was Papa Chow. He did get the 3rd stack of the Tahm Kench passive on him, but he did not get stunned up, allowing for that all-in potential. Instead, able to kind of back out there and continue focusing on pressuring the wave a little bit more. You still want to auto the enemy team, but you don't want to put yourself in a bad position to do it. Bot lane go much better this time around for Maryville.
Yep, an early level 2 hit in here by Maryville, forcing the wave underneath the tower. Meanwhile, CKG and Jeesh trading blows in the mid side of the map here. Another orb and a Thunderlord's proc going down, but the Thunderlord's traded back very quickly by Orianna.
So one of the things we didn't really talk about too much in the previous game was the Orianna Syndra matchup during the laning phase. For the most part, Jeesh was farming out fine, and it is a skilly matchup, still slightly Syndra favored, but it really is a great matchup for reflecting the skill of the players.
Walrus getting a hop over the wall, did not actually see Sasuke down in the river as well, and Walrus going to stick to his game plan of getting Sasuke ahead of Gaogai, waiting on in that brush.
There was a ward.
Ward control. To see that Sasuke was over there. Jeesh in the meantime getting a stun down onto CKG, chunking him down. Orianna not having the best of this early lane matchup.
And that was something I was going to touch on, was the fact that Jeesh was doing fine on the flip side of this matchup when you are usually the one a little bit more on your back foot. So now that he has the aggressive side of the matchup, I want to see if he's able to punish it a little bit harder, because it did feel like he was doing slightly better overall than CKG in both games, actually. Even in game 1, he received a little bit of jungler attention, lost his flash early on, but was still able to farm out just fine. And obviously, Tahm Kench eventually TF starts moving around the map and kind of avoiding the laning phase.
Well, that's what we credited Jeesh for, and even to some extent CKG. Both of these guys are definitely rocks for their team. They don't necessarily have huge playmaking potential, nor do they outright win their lane matches. They're always what they need their team to be. As now, mid laners being the focus here. We talked about this too. Not a lot of mid-jungle synergy between either of these teams, but Walrus has to burn his flash, and a teleport got channeled and canceled there by Saskia.
Big trade of summoners. No first blood comes out of it, but Maryville University loses 2 for the price of 1. Just the exhaust going down for Jeesh. They had to be nervous. Whenever you get counter-ganked by a Kha'Zix, it can be pretty brutal. He has that huge damage in the 1v1s and 2v2s as long as someone is isolated. And there, Walrus coming out worse for wear from it.
Yeah, meanwhile, bot side of the map, Papa Chow, once again getting 3 stacks of the Tahm Kench passive on him, but decides to just walk away, not to get stunned up. Prototype taking a bit of damage, but still has his health potion in his pocket, while Aery starting for the Dorian shield. Again, in this against Caitlyn matchup is kind of the standard for AD carries here. Still has 2 biscuits of his own. Bot side of the map control, with the Scuttle Crab vision, has gone in favor of University of Toronto, and they continue to get pushed in by the side of Mary.
It's kind of the case where something that Uri did in a couple of the matchups where he was the one getting pushed in, was he'd take that Doran shield, have that extra sustain, and then a little bit later on the laning phase, before the first recall comes in, he'll start having a health pool advantage. You see it already a little bit here. And they can keep trying to take those trades. Here, CKG getting jumped on the mid lane, though.
Yeah, but he was able to save his flash in the last gank attempt, so he's able to get out from under the wall there. Meanwhile, Prototype took a large chunk of damage coming out from the bot lane trade. Looks like they're trying to bait something out for Walrus, but he was standing on the ward the whole time.
A little different look here out of University of Toronto, putting a lot more attention into this mid lane. Looking for, yet again, they land the stun.
Jeesh is going to want it to go in low, but a flash forward there from Sasuke. The Void Spikes will not land onto CKG. No flash forward available for him, so he cannot trade a kill back onto Jeesh. But a lot of mid lane priority now this matchup. You mentioned before, Mark, they were not focusing mid lane at all tournament long.
Unable to really push the minion wave, though. Jeesh getting kind of low in that gank attempt. They get more summoners out of CKG, but for the most part, he's still hanging on just fine. And like you're saying, like without that kind of jungle attention, sometimes you get lulled into a false sense of security. You saw CKG was clearing that pink ward kind of alone without any backup, exposing himself to get jumped on by the Kha'Zix there, and it just hasn't happened over the course of this series, so you can get a little lackadaisical with your positioning.
And this is Interesting abuse of the back timer. They chunked out the Syndra, forced the wave under tower, and Syndra stuck around to clear that one out, so they're going to transition this into an Infernal Drake, also because Prototype went back earlier on, and the bottom lane of Toronto spent time pushing that out, so they get a free Infernal Drake just for the way that they stuck around in their lanes.
Good capitalization of Maryville University there. Jish was low, did need to go back. The bot lane of University of Toronto was actually in a relatively healthy spot. The fact that both of them recall at the same time, want to get their item purchases, actually allows Maryville University to grab that dragon. Despite losing a couple more summoners, they were down to teleport, but no one was around to really contest that dragon.
And we saw Papa Chow making his presence known mid lane, helping push that one out and keeping Jish under the tower, making him spend those couple extra seconds of wave clearing it before he goes back, and they transition that into the dragon control. Now, bottom side of the map, though, have a little bit of a window of opportunity as Papa Chow has not gone back, but Prototype doing a good job just keeping himself safe.
Getting a good trade at JJ, who's kind of running him down. Just 2v1 forces JJ below a quarter health.
And that's kind of the woes of Tahm Kench against Caitlyn. This melee support oftentimes gets very bullied out by the range advantages of this Caitlyn matchup, and JJ taking maybe a little too much punishment as now Papa Chow has rejoined the fray, and Ari and JJ now have to play on the back foot this entire time because they got a very healthy bottom lane opponent.
Teleport comes back up for Saskio as well, so they can continue to play aggressive in the bot side. Don't need to worry about getting teleported on right away. Maryville, things looking decent for them so far, but it looks like Jish trying to get involved in some roams.
Yeah, actually Saskio going to get stunned up with dismount at the same time. The Syndra ultimate still available, but not needed. First blood actually goes over to Gaoga.
Nice roam out of Jish there. Syndra, not a champion you typically consider doing that, is able to take the blast cone over the wall. Saskio not knowing he's coming there. Good usage of the abilities as well, knowing he's going to get the dismount, not dropping your ultimate before that, able to finish him off.
Yep, the ultimate was used. Did not wind up getting the kill credit over the Syndra, though. Instead, they give it over to the Shen, who even CS in that matchup now will be A-okay to kind of defend against the Kled, and this is something that we talked about before. Saskio doesn't snowball. Maryville has a little bit of trouble, and they use the Abyssal Voyage. Early level 6 is here. Catch on to Papa Chow, who, because of that mid lane roam and the Dragon Secure, was not 6. He goes down.
Jish needs to be careful here, though.
Ooh,
flashes the Orianna Shockwave. Sesache was coming in the backside there, maybe going to be able to get involved in the 2v2, but Jish with no ultimate does not want to really risk it. And University of Toronto find another good opening. Things kind of going their way this time, winning their early game for the first time around.
Yeah, so Toronto advantages in the early lane phase this time around. Also, their towers have not gone down fairly quick this time. JJ, once again, getting aggressive, has to flash away, also has to burn the Shen Stand United. Saskio's going to burn the charge to try to stop Shen from doing this because a dive was being set up on the top side. But it looks like we make it into a tower trade situation, Mark. Saskio and Walrus are wailing away on the top side. The bottom side of the map is being wailed upon by University of Toronto, but it looks like Maryville is very close.
Who's gonna get it?
4 compared to 2. Who gets the first tower gold? It goes to Maryville.
Maryville barely able to win that push. They were down a man, but the Kled and Lee Sin are able to outshove. They get the first turret, answered right after by University of Toronto, but the gold lead shrinks, only down to 300 now. Taking another look at that level of the bot play, you see Ari hitting level 6. He's going to have this ultimate available. Has that to make a play onto Papa Chow, caught out of position, blown up by the entire team. They look for an answer play around the mid lane from Maryville University. Able to force this flash out of Jish. And then the side of University of Toronto gets a little too aggressive there. They were trying to get that wraparound by JJ, not coordinated super well. Potentially with that flash and Shen ult on top of him, if he was a little more patient, could have delivered the Shen onto the Caitlyn, tried to get one more kill. End up just in that trade though.
So still able to get a kill for themselves. They don't lose anybody, but they do lose the first tower gold advantage. So small advantages there picked up by Maryville in response. Saskio gotten a little bit of extra gold for himself, now has his Phage completed. More than halfway burned through his coal stacks as well, but Shen, top side for Gaogai, going for an early Tiamat to kind of combat the split push pressure coming out from this Kled pickup. Bottom side of the map, though, while it was slightly in favor of the side of University of Toronto, Prototype's not in a dangerous spot for himself. BF sword and pickaxe picked up early on, whereas the components for Blade of the Moon have been picked up here by Varus. JJ kind of coming in the side all by himself, utilizes the exhaust early on. The cleanse comes out from CKG just to wind up getting the exhaust off and a turnaround there. No thick skin. Make that a double kill. Things disaster.
University of Toronto not knowing when enough is enough. They get some summoners out of CKG, but they keep walking forward, and Orianna, great at punishing mispositionings, pulls them back into turret range, converting into a 2 for 0.
Yeah, and that's just maybe a little bit of an overzealous play by the side of University of Toronto. Now Papa Chow might get left on here by Sasuke. He is going to want to go invisible before the ultimate comes out, but Walrus kicks through to there, picks up a kill, flashes forward, double kill for Maryville. 2 double kills picked up one after another.
Maryville swings right back into this game, gets 2 double kills in a row while Prototype is split pushing down this bot lane, gonna grab their second turret of the game, jumping out to a 3,000 gold lead. And we have to take another look at this play. Oh, not the one I thought it was. This is the first double kill.
Yeah, so this is going to be CKG getting jumped on in the mid lane. The exhaust gets used, he flashes and has the cleanse available. In Toronto, they just overdive.
Right, this is what we're talking about. JJ having no flash, otherwise he gets that flash consumed. But because he can't do that, he just kind of gets pulled back into the turret, can't escape. And now this is tricky. Walrus wraps around here. Both of them checking a little bit for that red buff. And then when Walrus goes for his Dragon's Rage onto Sasuke here, he actually stealths out of it so it gets canceled, not able to convert it, but it lines him up for a kick later on onto Uri, and that's what leads it to being a double kill. If he got the first kick off, it's probably just a 1 kill. Actually, what looked like a good mechanical outplay hurts his team.
So a little bit of unluck on the side of Toronto, but some really good lineup and play here from Maryville University. Is now, like you said, they swung the goal advantage, about 2,500 gold in their favor. And they're establishing vision control around this next Elemental Drake. It's another Infernal Drake. They snuck the first one. Second one could be massive for them in the later stages of the game.
Start this one off. University of Toronto seems to be aware of it going on. They don't want to give this one up. Already on the back foot. Both teams having good scaling. They're going to try and find this angle.
No, JJ actually winds up coming in, but he's all by himself. Goes immediately onto one of those Caitlyn traps as well. Dragon about half HP, a flash back there from Papa Chow. The command Shockwave did not wind up hitting onto anybody. Now Sasuke jumps in, steals the Dragon away. Maryville have to flash away Prototype to try to keep him alive. And good play from Toronto to respond by taking that objective. Syndra Stun lands down onto Caitlyn. The Force of Will follow-up is there as well. JJ in the meantime has gobbled up the Lee Sin, ace of the hole. Flash backwards, Jeesh blocks that one out, and Eri picks up the kill.
Sasuke deciding himself you're blocking it. He puts it right on top of the Syndra himself. Good focus there by University of Toronto, able to find one more kill at the end of that Dragon Steal. And that's a huge swing because it's one of those situations where not only do you stop them from getting it, but you pick it up for yourself.
I don't remember if it was University of Toronto that had the Kha'Zix blocking the Syndra from dying to the ace in the hole and giving up his own life last time, as now JJ has to flash away here. Prototype, Q over the wall. See you later, JJ.
JJ having some positional struggles this game, getting caught out of position a number of times. On that bot lane attempt, gets hit a bunch of times by Prototype, kind of negating the ability to dive. The mid lane mispositioning, and now once again trying to get over to defend that mid-inner turret, puts himself in a bad spot.
Well, this is Toronto, though, before JJ mispositions for a solo death here. It's a really good play around this objective fight to not only smite it away, pick up a kill in the end.
He gets the slow down onto Prototype. And this is a situation where Maryville can kind of just disengage. They get baited to wrapping back around, puts him in range for this stun. Walrus kicks out to stop that ult from coming through and finishing off Prototype, but that, of course, puts him in a position where he can get focused down instead. And U of T looked like they made a great play before kind of getting picked off as they move back into the mid lane.
Yeah, so Maryville, they lost the Dragon. They can maintain their gold advantage. They have 2 towers on the map down compared to the 1 on the bottom side here for the University of Toronto. Blast going over the wall from JJ, clearing out a little bit of vision for themselves. They move towards the top side of the map. Rift Herald is still something on the map. It has gone down every single game we've had so far in the finals part. Almost every single game of the tournament is now JJ looking to make an active play here.
Walrus is ready.
Bringing Eri in, and Walrus and Sasuke are ready for this one. The Chain of Corruption wants it missing, with the Shen has been delivered as well. Eri now trying to get into that dodge field and will be able to get there to take down Walrus, but they get a trade kill there for Sasuke.
Bit of a crazy engage there on the side of Toronto. They are able to get on top of them. The Varus ultimate whips. He gets eaten up by JJ to protect him, but is spit out, still in range of the Kled having good follow-up. Gets finished off in a 1-for-1, but while all that was going on, Maryville was able to push up this mid lane. They take one turret and chunk the other one down to half.
Yeah, that half HP down on the mid lane tier 2. Maryville University, while they may seem to be getting moved around the map by Toronto, are actually the ones pulling the strings here. They get a tier 2 tower down the mid lane, extremely low, and this giant wave of minions of Prototype here now being joined up by Papa Chow and CKG. This one may wind up going down for absolutely free. JJ's the only one here in Toronto. They are bleeding out objectives.
Trying to be the aggressor, but getting punished when the play fails. We'll take a look at it. JJ pulls in. Uri, they look for this. No idea Walrus is there. Gets the kick through. Nice exhaust to protect some of that damage, and then he runs forward to deliver him the Shen. Not sure if that was on top of Uri or if he just lost a shield right as he came out from being devoured, but still at pretty low health, has the heal to try and stay alive. But Sasuke has a good enough amount of damage to finish him off.
Well, they're trying to jump on Sasuke again. Sasuke here getting some isolation damage in before Gaogai joins the fray. Sasuke then taken down extremely low. The Kled dismount is there and Sasuke goes down. So even in a 1v4 situation, Sasuke, that's the one we saw before in the semifinals.
Some mislayering of abilities there. Sasuke using his stealth to avoid getting autoed one more time as the Shen block zone came down. So they layer those on top of each other, both made out. And Sasuke was able to find that trade kill.
Man, Maryville in the meantime are just pushing down on this tier 2 mid lane tower that has been chunked out previously, but Walrus caught up on the side. Chain of Corruption land. The layering of CC is there, and through the monsoon, Jeesh picks up the kill. Papa Chow has to flash away. The Abyssal Voyage is now here, and looks like he's gobbled up a Shen, and he's going to get the taunt down onto Papa Chow. That's going to be a Janna trying to shield herself up to stay alive, and will barely survive. Now Sasuke has respawned. His prototype is kind of by himself, but on the backside is dealing a ton of damage. Double kill picked up by Capcom. Papa Chow picks up a kill. The charge is there. Jeesh is gonna wind up melting it. Prototype picks up the kill. 4 kills for the price of 1, and they'll get the mid lane tower.
4 kills seemingly out of nowhere. University of Toronto had found an opening.
And it be 5. Sasuke barely lives through the ace in the hole.
Barely able to survive there. They chase down the Janna. This is the power of the shield comps that you see. They're able to keep negating some of that damage. She is able to escape with her life, and then the re-engage by CKG was extremely well played, taking out multiple members and setting up more kills. And here you see the pickoff initially onto Walrus looks really good. The idea of following up afterwards is great as well. You take your Shen for some additional CC. They choose to go onto Papa Chow, given that he's the closest target here. And there's just not enough damage to finish him off. Double shields, and this whole time Protobell is pelting away on the side. They have no more follow-up to get on top of him. And CKG, nice flash in chunk. Also gets Airy low, that pulls him in as well. And then no Tahm Kench to body block. Jeesh with the late flash still is acquired by the Kled ultimate. And once it finds you, you're going to get hit no matter what.
Sasuke now getting into the hype train here for Maryville University, but Toronto are going to be the ones who try to respond by going for this Rift Herald. Maryville University, though, they're looking to go on to Jeesh. There was a flash there from Walrus. He still gets stunned up. Rift Herald will wind up going over to the side of Toronto, but Maryville, especially not in the position to collapse on that one. They spotted it out with the Scryer's Orb, but they decided to try to just back away from that.
University of Toronto continuing to be aggressive, which you want to see, but they've fallen so far behind here again, down almost 10,000 gold before 20 minutes for the second game in a row. They have good coordinated team plays, but they're just either failing to execute on them cleanly, so they trade a couple kills back, or they're falling behind in some other situations in just the laning phases. So they have these nice ideas that they just can't close out on.
Well, one of the things that Maryville has definitely going for them this game is the fact that CKG is significantly farther ahead of his lane opponent in Jeesh. We see Sasuke having to flash away and use his ultimate. The charge from Kled is more of a retreat as he gets away from the Shen taunt.
Potentially could have flashed in front of that one to stop the Kled, but might be a little bit waste of summoners. They're not necessarily going to be able to get that kill, so...
Last time they tried to target down the Kled, it was a 4v1, and he wound up picking up a kill cell, so there's no guarantee they get out of that one scot-free.
Yeah, you protect Sasuke, back off, you're happy with that for right now. Don't want to keep trying to force around this pretty strong Kled. Even though he is only 2-2-1, has 2 items completed, has that call he's going to be able to sell in a minute here.
So Maryville University, I mentioned before, CKG having a big advantage over Jeesh in the mid lane. This is something that we mentioned. They don't normally play around their mid laners. They don't normally have huge advantages on them, but 2 double kills picked up for CKG in addition to 4 more assists puts them significantly far ahead. So that command shockwave that had been a bit more of a nuisance in these fights is now packing quite a punch as Sasuke continues to eat all of the skill shots here. Sonic Wave was there. Ace in the hole follows up. He's chunked down to half HP.
Blue buff steal coming in for Maryville. Jeesh trying to do Syndra things, keep it away from the enemy team, is able to secure it for himself. But good buff invade overall for Maryville. And just looking at these two comps, it does feel like University of Toronto has moved a little bit away from what was working for them. Airy on his AD carry picks usually is able to play at a pretty high level come the mid and late game. Varus has a little bit less DPS than a lot of those other ones. And then Jeesh on the lane dominant Syndra doesn't really seem like the play style for University of Toronto. They tried to play more around mid lane, but it wasn't working. You saw that even during their gank attempts, Jeesh was at lower health and they couldn't really chase as aggressively as they wanted to. And then as they continue to try and camp mid, they start getting even more aggressive, and their dives start getting turned around.
Well, Rift Herald looks like it has timed out in the inventory, so it will be popped on the top side of the map there as Sasuke.
Got a long road ahead of him.
Yeah, just building up for that big charge on the tower, that's all.
He's got a long way to go. He's going to start clearing this wave out for himself, farming up, trying to buy some items, wants to be a champion.
Well, we'll see if he's going to wind up doing anything.
Let him have his dreams, Tom.
Oh, Prototype's going to shut him down. It's not me doing it. It's Yellow Prototype. Look at that.
The Rift Herald not being able to achieve his goals of pushing down a turret. And this is one of the few times, like we said, that you don't see the Rift Herald being able to grab a turret. University of Toronto is so far behind, they can't find an opening to really drop it near a turret. And now, they're going to have to find some way to hold on to the game. This time around, not having the scaling advantage with the Orianna being on the side of Maryville. A lot of the things that we talked about University of Toronto doing better, kind of on the other foot this time. They don't have the better team comp necessarily for 5v5ing, and as well as the fact that Maryville still has the split pushing available with the Kled.
And while Maryville's advantage in this game were not as flashy and as prominent in the early stages of the game, the back-to-back double kills, the back-to-back towers being taken down, the 11 kills now to 6 has surmounted into a 10,500 gold advantage. So Toronto find themselves basically in the same exact position as last game, but as you mentioned, with less scaling on their side.
And I think that's the kind of the concern. They tried to get a different look. They felt like even though they won the previous game, they wanted, or excuse me, lost the previous game, they identified the pushing power that Maryville had all over the map as something they want to swing back in their favor, so they get some matchups that can kind of contest better in the early game. But it came at the cost of their mid and late game. And I wouldn't have minded seeing them say, like, okay, we're better in the mid and late game, let's play better in the early game and avoid giving up these advantages.
Well, Maryville University utilizing their vision coverage, although their denial is not necessarily as on point, to start up this Baron play while Sasuke is split pushing away on the bottom side of the map. The charge is there from Kled just to duel away with Gaogai. They're attacking the global and the split push over here, and Gaogai, hard pressed to try to deal with anything here, does wind up dismounting the Kled before having to just taunt himself out of there, which means that Maryville University does have to back away from the Baron.
Shen relatively strong compared to where he's been in previous games. Having the Tiamat and Max push a little bit, Sunfire Cape already down.
Ooh, Abyssal Voyage on the backside here. JJ trying to cut off the escape of Papa Chow. Meanwhile, the cleanse has been burned as Jish was going back and forth with CKG. Flash is being burned on both sides. The Shen standing here, the flash taunt winds up landing down on the Prototype, but the Monsoon and the flash backwards with the net are able to keep him alive. Now Maryville University are going to try to turn and burn down Toronto, but it's a slow retreat. Prototype's able to pick up a kill onto JJ, while Sasuke, he's still on the bottom side. He's going to be wrapping around. He's remounted and gone, ready to go with the teleport back in. Gaogai has now fallen, and Toronto are being herded underneath their own towers.
They have nowhere to go. They're going to have to recall inside their own base, just trying to find safety anywhere they can. During this time, Maryville is going to be taking down these inhibitors. They grabbed the middle one. They took down the bot inhibitor turret, and they're trying to end the game.
Yeah, Prototype was just pushing them away from their own Nexus towers. Now Ares the only one here to try to defend, and there's one Nexus tower already down. Maryville brute forcing through the base of Toronto.
Out of a seemingly random skirmish around the mid lane, Maryville will have to back away right now, but get a huge reward. U of T tried to go with JJ once again onto the back line. They had a couple openings there, and you saw a lot of defensive tools being used, and it's really fun to watch these kind of comps go at each other, because you see the flash taunt onto Prototype, the Janna and Lee Sin coming in to protect him with the kick away. Then Lee Sin continues trying to get aggressive, and you see the Tom Kench being able to save people with the Devour. Good reactions out of both teams, but the gold leads so heavily in Maryville's favor that they come out ahead.
Yeah, and we applauded Toronto for being the ones that had better team cohesion and better synergy map movements around the map. Maryville came with their own rotational play style, but mainly revolved around the split push from Sasuke. But now, every point in the game, Maryville seems to be getting the upper hand against Toronto. They even still have double super minion waves pushing in, so this Nexus tower might actually wind up falling here. Jish is going to wind up coming in, utilizing the Cinder Force as well to try to knock that super minion away, continuously trying to push him away. Really wanted the Nexus tower.
Shen struggles a little bit with wave clear traditionally, and when you put him up against 2 lanes of super creeps, he's kind of being asked to do more than he's really capable of.
Yeah, meanwhile, Sasuke is just continuing the emote spam on the bottom side of the map, while Gaogai's trying to deal with those 2 waves of super minions. Minions on that Nexus tower again, and Maryville University are content just to dance back and forth while the minions do their dirty work.
Yeah, Saskio showing some restraint here, waiting until the rest of Toronto shows up around that Baron area, moves in, escorts the wave under the turret, and it's the push and pull game now as they try and find a way. Nice sidestep by Prototype there, but not out of the woods yet.
Yeah, gets sidestep on the Chain of Corruption, now trying to trim this one around, has the support of his 2 shielding champions. The charge was used on Galgai just to force him back.
Gonna try and end the game.
Takes down the Nexus tower, the Nexus is exposed, the rest of Toronto's trying to run away, but Prototype is picking up kills as they try to retreat.
He flashed
Black
the taunt.
away from the taunt. Saskio, the hero of this game, a joust away,
The
a
taunt at
in
the end.
flame, and he picks up the Nexus kill.
Saskio with the outplays to end the game. Flashes the taunt, charges the stun, dodging out on all the CC there, and he's able to end the game by himself with everyone alive, basically. Tahm Kench dropped at the very end, but he was going to go down no matter what. The Nexus was completely under Saskio's control.
And you talked about momentum in a pivotal best-of-5 series. Game 3 being that one point where the momentum can be gained or lost in a blink of an eye just off of that one. In Toronto, who we said had better team play, who know how to play from behind, over 13,500 gold disadvantage, 27-minute game. They got styled on at the end there.
And it's surprising to see, given the fact that we talk about them having some of the strongest individual players, and they went for a different style this time around. They camped mid a lot more. They had more lane-dominant champions trying to avoid those early game deficits. But in the end, it actually just hurts them even more because they failed on their own plays. Those got turned around, and now they're in a massive hole without the scaling advantage.
Yeah, so Maryville University, I mean, they picked some key things away. First off, they picked the Orianna away, which seemed to be pivotal for the fact that Jish in the mid lane matchup wasn't able to kind of be the rock, didn't have the same protection for the carries in that team, but also didn't necessarily have the advantages that he needed in the Syndra matchup to kind of stay at the point where he was basically even and a rock for his team.
I think they were just trying to get the other side of the matchup this time around. We talked about how Jish, to be fair, was doing okay in the Orianna versus Syndra matchup as Ori, and then wanted to say, let me take the other side, I'll beat him even harder. Failed to do so. His team did put a lot of resources into him, but you saw the coordination just wasn't there. One of the times that we're talking about Susuche being the substitute jungler, not having the mid-jungle synergy to actually be able to snowball the kind of power point in the early game.
Yeah, well, this time around, Maryville was able to come out with a victory. So for an in-depth look at the victory Maryville was able to achieve, let's check in with the analysts.
Thank you, Tom. Game number 3, boys, and the second Maryville win that we've seen today. Now, the thing is, this is also the 3rd time that we've seen the same side selection by these two teams. 3rd game in a row, University of Toronto on the blue side. Talk to me a little bit about that and how that's impacting this series so far.
So I'm a little bit confused why Toronto's picking blue side, because generally the advantage of blue is you get a first pick. And I'm wondering if the reason they're doing it is just because to basically get like a pseudo 4th ban, so they don't have to worry about the Ivern ban. But their first picks have been Orianna game 2 and Kha'Zix game 3, which aren't really doing anything. They're not getting a huge advantage out of it, so I'd really like to see them change it up.
Yeah, I would like to see them pick maybe Caitlyn first so that they take that away if they are going to stay on blue side. Of course, Maryville will have selection for game 4, but the other question mark here is if you're not doing anything and getting that Caitlyn, why don't you just go to red side? Because Saskio is crushing the game, ends the game on the Kled. He's playing too many carries for you to ban out, and if he gets counterpick and your top laner is one of those guys who's playing something like the Galio, which is receiving bans on the other side, then you definitely have to do something about that top lane because it seems like something you can't really control.
And speaking of having things go out of your control and trying to make sure that you're staying in charge of the game, we've seen University of Toronto now make some mistakes, overextending themselves, getting a little bit too aggressive. We've got a replay now, 12 minutes into the game. They go for the play underneath the mid lane tier 1 turret, and disaster follows.
I think this is a great play to just sum up this game. It was basically felt like U of T was just overcommitting on the Orianna the entire game. They spent so many resources and so much time trying to punish this Ori, and CKG actually came out ahead. He was up in CS, he got kills, he didn't die. I think he played it phenomenally, dealing with the pressure, but also I have to fault U of T because their ganks were pretty bad. It wasn't coordinated, and with the amount of gank attempts they had with the Syndra, they should have at least got a kill or forced summoners.
Yeah, and Susuche really did once again look out of sorts, trying to gank the mid lane. The substitute talked about how the synergy was one of the big issues that they were having. It didn't show in their match up against Tiggy previously in the jungle, but now it's showing like a sore thumb. Right now, they can't seem to be getting advantages in their solo lanes because when we saw large advantages come in, it was Susuche playing towards the bottom lane. And they haven't been doing that this game because their bottom lane is pretty much shoved in by this Caitlyn, and you don't want to gank a Janna, right? It's like one of those lanes where you're like, I really just don't want to gank this champion, especially post 6. It's so hard to get something there.
For sure. I would really like to see Toronto do something about that bot lane. The Caitlyn Jannas, it's not really taking over the game, but they're definitely getting advantages every game. And I think they're their most comfort picks. You know, Prototype has done that exhaust AD carry with a Janna with heal since the beginning of time, and he's super, super comfortable with it. And it's basically just a rock in the bot lane. Like, Maryville's bot lane is just winning, and they're never really at risk while doing it. So I think they should either take away Caitlyn, maybe ban it, ban Janna, just change it up in some way that could give them an opening, because when Toronto was winning, they were, snowballing bot pretty hard.
And we've seen these advantages, these winning lanes for Maryville University translate into more and more problems for University of Toronto as they continue to try to make plays. We've actually got another replay, 17 minutes in, another overcommit, and another Maryville victory.
Yeah, another overcommittal here. But this is like U of T saying, all right, we finally found something here, something that we can finally go in on. They go in, they end up getting Walrus, and then it kind of, I believe, snaps back on them here. Goes forward, goes in. Prototype off on the right side here, just gets the kite to fight out. And then it gets turned around here as we see the flash forward from CKG to follow up the damage. And this part here, he does so much damage with his Q, he actually shockwaves, and he already killed with the Thunderlords there onto the Varus. And just everybody just goes down mid lane, and they get those 4 kills. They do give up 1, though, with Walrus, who was caught a bit out of position, but it's definitely University of Toronto. Same thing with Tahm Kench ultimate, going too far forward when they think they have something that they can gain.
It really, to me, looked like Toronto just is completely outside their comfort zone with that play, because they got a great pick on Walrus. Walrus overextended, got caught out. But then if you actually watched what each person was doing in that fight, it was just really poorly played by everyone. Syndra missed his stun. She had initiated on a Janna they didn't even kill. And Varus was out of mana the entire time, but they definitely should have called that play off after getting the Lee Sin. So it seems like Toronto just kind of needs to refocus up. It seems like they're in their own heads a bit, not playing too well.
If there was ever a time to focus, it is right now, because Maryville have taken things to match point. We're going to step away for a moment, but when we come back, see if they can close it out and claim the title of champion, or if Toronto will take us to Game 5. Don't go anywhere.
Maryville, things looking decent for them so far, but it looks like G's trying to get involved in some roams.
Yeah, actually, Sasuke going to get stunned up with Dismount at the same time. The Syndra ultimate still available, but not needed. Might get left on here by Sasuke. He is going to let it go invisible before the ultimate comes out, but Walrus kicks through to there, picks up a kill, flashes forward, double kill for Maryville, but on the backside is dealing a ton of damage. Double kill picked up by Capcom. Papa Chow picks up a kill. The charge is there. Sheesh is going to wind up melting it. Takes down the Nexus tower. The Nexus is exposed. The rest of Toronto's trying to run away, but Prototype is picking up kills as they try to retreat. He flashed away from the taunt. Sasuke, the hero of this game, a joust away, a taunt in flame, and he picks up the Nexus kill. Welcome back, everybody. We've got the USC marching band in the house, keeping the fans entertained, as pumped up as possible as we head into game number 4 with Maryville poised on match point to take a championship with a win here.
Could be the first championship for the side of North America. Toronto and Canada always seeming to get the better of the Americans down south. So there's a huge potential game coming up.
Yeah, of course, we already covered the fact that West has won every single championship so far. We're going to find a new champion here. Could it be the Northern Conference, where we thought it was going to be Robert Morris University, who made it to the finals every time, but Maryville showing they got this stuff. Back-to-back games with 10,000 gold leads around the 20-minute mark, this time looking clear, concise, and decisive in how to end it.
Yeah, and I think they got to find something that they can do different. I think a side selection change could help, getting on that red side, stopping those counter picks coming in from the top side, because that seems to be one of the big focal points for them. Their mid lane matchup, they've been able to play stable ones potentially, and then they need to find something a little different to do around the bot side of the map as well. But looks like Toronto going to be on the blue side yet again.
Yeah, so Maryville University opting to be on the red side. Been working out for them in most of the games so far, and we'll see if anything changes up in the pick and ban phase. However, the Gragas, the Karma once again being banned out, Galio and Lulu being banned out by Maryville. Wouldn't be surprised if they wind up banning the Ivern as well on Maryville's side.
Is Toronto going to change anything up, or are they going to stick exactly the same? Yes, they will.
All right.
Getting a little suspect potentially that you keep opting into essentially the same draft. You can obviously start taking some things away from each other. Last time they went with the Kazakhs, letting the Orianna fall through because they wanted to play the Syndra side, but it didn't work out for them, and they can't change the draft. They can't stop Maryville from getting a lot of the same stuff.
Well, one of the things the analyst desk mentioned is that they want to see Toronto attacking the bottom side of the matchup, and that means either in-game or by taking the Caitlyn away, but it does look like they're going to wind up taking the Orianna, which leaves Maryville just free to take the Caitlyn for the 4th game in a row if they so choose.
And if you're Maryville, why not? You haven't seen anything different out of Toronto yet to say that they can handle it. They've been smashing lane every single time, aside for the one mistake in game 2, where Janna positioned too far forward level 1 and took the stun. Maryville goes back to the same rotation they had then with the Caitlyn and the Syndra.
Syndra, Orianna, for yet another game in a row, this time piloted by Maryville side with the Syndra. We'll see what University of Toronto decide to change up in this phase of the draft. Of course, they could wind up going just for their bottom lane combination, but then they may wind up being a little bit uneven as far as the counter pick coming out from Maryville. But the Tahm Kench going to be picked up once again by JJ. Played that as many times as possible in this series. We'll see what they so choose to pair it with, though. Do they go for an AD carry pickup before the second ban phase? They do lock in the Twitch.
Toronto reverting to the style that saw them grab some wins in the quarterfinals here. They have the Tahm Kench and the Twitch, going to be pushed in hard early game, but hopefully able to find some picks around the map. Ares Twitch was good at finding the right angles on a couple of those fights before, as well as the fact that JJ was moving around the map, but they haven't been laning well against Prototype, and Papa Chow have been getting the better of them every time in these standard lanes.
Well, one of the things you mentioned there, University of Toronto utilized the Tahm Kench ultimate extremely well, and in combination specifically with the Twitch in that losing lane matchup, they just Abyssal Voyage to the mid lane and pick up a kill. They Abyssal Voyage to a Dragon, and they wind up turning a fight around. So if they're able to find the same kind of success with that, then it's a good thing for Toronto. But the problem is, as you mentioned, Maryville has been getting the better of them in this bottom lane 2v2 every single game. They've been taking the tower in that matchup, if not first in the entire game, first in the lane.
And once again, bans in the first phase staying the same. Why would they change up here in the second? Maryville does target the Shen a little bit here, not wanting to have a submarining Shen on top of that Twitch pick who's invisible at the time. So they understand the differences in the comps. I like to see that out of Maryville. They're not just defaulting into the same bans. They see the extra problems that can potentially rise with the Twitch pick. And Toronto reacts as well, going for the Lee Sin ban. Walrus kind of getting limited a little bit.
Walrus was not very happy about that one. He was quite animated on stage as far as the Lee Sin.
I don't think it's that he doesn't care. I don't think he's upset about it. I think he's saying, what are you doing? It's not going to stop me from going off.
Oh, we'll have to see. The Renekton is the one that was left open this time around, so Maryville are going to easily snatch that one out for Saskio. Not worried about needing to pick a counter matchup for that top lane, as it has gone Saskio's way every single game, and if it hasn't been, then Walrus has made it go Saskio's way.
And that's the thing is, you never usually are used to seeing a jungler last pick on the side of Maryville, but this is a relatively interesting situation because it's a time where I think it might make a lot of sense. Obviously, you want the Caitlyn to take that priority away. You take the Syndra to hide other champions. You might have said maybe you take the Janna because there's no way they're going to take the Syndra, but just to be safe, they do that. and then you take the Renekton to stop that from being taken away, guarantee that pressure in the lane. And now, they did play Nunu previously, so you might see them think that this is an acceptable Nunu position. I'd be a little surprised at that here, but I'm not sure exactly what else Walrus has up his sleeve with the Gragas banned out already.
Well, we'll have to see what Walrus winds up picking for himself in this last take here. The Rumble and the Olaf are what Toronto wind up going back towards. So they replace their AD carry with a Twitch, but they fall back into similar picks that they've had earlier on in this best of 5 series. Same can be said for Maryville, though, as their composition's looking very similar to the one they had in game number 2, only they got to pick something besides the Lee Sin, and they're hovering on Nidalee.
Whoa!
We haven't seen that in the jungle for quite some time.
And I don't think I want to see it for quite some time, Tom. This thing is not a very traditionally strong champion in the meta for a handful of reasons, in terms of its jungle matchups, in terms of its scaling, its effectiveness with when you don't play it at the highest level. There's a lot of champions in the game in League of Legends where if you play it perfectly, yeah, it's still a strong champion. Nidalee is that way right now. Has a ton of damage. If you can land your spears, you know all the mechanics, the ins and outs, you can do a lot. But with such a dominant top side, you probably want to see a little bit easier of a gank up there. You have enough physical damage. Potentially an Elise could have been done. Renekton and Elise, some of the oldest level 3 divers, one of the most dominant top jungle combinations that they could have gone for there. Instead, going for the Nidalee, higher execution, and something that's generally not regarded as strong.
Well, Walrus has a chance to try to show his inner Lyra with the Nidalee pickup, and we'll see how effective he can be with it. Of course, it has a lot of early game influence and a lot of potential dueling potential in the jungle. That's one of the things that Nidalee brings that Elise necessarily does not, although, like you mentioned, does not have the CC chain, does not have as easy of gank assistance coming in for their solo lanes. But you do have a stun in the mid lane, you do have a stun in the top lane. The Nidalee pouncing in and getting the execute damage could be all they need for the side of Maryville, whereas Toronto have historically struggled with keeping Gaogai ahead in this matchup, specifically when he was pushing up aggressively.
Well, one thing I'll say about the Nidalee pick that it has going for it is, like you said, all those winning lanes. You see the Renekton winning top, the Syndra winning mid, the bot lane pushing in as well. Nidalee wants to invade and mess that Olaf up in his jungle. Well, she has all the priority she's going to need to be able to do that. Toronto, once again, on the back foot in their lane matchups, going to be trying to weather the storm and then outplay in the mid game.
And we'll see if Toronto can wind up swinging it back to a deciding game 5, or if Maryville is going to come out collegiate champions here in game number 4. It's 2-1 in their favor, and we'll see what they can do here. An aggressive jungle Nidalee, some more protection from the side of Toronto. Which one will come out ahead? Excited to find out.
You can expect a lot of criticism thrown University of Toronto's way if it fails, if they fall behind heavily again and get snowballed on for the 3rd game in a row. Electing to keep the draft strategy basically the same for every game this series. And here we see a little bit of a different level 1 potentially.
Don't think they've spotted out Maryville at all. Everybody kind of just waiting in that brush. We saw the Nidalee placing the ward down. I don't know if they actually saw Toronto either, so we could wind up seeing something a bit more explosive here. Both of these compositions at level 1 don't have the most amount of crowd control, but they do have a decent amount of damage.
Here they go.
Sasuke gets flashed on, the stun coming out. Ruthless Predator leveled up by Sasuke. The immediate ghost to chase after. Prototype built over Peacemaker. He lives! Quite enough! Less than 10 HP! Whew, that was tense.
Maryville University, I like the idea. You know that Toronto...
Yo, it's gonna go for it? No.
You know that Toronto has been doing the same level 1, trying to get early vision down on your Raptor camp. So you go, you set up this cheesy level 1. I love that kind of stuff in a championship match. There's no more time for someone to adapt to this strategy. You can win the game potentially off a play like this. A small bit of misexecution there. Good patience by Sasuke, making sure he throws out the axe. He doesn't just blindly invade. And obviously Maryville was ready to jump on him, but they just lacked a little bit of damage. And if there's ever a time to be critical about that heal not being on your AD carry, potential speed boost to get yourself in range for the 1 auto attack that would have been enough to pick up that first blood. Instead, you're just down a flash in the bot lane now.
That's true. So without the flash available, they could be Toronto getting a little bit more aggressive. The early exhaust coming out here from Prototype. Area in the meantime, he'll just hold on to his summoner spells. Instead, decides with that Doran shield pickup and his double biscuit start to gobble that one up for himself. They're not done quite yet, though. Prototype aggressively walking forward. Piltover Peacemaker lands on JJ, but still not enough damage to take him down.
A lot of trade of summoners down there, that aggressive style that we know Prototype loves to play. Same with Sasuke, to be fair. Wants to get aggressive up there, already chunking out Gaogai pretty heavily.
Zoning him away from hitting level 2 as well, as that last remaining minion looks to be the big deciding factor between the two of them. Jeesh taking a lot of damage as well from CKG.
Feels like Maryville can kind of smell blood in the water here. They want kills. They're going aggressive in every single lane and playing to that exact play style that they drafted for.
Well, there's a slice, a dice, and a stun coming out from Sasuke onto Galgai, and even in the jungle, advantages for Nidalee because of the fact Olaf got chunked out early on, threw his ghost, dropped down to 8 HP. Walrus has been able to get a relatively easy jungle start for himself, whereas Olaf had to basically get no leash whatsoever on that Raptor camp and be thrown kind of, well, to the Raptors instead of the Wolves. And Walrus going to utilize his advantage to wrap himself around. There's the stun, there's the CC chain coming out, the flash wave from G for the follow after from Walrus. He saves the flash, the first blood, and get out.
Walrus showing that Nidalee pick's gonna work out for him. Gets first blood yet again.
Galgai.
At the same time, on the top side.
The flash was blown. Sasuke gets baited in here as Sasuke is here to deal some damage back, and the Olaf picks up a response kill.
A little bit of over-aggression on the side of Maryville. You just showed you're a jungler in the mid lane. That means Sasuke knows he has kind of free roam of the map to make his own play. Bot lane's pushing him with a health advantage. Probably should have played a little bit safer, but here, Walrus, nice wait out on a lot of that damage. Waiting for the flash to use his pounce to follow it. Breaks the barrier so that he knows he has to force the flash, and then the nice follow. And knowing the damage and the timing to be able to flash out and stay alive. Here, Sasuke at the same time, getting a little too aggressive.
Yeah,
he had the ward, needed to respect the fact that Sasuke could come up there and get the kill. And like we're saying, bot lane is a lot harder to turn that gank with the extra man and the defensive capabilities of Janna. So Sasuke should have known that he was probably going to be the target there.
Yeah, wound up slicing in and then dicing in as well, so didn't have it available to get back out, but we might see a collapse on this mid lane. Jeesh, no summoner spells available. Sasuke kind of hurting him into Walrus. There's a slice forward, the Ruthless Predator, and a dice after Walrus. Another execution kill on this mid lane. And Jeesh, he's getting torn apart. He's getting kind of ripped apart here as CKG has the aggressive lane matchup into the Orianna, but they're continuing to pick on what was a crutch focal point for Toronto.
Yeah, shades at TSM a little bit here. You have the first jungle gank, and then you have the top laner roam down for the second time. Getting 2 kills on the first 2 plays they try and force. And like we talked about, not a ton of jungler attention for the most part out of both these teams previous to the series and even during it. But now Maryville giving a totally different look at how they want to play this early game.
Yeah, and continuing to keep the pressure up. CKG and Walrus combining to steal away that Raptor camp away from Sasuke. So now Walrus able to rain pain from far away down upon Sasuke's Olaf. Advantages all across the map for Maryville University. One thing that they do have on Toronto's side, though, is now Galgai has a slight advantage over Sasuke. He did wind up moving down and getting an assist on that mid lane kill, but he's behind in farm. Papa Chow very aggressively using that heal, and JJ going to gobble up Airy just to prevent the damage from going down early. They do have Sasuke over on the backside of the map, but they're a little bit too low to capitalize.
And once again, Maryville's bot lane, a prototype, and Papa Chow winning that 2v2 on their own, keeping the pressure up, keeping University of Toronto pinned under their turret. Already chipped it down to about half health, and you see Sasuke making his way down here. He wants to get a recall off for his bot lane, wants to push this wave out with them, and buy them a little bit of breathing room.
We do have Twitch stealthing up, but Papa Chow has seen that Sasuke is here. Prototype is going to be able to auto-attack down, and they're not afraid. They're not backing away from this one.
They're wasting so much of Sasuke's time here. They want to get this reset off, but they just can't. They're not confident enough to really try and open this up.
Papa Chow gets tagged with the undertow, but Walrus is already here just in case Sasuke stays to give chase on this one. Meanwhile, CKG in the mid lane stuns down onto G. Thunderlord's proc to follow, chunks him down to about the same HP he is, around half.
And the problem is with how slow Toronto was trying to force that play, it bought time for Walrus to move down there. He was ready to counter it for a little bit. They had some vision for Toronto to know that he's down there now, but they keep getting pushed in, and they're probably going to lose this turret in the 2v2, even wasting their own jungler's time after Sasuke had been punished early on. Now, Walrus looking at the mid lane.
G sidesteps the spear coming in, but CKG is level 6. The barrier comes out, so he would not go down right away. Fade away spear. Walrus finds himself a 3rd kill, but he also finds himself an equalizer as Rumbles roam down. Shutdown goes over to Galgai. Bottom side of the map, Papa Chow may have overstayed just a little bit. The Twitch poison's ticking down as Prototype takes an axe to the face. He roots Sasuke in place, but Air is the one that picks up the kill.
Second time in a row, Maryville not respecting the fact that their jungler is showing on the map. Once they know that there's no potential counter gank coming in from Walrus, Sasuke makes his way back down to the force around that over-aggressive bot lane. Here you see the dive attempted, no 6 on Jeesh. They know that there's a lack of crowd control available. to deter this dive. Walrus was a little impatient with his first spear, trying to hit it out of the fog of war, makes that dive take a little bit longer, buying time for Galguy to get in range on the top side to cut off the escape path. And like we said, the fact that you show your jungler lets the other team know that they are safe to brute force a play down. If you think there's a potential Nidalee here bringing extra heals and damage, you would never want to go for that play, but they know it's safe. And despite the really aggressive playstyle of Maryville so far, it's only about a 600 gold lead.
Yeah, we did see that JJ's Tom Kemp got forced away, so Maryville may have felt a little bit safe with that. Walrus throws a control ward down. Now they're trying to deny Galguy, who had some advantage on his side. Flash is available. The Dominus is tanking the tower. Galguy, though, he overheats. He can't get any more abilities. Now Saskio's going to go down, though. Galguy gets a trade kill.
Another trade kill, resulting in 8 kills in 8 minutes. A lot of these plays, you're seeing just a slight lack of coordination. We talked about the fact that Nidalee wants these kind of strong laners to make sure that she can go for a lot of invades, but if they have good setup CC, it pretty much guarantees her first spear to land, which is where a lot of her damage is locked away, making sure that the opponent is hunted. Finish this point in a second as he's trying to find an opening on this blue buff.
It forces the command shockwave out there from Jeesh, and now Walrus lands a spear, going to be tanked up by Sasuke, so Jeesh can wind up getting his blue buff. So you go back to the mid lane, sit there and wave clear against this Syndra. But Walrus, unrelenting pressure, continuing to get aggressive onto the side of the map from University of Toronto, whereas Prototype and Papa Chow already chunked this tower down extremely low. You do have the spray and pray available for Airy, but does not want to use that one to just wave clear. Wants to try to get some sort of all-in attempt. And Galguy, he's in a good place to teleport here. Equalizer's available. The flash forward from JJ. The Equalizer's layered down on the Prototype. He's going to get gobbled up, spit back out, and Airy picks up the kill.
Smart play out of Toronto there. They know they have the summoner advantage on the bot lane. You can use the Tahm Kench as a kind of hard CC, and with the teleport coming in, Saskio is unable to match. There was not really a great teleport ward for him to come in there, and instead they're going to try and trade out this kill for the top turret. They get the first turret blood, but it looks like Toronto's probably going to be able to answer back on the bot side.
Well, it's still a pretty healthy bot lane tower from the side of Maryville, so they will get the first tower goal, but they even rotated down Olaf in addition to Galguy. But it looks like a response from Maryville is going to be to put pressure down on this tier 2 top lane tower. And this is where Maryville was getting their advantages in game number 3, continuously out-rotating Toronto on the map. They still have yet to send back Galguy, so the response here is super slow. They might get 2 towers for the price of 1.
Looks like they're going to get it. CKG coming up there to just guarantee that they have enough and that they're going to be able to get out here. At the same time, Prototype has come down, might be actually able to force them off this turret. Uri finishes it off, puts himself in a little bit of a bad spot to make that happen.
And Olaf has the ghost, Uri goes invisible, JJ's here. Saskio, meanwhile, is teleported in, and they just slice and dice and get an easy kill on the Twitch. They might even get a 3rd tower for their troubles. This one's at basically 0 HP.
And out of nowhere, Maryville once again making a massive gold advantage for themselves. Going to be up at about a 4,000 gold lead, 3,500 from the 3 turrets they just grabbed.
Yeah, so Maryville says, hey, you guys have come out swinging in Toronto this time around. Your lane matchups are going a little bit more in your favor. The one thing we had on you on top of that dominant lane phase was out-rotating you around the map. 3 towers down just to 1. And off the back of that, they also wind up getting their first Dragon of the game in Ocean Drift.
So here's the true test for Maryville now. As we'll take another look at this, we talked about not having a great teleport ward initially. Here has a nice one behind them, I guess because they didn't teleport in initially. University of Toronto kind of loses track of where they might be exposed. They, like we said, overstay to finish off that turret, or he takes a couple turret shots, and then it becomes all too easy for Saskio to get that cleanup kill.
So now Maryville University finds himself about a 3,500 gold lead from seemingly nowhere. Lots of gold advantages on the carries here. About 1.2k gold advantage just significantly in the mid lane for CKG over his opponent of Jeesh. 111 CS to 73 in that matchup. And actually see Twitch slightly ahead because of the 2 kills he's gotten, but more importantly, Saskio, 500 gold advantage over Galguy, despite Galguy moving around the map and getting himself what we thought were advantages in this game.
The test of the mid game, though, with Nidalee, now that everyone's not pinned under their turrets, that there's not these open, easy dives available using all these strong laners, you're going to have to find ways to get vision control, move around the map, and find people kind of exposed, pushing on their own. We said that, obviously, Nidalee likes having that pressure to go counter jungle. If you have guaranteed setup CC, that spear is easy to land. You can force a lot of dives. Great draft out of Maryville to make sure they have a good comp for Nidalee. But in doing so, they also kind of expose her weaknesses, where if this game goes late, her team fighting is one of the worst in the game. And you see the first small mistake out of Maryville here. They give up the Rift Herald for free, trying to punish with a dive on the other side.
Well, there's cross-map plays being done. Walrus and Sasuke trying to guide down onto Galgai, whereas the Abyssal Voyage is used on the top side, so Walrus gets a kill on the Galgai, but Prototype's going to get caught out here. Command Shockwave winds up falling through. The Monsoon is there, but Jeesh throws the ball through. Command Attack picks up a kill.
Once again, Maryville with another trade kill as they take a turret down the bot side, lose the Rift Herald.
Another tier 2, though.
Toronto might be able to use this one right away to try and break this mid turret. And there they go.
Yeah, they're kind of hard-pressed to get some sort of response.
He interrupted the channel.
We interrupted the channel from that, and it doesn't spawn.
Yeah, that's one of the few times I've seen that mistake made. The hard CC stopping the spawning of the Rift Herald. Not going to make an appearance here in the final game of the Collegiate Series, Tom.
Could be the final game, and you know, I've never been able to say this, but I have never seen anybody do that in a competitive game of League of Legends.
It's just sad. We've talked all year long about the Rift Herald on the Campus Series, and then in the final game, potentially, I guess this means we have to go to Game 5.
I mean, we have to. I mean, that's what's going to happen. The Rift Herald has to be spawned up. You know, they've triggered the wrath of Herald. Maryville University, they have cursed themselves, but they have a significant gold advantage to fall back on. Of course, we're being a little bit trolly about that. 5,000 gold, as well as a 5th tower of the game, the last remaining outer tower, and the mid lane tower falling.
Right, we joke about, you know, killing the Rift Herald that way, but honestly, that's huge. That basically is a turret that you just Syndra stunned out of existence, that you just get to keep alive for yourself now. You get to stop 1,000 gold off the back of that. Here, we'll take a look at how they got that pick off. They take the Rift Herald, instantly cut off Prototype, who's a little overexposed up there in the top lane. Should have known that the enemy was around, given that you're forcing the play on the bot side. And he almost is able to get out, but Orianna is able to cut him off in the last possible second. And they get that 1-for-1 kill.
And they traded kills across the map, but they lost the tower in the bottom side of the map. And like you said, effectively losing a tower's worth of gold by having the Rift Herald channel canceled out by that Syndra stun. So massive advantages now for Maryville. 6,000 gold lead in their advantage. Walrus 4-1-2 on this Nidalee. It's completed his Runic Echoes enchantment, has the pieces for his Iceborne Gauntlet to be picked up, going a little bit more of the stick-to-you Bruiser Nidalee style, in addition to a bit more of the damage coming out from his jungle enchantment. Sasuke's had a decent advantage now over Galgai, despite Galgai trying his darndest to get advantages in this game. And more importantly, the Syndra now, 0-0-2. Not a lot of kills to her name, but 42 CS up for CKG, coming into himself in this matchup here in a pivotal game 4.
CKG definitely finally using his laning advantages. JJ going in alone, trying to force down yet again. Not the best look, and now,
gobbled up out of the Syndra ultimate here, but the heal's been used as well as the flash. Now
chase down still happening.
Yeah, they got to turn tail and run from this one. They're in no position to fight after utilizing so many abilities just to save their Twitch from that one. And they got to back up back to their own tower, but Sasuke, he's still zoning them away from the backside here.
The siege.
JJ gets stunned up. Prototype just wailing away on the tower. The command attack moves the ball into position from over the wall. Command Shockwave gets used. It lands down on 2. That could be huge. The Equalizer used on top of it, and Prototype goes down. Now Maryville's trying to force back the side of Toronto. Many summoner spells have been used, and Sasuke's split pushing away on the bot side. They picked up a kill for Toronto's side, but Maryville is still in aggressive position.
Maryville still not really picking much up off that. It was a nice idea. You see the strength of their siege comp there. Nidalee has basically shooting fish in a barrel with her Q, hoping she can land people out. Same way with the Syndra stun, and should be a lot of zone control with Caitlyn. Not quite at that level yet where she can drop a wall of traps down. And you see, they still have to be careful though. An Orianna ultimate, layering people on top of a Rumble ultimate with Twitch spraying over the top is very, very dangerous. That Rumble Equalizer could have been a little bit better to stop Papa Chow from being able to channel that ult, but they're still able to defend their turret and pick up the 1 kill here.
Yeah, so beautiful layering of the ultimates, as you said there, Mark, from the side of Toronto. Being able to pick up a kill on the Prototype, but the fact of the matter is there's still a ton of damage from CKG on the back of that fight, and they're only able to clean up 1 kill and survive.
Yeah, that Rumble ultimate placed a little better, might have been able to get another kill. But if you're University of Toronto, you need to start finding openings like that. Good decision to pull the trigger there. A lot of spells were down on the side of Maryland, given the fact that there was just that skirmish in the mid-river. Relatively safe engage to look for. But they're not out of the woods yet. Still about a 6,000 gold lead. The Dragons also going in favor of Maryville. And that bot turret pretty low.
Sasuke's been working away on that bottom lane tower. The Cloud Drake now in their pocket from the side of Maryville University. One thing they don't have on their side this time is Prototype being significantly ahead. 0-4-1. He's been a bit picked on in this game, but they find the stun on the Gaogai. Equalizer is back available, so they have that to try to turn a fight around, as is the command Shockwave. Spray and Pay from Twitch is there. And he has finished the Blade of the Rune King, so there is an additional itemization on the side of the Twitch. Orianna going for the extremely early Banshee's Veil pickup. Does provide a little bit of offensive power, more importantly to kind of negate the stun or the crowd control coming in from multiple members here from Maryville. University of Toronto, once again, on the back foot. Sub 20 minutes into this game, about a 6,000 goal deficit.
Not 10,000, though.
Not 10,000. Slowly gone down. It was 10,000 and 7,000, now 6,000, but they've lost the 2 games where they were behind us before the 20-minute mark.
And they have no way to really answer the Renekton quite yet. Obviously, Gaogai is going to be working most likely on that Zhonya's next to survive these dives. Saskio not quite as ahead, but with a very mobile jungler who's able to get down there and help try to snowball, while the other people move between the mid and the bot lane here. And you gotta say, like, Saskio's been the kind of big factor over the course of this series. You see them keep taking red side, keep giving him resources in the draft to ban out a lot of champions out of Gaogai, and then they take these aggressive bully matchups. And Maryville plays great with it, and Saskio himself always pressuring, always being aggressive, sometimes a little bit too far, but you can say that he's never scared of the stage.
No, so far he has not been. Even just his emote spam kind of speaks to that. Just not being afraid of it.
They talk about it being a big troll, but kind of a little bit of that psychological warfare.
Yeah, and he's definitely been able to earn the respect of a lot of these players here and earn the fact that he continuously gets his team advantages. Between him and Walrus, specifically in this best-of-5 series, they've been able to combine to do a lot for the team. This Jeesh gonna have to burn his barrier here just to survive through the Syndra ultimate, but it zones the Orianna away from the tower, and no one else is there from Toronto to defend. That's the last outer tower on the map for Toronto, knocked down sub 20 minutes.
With that, Maryville will send all their members home to heal up, grab some more items. Snowball, once again, in full effect. Saskio finishing that Titanic Hydra. When he returns down to that bot lane, things are going to go from bad to worse for Gaogai.
Yeah, meanwhile, Airy up here, he's yet to complete the Runon's Hurricane, so his Twitch wave clear ability is just kind of limited to wind up using that Contaminate and the Venomous Cast. But hard pressed for the side of Toronto. Once again, they find themselves in a disadvantageous position where they pretty much just have to stall out and get farm onto their carries before they can even do anything.
Prototype also not having the greatest game in terms of KDA, but still always having that pressure in the bot side. One of the other consistent factors over the course of this series is not just the playmaking on the top side out of Maryville, but Prototype and Papa Chow always getting the other team's turret first, always chunking it low, and never really needing too much help. They take their champions early on in the draft, and then they almost never call for jungler assistance.
Yeah, and when we did see the jungle assistance on the bot side, it was basically just to dissuade the enemy jungler from doing anything whatsoever. And even then, when Walrus, the threat of Walrus was enough to stop them. As a flash forward from Saskio gets answered by a flash backwards from Gaogai. The Dominus has been popped, though, so Saskio needs to be a little bit careful about this, because Gaogai is in a better position than he has been in most of his other matches in the best of 5 to contest Saskio's split push.
He is in a better spot, but he's still in that risky territory before you get that Zhonya's to completely deter the dives that can come in. Toronto trying to get aggressive here onto Walrus, catch him out in the jungle. That's something that's notoriously difficult to do against a Nidalee, especially when you have the support of the rest of the team.
Now, Airy trying to get the jump on the Nidalee, but instead gets stunned away by the Syndra and forced back. And now, Maryville off the back of that are aggressively pushing towards this Baron Pit area. The side of Toronto, they recognize that this is happening, but they weren't exactly aware of it until about half HP was already gone from that Baron. So Maryville flexing the muscles a little bit, letting them know that, hey, this is a very real threat that we can do if you guys back away too far.
A lot of damage available to the team. Nidalee having good single target damage.
That's a J. Caught out, ace in the hole. Ooh, he does wind up going down. Red buff applied there by Caitlyn.
The burn's just enough to finish him off. And now without the jungler, we talk about Maryville contesting around the Baron a little bit. Now they have the brute force capabilities. They don't have a ton of tankiness available, but they do have the smite. So Toronto might be forced into a bad spot. We have to face check here. Teleports are available. Just need to find if Saskio, notorious for sometimes not teleporting in, decides to join in this fight.
Well, they've already pulled Gaogai up towards this top lane, or towards the Baron Pit area. So Saskio knows that he can go for that split push uninhibited if he so chooses to, so that may not need to be a teleport play. It may just need to be a threat of the Baron to be enough to force Saskio to take that tower. It's extremely low. JJ, in the meantime, though, playing up close and personal to the opposing team. Prototype just auto-attack stepping. Walrus, though, getting caught out of position. The Equalizer being thrown down just to try to zone him away and pick up a kill, but the bot lane tower has fallen. They're able to pick up a kill on Walrus, so they traded one away down onto Prototype, taking a lot of damage from the spray and pray. Command Shockwave just get ducked out of there. That could be an inhibitor going down on the bottom side, though, for Maryville, just for a 1-for-1 trade.
In true Saskio style, he does not try and teleport into the man advantage. Instead, he lets his team fight while he takes down the base by himself, grabs the bottom inhibitor while Galguy is contesting that Baron buff. And Maryville getting a little over-aggressive, losing Walrus in that, but traded out with JJ.
Oh, Prototype gonna find Airy. The exhaust is down. Airy has to flash away from that one. Prototype gonna flash forward, pick up a kill for himself. He somehow stays alive. Double kill picked up there by Prototype.
Sitting in that brush, waiting for the face check, finds two, almost goes down to the Twitch poison in the end, but just enough health to stay alive. Maryville continues to rack up the kills now, rack up the objectives, and potentially rack up the championship.
Yeah, Toronto, we said they're going to be hard-pressed to find ways to farm missiles back in the game. They cannot take these fights against Maryville University. Now, a second Ocean Drake going to be added to their objective total. 7 towers to 1, a 9,500 gold lead. Maryville University dropped the first game, but they have been showing that they are a powerhouse school. I mean, they're the varsity scholarship program, and they're the ones that have the coaches and the analysts to let them coordinate these split-push team fight plays.
So here you see Walrus getting a little bit aggressive. He's trying to buy time, get the enemy team's attention on him so that no one goes down and tries to stop Saskio's split push. Gets a little bit too far forward, gets himself killed, but critically, that's all the losses that they sustain around the Baron there. And University of Toronto cannot punish any harder. And like you said, this team, the scholarship program, building around with this idea of winning a championship, poised to do that already.
This is the first time they made it to the finals, too. This could be kind of like that Royal Road run for them. They get to the collegiate championship bracket stage, plow through the competition. I mean, they had a very hard side of the bracket as well. Maryville University had to beat the, perennial finalists in Robert Morris, their cross-conference rivals who they went to a full best-of-5 against. They crushed them 3-0 in the
Had to beat UBC as well.
Had to beat UBC, the former champions, 2-time champions. Now Maryville University on the cusp. One more fight could be all they need to seal the deal in this game and 3-1 be champions of the collegiate finals.
And this was the team, too, coming into the event that a lot of people were talking about. Walrus, a little far forward once again. Dodges out on the axe. Is going to be able to use that brush speed to get away. A little risky, but that's kind of Maryville's style.
A little risky, a little aggressive, and I mean, they've been able to catch people up to the point where there are significant advantages now. Saskio being able to trade down upon here onto Galga, actually using the teleport just to get himself out of there because, cancels it! He tricks him out there, and they're instead going to wind up starting on the Baron for the side of Maryville. They moved Airy down to this side as well. UOT cannot contest this Baron. There's a wall of traps in their way. They have to burn the Ragnarok just to try to get a Baron steal here. It's about 1,700 HP to go in. The smite is there from Walrus, and they've been able to take down Sasache. Meanwhile, the bottom side of the map, Saskio has gone down, but there's 4 members with Baron left for Maryville.
An aggressive play out of Saskio there. Baits out the help from the enemy team. Once his team starts off Baron, he sees that the rest of Toronto is going back to collapse onto the Baron, so he decides to cancel the teleport and continue taking that 1v1. Almost finishes off Galguy, not quite able to do so, but buys enough time so that the only chance Toronto has to stop that play is a blind Baron steal while Sasache runs in there, and he gets blown up for his troubles.
Now Toronto have to deal with the fact that there are 4 members of Maryville with this Baron buff to usher Baron minions into the fray. More than 10,000 gold advantage, 11 kills to 9, 27 minutes into the game. Maryville once again with a big, huge Baron play.
And almost a steal out of Sasache here. We talk about how he kind of had to run in there blind. Actually made it in at kind of the exact right timing. He shows up a little bit earlier, he dies too soon, shows up a little bit later, it's probably gone. But actually unable to secure it. A good try out of the substitute jungler who had an amazing tournament run. But it looks like it could be coming to an end soon.
University of Toronto, the team that a lot of the teams here said surprised them. I mean, they came in with a lot of hype when they had Gummy Bananas as their jungler because they had that run through the Challenger Series Open qualifiers. They beat CLG Black. They took it to Delta Fox and wound up losing out in that qualification matchup. Then they come into the collegiate tournament. They crush through the Eastern Conference. They dismantle Carnegie Mellon 3-1 in the Eastern Conference Finals. They have a bit of a tough road ahead of themselves. They wind up having to take down fellow Canadian Simon Fraser University, a rematch against Carnegie Mellon, and they find themselves here with their substitute jungler in Sasuke up against Maryville University, scholarship varsity program. Winners of the Northern Conference, backs against the wall now. They're going to need multiple miracle fights to come back into this one with almost 12,000 gold. Backs against the wall here.
Pinned into their own base, Maryville set up the 4-1. That strong siege comp we were talking about in front of the mid inhibitor turret, while Saskio continues to do what he does best, splitting up the top side of the map, moving between the lanes, threatening to dive, moving Toronto back and forth in their own base, and slowly chipping down away at these turrets.
Maryville University, multiple lanes pressured. The inhibitor is exposed on the bottom side. These towers not super healthy defending the remaining inhibitors they have. Baron buff minions charging into the base in Maryville. They're setting their sights not just on the Nexus, but on the Collegiate Championship trophy. They want to take it away from Canada. They want to bring it back stateside. And all they have to do is utilize this Baron buff to try and do so.
The bottom inhibitor has respawned for the side of University of Toronto. Gotta take your, count your blessings when you can. You don't have to deal with super creeps, but they still have to deal with Maryville University shoving up all of them. Now Walrus making his way down there, wants to get involved in that split push action, but it's kind of leaving Saskio alone to get jumped on by Eri.
Nope, they caught out Saskio here. The Abyssal Void's been used as well. They changed down onto CKG. He used the ultimate to try to get down to Eri, but he will wind up going down. Walrus does have the split push available, and Eri, very low, is chasing down after the Renekton. Jish in the meantime, ooh, double kill able to be picked up there by Eri as he does wind up finding Saskio. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Sasuke just popping the Ragnarok, trying to deter Prototype from taking that tower down. Command Shockwave and the Equalizer are there. There's Toronto being able to pick up 3 kills. Galguy will finally fall to Walrus, but JJ showing up into the fray. Walrus, one more sack. He snipes at the Orianna, though, and now Eri is coming in. No ultimate available. A triple kill for Walrus. He's going down onto Sasuke. He gets the quadra kill. Can he seal the deal with a penta? They're going for the tower. It's just support. Tom Kent, he has some thick skin and a hungry appetite, but there's a big, fat Walrus trying to pick up the pentakill. Pentakill for Walrus!
In the final game, the pocket Nidalee pick. As it seems like Toronto is working their way back into the game, they find some pickups off of the top side of the map. You think they might finally be turning the game around. And Walrus puts a stop to those plans by himself.
Walrus with the pentakill on the Nidalee pickup. And this is the 3-man squad from Maryville.
4 if you count JJ, but these are the kinds of situations Nidalee can run wild in. Not much hard CC available. Everyone low health, scared of her. Finds the spear, throws it at Sasuke and him. Eri shows up but gets a little bit too close. Good follow by Papa Chow, being on the same page. That synergy that you heard about in that preview. The great teamwork of this squad. They're able to keep following through on the JJ. They're gonna finish him off. Had a punch through the blubber. Took a little bit. That Walrus get that kill onto the catfish, but he eventually finds it.
And just a pentakill picked up for Walrus coming in on this Nidalee performance, but even that is not enough to end the game quite yet. It's still only 30 minutes in. The respawn timers were extremely low, and they've been able to knock down 2 inhibitor towers at Maryville. They're gonna have to do something really, really strange if they're gonna end up losing this game. Toronto, if their backs were against the wall before, they're basically halfway through the wall at this point.
Right, and you gotta say that's a huge play because in the context of the game, yes, they had just taken the bottom inhibitor again, but if you give those 2 kills to the Twitch, we already saw the potential wombo combo that comes out of University of Toronto's composition here. And if you start getting to force around the Baron again 5 minutes later with more gold on their side, you could risk getting pinned up in that base and finished off.
With only 1 remaining inhibitor tower to siege down upon Maryville University, sights are set on the Collegiate Championship trophy. They've actually already stunned up Galguy, and that's no equalizer available now. Saskio's on the split side, doing what Saskio does best, and distracting and split pushing. Command Shockwave goes on Prototype. They're actually able to pick up a kill on the Caitlyn. Sasuke gonna get devoured up, but Eri's been taken down by Saskio. They're gonna wind up charging into the base. Sasuke gets hit with a spear, and he dies to the red buff tick coming out from Walrus's Nidalee. CKG picks up a kill, and only Orianna's left alive. Mark, the trophy's coming back Maryville University are going to be your North American Collegiate Champions!
They completely flipped the script, Tom. The first American college to win, as well as the scholarship program, and have been dominated by the Canadian club level teams for a while. And they bring it home finally in front of their fans. They have probably the biggest section of fans here at the event. And they finally win in a 3-1 victory over University of Toronto.
It was a hard-fought road for Maryville. They had to go through former two-time champions. They had to go through their cross-conference rivals and the former finalists. They had to go through Toronto, who made a run in the North American Challenger Series Open qualifiers, but Maryville University persevere, a 3-1 victory, making a statement for their program.
Running through what many would say are three of the top teams at the event, finalizing their victory over University of Toronto, who had, all things considered, an amazing tournament themselves. Like we said a couple times, that substitute jungler, Sische, coming in, performing admirably, but not enough to stop Maryville getting their chance to lift this trophy.
And we'll see if their team coordination outside of game is as good as in-game as they lift the trophies. Your collegiate championship finalists, your winners, Maryville University. Hard-fought tournament for both of these finalists, but Maryville comes out on top. Toronto came into this one, you would think slight favorites. We talked about their solo queue ratings, we talked about their team cohesion, but it was Maryville University getting early game advantages, taking it to the lane matchups, attacking Toronto where they were weak, and coming up ahead.
Walrus on your screen right now, hosting the trophy.
He's got a lot to be happy about. He's got himself a pentakill, he's got himself a trophy.
Gonna be going home pretty happy. One by one, taking their turns with it. And you gotta say, they had such a good game plan over the course of this series. You saw University of Toronto never really forcing them out of their comfort picks. They had the decision to start prioritizing the Caitlyn more, play around prototype on your screen right now. Giving him the Janna Caitlyn lane to smash on his own while the rest of the team ganks up around the top and mid lane. Walrus being a huge factor in that.
We mentioned prototype Papa Chow. Last one's to hoist the trophy for the team there. We said that if there was a weak point on Maryville, it was potentially the over-aggression coming out from the bottom lane, but 4 games in a row, Caitlyn Janna. The aggression, the perseverance, they're able to win that matchup every game in what we thought was a perceived weakness for them.
Talk about the over-aggression on a lot of those champions who you think just wants to scale, so they give him a champion who wants to push as hard as possible in lane. You see the whole organization.
Everybody gets the trophy. I want to lift the trophy now.
The whole program gets a chance with it, obviously.
Now their parents will lift the trophy, and then every one of their fans will lift the trophy, but they got a lot to be proud about on the side of Maryville. Like we mentioned, the first scholarship varsity esports program to win a trophy, the first team from the United States, not Canada, to win the trophy. The first team from the Northern Conference to win the trophy. There's a lot of firsts here. These guys, first place champions.
Definitely a win for the storybooks, being able to upset kind of all the trends that we had expected to see.
As you can see, everybody super pumped up for that one. We said it was definitely a hard-fought battle. It was definitely not the way we expected the games to unfurl either. We thought these are going to be extremely rotational style, heavy games. We thought they were going to be bashing heads around objectives. We thought this was going to be really about like even lane phases and everything. But Maryville University just seemed to have the jump on Toronto at a lot of these fights. There were multiple times where Toronto would use that Abyssal Voyage play like we've seen them using in the semifinals, in the quarterfinals, very effectively. But Maryville was there to respond by taking 2 towers for the price of 1 and maybe a death.
Yeah, that scrappy style that you see comes from the fact that Maryville knows their game plan. They want to split the map up. They want to get in skirmishes. They don't want to necessarily fight these massive 5v5 team fight situations. And they were able to keep doing that in order to get these advantages where even if their lanes sometimes lost when they shouldn't have, or they get abused by being a little over aggressive. It's almost always a situation where someone else is somewhere else on the map doing something, getting a lead.
Well, we've said a lot about this entire best of 5 series. So for a deep dive into that Maryville Championship victory, we're going to toss it on over to the analyst desk.
Thank you, Tom. We'll hear from some of those players in just a moment. But first, let's review this final game. Now, I talked to you guys during some of our previous segments, some of our previous talks about what we'd like to see changed, especially from University of Toronto, going further into this series to try to see if they could bring it back. We didn't really see those changes this time around. Talk to me about the drafts, the compositions one more time.
Well, like I said before, I would have liked to see Toronto change up the draft. They gave Maryville that Caitlyn, Jana bot lane every single game. And, you know, from the outside, it's easy to say, like, oh, why would you do that? You lost and you gave them the same thing every game. But maybe they were on their most comfortable champions. Maybe they thought that was their best chance of winning. So, you know, it's easy to say from the outside, but I assume they did their best.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting as well because that Caitlyn Jana bottom lane, all 4 games for Prototype and Papa Chow, is a really interesting combo because it's going to push you with the Caitlyn, and with Lulu and Karma out of the mix, it's kind of hard to retaliate. You can't go for something like a Nami, maybe a Zyra counter push, but then making a play on the bottom side of the map is just completely off the table because of the Jana. You don't want to dive her, you don't really want to engage on her at all, and it keeps Prototype relatively safe for the mid game, which means that the rest of the map with like Saskio and CKG, they get to go make plays on the top half. So it really kind of splits the map. And so when we were looking at some compositions that looked like they were kind of 2 separate compositions, the game was actually played out kind of like Prototype and Papa Chow were in their own world.
And they were essentially left in their own world a lot of the times. You saw them just pretty much get put on the back burner while you saw other plays happen around the map, and especially the mid-jungle synergy seemed to be very evident for Maryville over their counterparts on Toronto.
I do think this game, the past 2 games really showcased that mid-jungle synergy difference between the 2 teams, because when Toronto had Syndra into Orianna, they tried forcing so many plays mid, and it just never worked. They just, they got behind from doing it, actually. Mm-hmm. But then you see when Maryville does it, it took 1 gank with a Nidalee, who's not even that good of a ganker, and they killed Orianna. So I think it just goes to show that Maryville was the better team.
Yeah, it also explains the Orianna first pick from U of T multiple games, because it's obviously a takeaway from CKG. They're trying to get him off that champion because he seemed really well versed in it, and he like turned around a few dives, etc., and it was hard to exploit. So they're just looking for something that was like maybe a little bit more exploitable, but it still didn't happen. And in fact, they got exploited on the Orianna, which once again, we're saying that jungle mid synergy came out on top with Walrus and CKG having pretty good showings today.
We've talked about bot, we've talked about mid, we've talked about jungle, but there was also the top lane, Saskio constantly being the split push threat that it seemed like there was no answer to from the side of University of Toronto.
Yeah. You want to go?
Yeah, so Saskio definitely had a good performance. It seemed like their game plan was just pick extremely aggressive lanes, especially top and bot, and then just like everyone pressures hard so you can only kill 1 person. Because while Saskio did get gank and die a lot, the amount of pressure he had just by himself was insane. He solo killed Rumble as Renekton like 5 times or something, just in an unreal amount of solo kills. Like, it was top die all over the place. So
I would love to see like what his average experience up is over his opponent in this entire tournament, because he's averaging up 2 levels in the game over almost everybody else. He's getting loads of experience. They're kind of splitting the map so he's completely away from the team and just creating space for him. He's also putting pressure in champion select because the red side helps them out so much, even when he's actually just blind picking a Renekton or something, because it's a great carry for him to have in the top lane with not much else up, because they're spending all of their bans on these top laners in the second phase, and just going back and forth. We're seeing like 3 to 4 top lane bans from these teams in the second phase, and with red side, they were able to finally say, we know you're probably going to take Renekton from us because it's one of the last top lane bruisers available. We're going to take it early, and I think it was a good adaptation from Maryville in the draft to just secure that for Saskio, and he definitely put pressure in the pick ban phase, and he always seemed to come out on top too.
And when you see Maryville have all these different options, all these different ways to win, sometimes it results in these incredible sorts of hero plays, which we actually have one of, a replay of the pentakill achieved by Walrus in this final game. It was awesome to see.
I thought this was actually going to go the other way around because they had lost Saskio and CKG, the 2 big solo lane carries, but then really Walrus steps up here with some incredible gameplay.
This was really well played.
The spear.
I haven't seen a Nidalee in a while. So Walrus made it work.
Oh man, end. And his build, too, where he had Iceborne Gauntlet as second item after the Runic Echoes, and then into his third item to start picking up some more AP again with the Liandry's. So he went for the build where you turn that Spellblade proc from the Iceborne Gauntlet into magic damage with your Q. And you saw how quickly he blew up Twitch there. It was half HP and just annihilated him. And I also think Papa Chow deserves some credit here, too, with the extra shielding coming through, making sure he doesn't die to things like Devour.
Very well played, Janna, from Papa Chow.
Absolutely. Hit the E on him.
And it was really cool because after he got that pentakill, the camera immediately pans to the crowd and you see all the friends and family and Maryville supporters just absolutely lose their minds over how cool of an experience that was, that pentakill coming out for Walrus and really cementing the victory for Maryville. But to hear more from the victorious players themselves, let's meet up with Tom, who's got an interview with Maryville's jungler.
Thanks a lot, guys. I, of course, am here with Walrus, the victorious jungler from Maryville University. And as we just saw on that replay, I got to ask you, how does it feel to get a pentakill on the LCS stage?
Well, you know, when I'm just playing Nunu and like tank junglers, I never thought about it, but then they put me on the Nidalee, I'm like, oh, this is a possibility to get something like that. So I definitely got a little bit of high rat reel here while I'm at the championship, and it feels amazing to have this feeling with my team and my family watching me.
That's very true. You had to bust out the Nidalee because you were extremely targeted throughout the pick and ban phase. So very clearly, Toronto identified you as one of the problem players on Maryville University. How does it feel to come out, you know, through the pick and ban phase, showing out 3 different new junglers that we haven't seen you on before and still coming away with a win?
It feels amazing just to show how, like, I put all these practice in solo queue and it actually pays off. I'm like, hey, if you listen to Mic Check, I begged for Nidalee because they're like, no, let's put you on something else. But I really begged for it, and it pays off that I have the skill to do what I need to do today.
Well, you definitely are a catalyst for your team as well, promoting lots of first blood, especially between you and Saskia in the top lane. Does that kind of trust in your team that you said during the champ select to let you get Nidalee carry over as a team leader in game?
Most definitely. As we decided to go with Nidalee, it definitely played into the game as like, hey, we're gonna look to make plays top and mid. It really synergizes with the early game for me. I'm an early game jungler, and we like to do something. Actually, I shouldn't say that, play Nunu, but it really plays off into our team and how we do things.
Hey, man, you're early game jungler as far as taking those camps away from other people, right?
Yes, sir. You know it, most definitely.
All right, well, I do have to kind of ring it back in because you are now collegiate champions. You're the first United States champions, and you brought a trophy home to a varsity scholarship program at Maryville University. Talk to me a little bit what that means to you guys as a team and to the university itself.
Well, in the Midwest, we'd like to cement, like, other than Robert Morris, like a second dynasty. So, I mean, there's not going to be another team that could beat this team right now as it is. So, I mean, I'm just really glad to have this opportunity and to win the championship and to bring it all home.
All right, well, for one last question, I got to ask you, you've won the collegiate championship. Now what you going to do?
I'm going to go spend the night with my fiance.
That's a good answer. Well, congratulations, Walrus. Congratulations to Maryville University. We're actually going to throw it over to Mark Z, who has an interview with another victorious Maryville University player.
Thank you very much, Tom. I'm standing by with the mid laner, CKG, for the victorious Maryville University. How are you doing? How do you feel after a win like that?
It feels actually amazing. Last year we weren't able to make it to ULAL, so coming here and winning it's the best feeling you could have in collegiate, and it feels great.
And so some people might not know you. You're actually someone who's been competing in the Challenger Series before returning back to college again. What's it been like for you as a student athlete a little bit? Because I think a lot of people know what it's like as a pro player. There's all these videos you can follow around the scene if you want to follow a team. But what's it like in your life, in your day-to-day?
So for me as a collegiate athlete and collegiate gamer, I pretty much dedicate either a third of my time to school and studies, I say more than a third, but then league and my social life, my friends. And it's really allowed me to have a relaxed schedule with league compared to my Challenger Series days. So I enjoy it. I enjoy to have a break from league and be able to have other assets in my life that I can spend my time with.
Definitely understandable when it starts taking over your life, being a little overbearing. Now you've actually won the championship, of course. Congratulations on that. And it kind of played a lot through you in that last game. We saw a lot of Syndra and Orianna every game. And then finally, while most of the jungler attention was in the top lane or something, they finally started camping for you. What kind of brought about that shift? Was it just the Nidalee pick?
It was actually, well, it was the Nidalee pick, but also since I'm Syndra and the Orianna took barrier, the instant she didn't have cleanse, because if I stun her, it's an instant Nidalee Q land. Mm-hmm. So I told her from the start, if you're mid level 3 and I get a stun off, she's dead. So we went for that, and it worked out, and we got the kills.
So you said you're a junior. Are you looking forward to running it back next year? You guys almost all sticking together. You're only losing your support, correctly?
Mm-hmm. Of course, man. We're looking to come back every year and win.
All right. Thank you so much for the interview. Go out, celebrate, have a good time, and we'll hand it back to the guys at the analyst desk to close out the college championship.
Thanks a lot, Mark. Always a lot of fun to hear from the guys who just went through everything, won it. You can tell how happy they are. It's just a lot of fun to see exactly what it means. Because Walrus is such a personality, man. The guy is just full of energy every single time you see him. He makes it so much fun to watch, and you can tell that everybody on Maryville they came here as a team, as a bunch of guys working together. They got what they came for, and you couldn't help but be proud of the guys.
Absolutely. They made some great plays, and I definitely think a lot of those players deserve recognition.
Well, there were a lot of great moments from a lot of great players, but one's got to stand out. One has got to be our finals MVP, and this time around, that pick is the man himself, Walrus. He did so much, set up his team for success, outplayed every other jungler in the tournament. He was just making plays all over the Rift. Most diverse champion pool of any jungler as well.
Definitely think that this guy, when he said an early game jungler, that's how it played out, is his early games were really good and very consistent, giving his team advantages across the map in multiple lanes, and he definitely played to the strengths of his team. And I absolutely love watching this guy's interviews. Absolute personality, like you said, but his gameplay does back it up, especially his first 20 minutes of every game.
And we can't act like Maryville had an easy shot up here either. It's not like this team would have failed if they were matched up against different opponents. Like what we heard from the interviews, they were saying, there's nobody out there that can beat us right now. This team had a difficult road to get to the finals. This is their first college championship win, and they did it in style.
They had to beat both of the finalists from the last 2 years in UBC and RMU. So they definitely had to prove themselves. They got here, and it was actually quite a decisive win here throughout the entire series. Pick and ban looked on point, so also props to Exogen for that, because he seemed to actually set his team up for success and play to their strengths.
Well, that's going to conclude our coverage of the League of Legends College Championship. As always, though, there's more competitive League of Legends right around the corner. The North American LCS Summer Split kicks off next Friday with games starting at 3 p.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. Eastern. Cloud9 takes on Dardoch and Counterlogic Gaming to start us off, followed by Immortals versus Echo Fox immediately after. That's all I've got, guys, so it's time to say goodbye. Congratulations once again to Maryville. And now on behalf of myself, the casters, the entire live broadcast crew, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next week.
And Sasuke not even going to wind up using his summoner spells. Cannot remount. First blood to Gaoga.
Go, K.
I got two.
Nice, finish. Go, hard.
Hold up.
Okay, we're good.
Push up. Prototype gets locked down, and Toronto are cracking open the base. Kog'Maw gets another. Orianna takes a kill, and it's just a party of kills for Toronto. Sasuke may have bitten off more than he can chew. Ooh, a flash kick from Walrus is gonna lock up JJ and Sasuke. Walrus gets one, gets two. Double kill for Maryville. There's a dice on the Aerie, and a double kill's been picked up for Sasuke. There's going to be a Sonic Wave, a Resonating Strike on the Gaoga. The flash has been burned away from Jeesh. The kick comes back in. Oh, Jeesh, you're not safe there. That's going to be a quadra kill for Sasuke. But on the backside is dealing a ton of damage. Double kill picked up by Capcom. Papa Chow picks up a kill. The charge is there. Jeesh is going to wind up melting it. Takes down the Nexus Tower. The Nexus is exposed. The rest of Toronto's trying to run away, but Prototype is picking up kills as they try to retreat. He flashed away from the taunt. Sasuke, the hero of this game. Advantage wrapping up around. There's the stun. There's the CC chain coming out. The flash wave from Jeesh for the follow after from Walrus. He saves the flash, the first blood, and get out. Oh, now Aerie is coming in. No ultimate available. A triple kill for Walrus. He's going down onto Sasuke. He gets the quadra kill. Walrus trying to pick up the pentakill. Pentakill for Walrus. Maryville University are going to be your North American Collegiate Champions!